The next bill on the calendar for today is House File 2. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number two on the calendar for the day, an act relating to employment, creating a family and medical benefit insurance program, the seventh engrossment.
I recognize the member from Dakota, the author of the bill, Representative Richardson, to explain House File 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a good day for families in Minnesota. House File 2 establishes a statewide family and medical benefit program and creates a long overdue safety net for families who need time to take care of themselves, a new child, a sick family member, or to recover. The United States is the only country without a paid family leave policy among high-wealth nations. The rest of the world, including low-income countries, offer paid leave. We are also an outlier when it comes to paid medical leave as well. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and lift up the incredible amount of work that has happened over the past 8 years on this bill and that continues to happen around this bill, with engaging with groups representing employers, large and small business owners across the state, the insurance industry, construction industry, state agencies, cities and counties, social services organizations, the faith community, and with families. This bill is a reflection of many voices as we work to make it better for not only employers, but also ensuring that there are strong protections for workers as well. Research consistently shows across race, gender, economic status, age, political affiliation, there is strong support for a comprehensive paid family and medical leave program. Nationally, 70% of small businesses support a publicly administered paid family leave program. Paid leave programs are also incredibly popular across party lines. 84% of voters support paid family leave programs. It's also important that we recognize that there is a very real war on talent, and it's important to understand what the research on consumers' views of states with paid leave programs say. 61% of adults who say they plan to move in the next 2 years would be more likely to move to a state with a paid leave program. Paid leave is one of the top 3 policies people prioritize when considering a state for relocation. Gen Z and millennials especially prioritize paid leave, and they identify it as the most important policy consideration for relocation. What I don't want to be lost as we begin this debate today is what is ultimately at the foundation and at the heart of this bill. And at the heart of this bill is a recognition of our universal humanity. A recognition that at some point we or our loved ones are going to need time to bond, to heal, recover, or navigate providing care for a loved one with a serious health condition. While we all face those crossroads, we know the current system design has created an inequitable safety net. The ability to care for yourself, the ability to care for your loved ones, it's a basic human need, and it should not be denied to you because of where you work, the size of your employer, the color of your skin, your gender, who you love, or your zip code. Our current system design reinforces the notion that only some people are worthy of care. Only some people are worthy of time off to rest or to recover or to care for their families. This bill will reject that harmful narrative and begin to build a long overdue and a much more inclusive safety net. I'm looking forward to today's debate.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Richardson moves to amend House File Number 2, the 7th engrossment. The amendment is coded A75.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Richardson, to explain the A75 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then there is also an underlying A83. The A75 clarifies a couple of things. It identifies that the responsibility for the department to create a uniform employer notice related to the requirements of the program. It also amends the definition of family, and it aligns with the Washington State's paid family leave medical program. It also clarifies, and this is comfort language for some of the folks who have expressed concerns about collective bargaining agreements, and it makes it clear that this would not reopen already bargained collective bargaining agreements. And it also provides some clarification on the definition of covered employment to those who work 50% or more of their time in Minnesota.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Richardson is moving to amend her amendment to House File Number 2, the 7th engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A83.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Richardson, to explain the A83 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the A83 amendment was just some additional clarifying language. The bill makes it clear that independent contractors and self-employed individuals have the option to opt into the paid family medical leave program. And this is just language that clarifies this as part of this amendment as well.
Is there any discussion to the A83 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A83 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails and the A83 amendment is adopted. Members, we are now on the A75 amendment as amended. Any discussion to the A75 amendment? I recognize the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
And thank you, Mr. Chair and members. To Representative Richardson, I missed part of the explanation. There was a little bit of noise over here, and I'm not sure if you are able to hear me. I'll wait for a second if you need to. But to your amendment, Representative Richardson, you said something about the collective bargaining units. Could you explain that to me better? Are we changing who is a part of this? I want to be crystal clear as to what that part of that conversation was, and I'm sorry that I missed that. Thank you.
Representative Baker, if you could please direct
would,
conversation through the chair, and through the chair ask if Representative Richardson will yield.
If she would yield, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield to a question. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker, for the question. So there were some questions that had come from some in the Grocers Association around whether this bill would require them to open up already negotiated collective bargaining agreements, and it's just clarifying language that they would not be required to reopen up their entire collective bargaining agreement as a result of this bill being signed into law.
Representative Baker.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if she would continue to yield.
She will yield, Representative Baker.
Representative Richardson, so are you saying that if there's a collective bargaining agreement for any union out there, whether it's the retailers or grocers or whomever, that they are not needing to participate in HF2?
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, what I am saying is that the already negotiated contract would continue to stand. The question about like premium splits would be part of any negotiated like bargaining terms, but they're already entered into contracts would not reopen as a with this passing. So those would continue to stand, but as it relates to the premium splits, that would be a term and condition of bargaining.
Representative Baker.
Thank you. Again, thank you for that clarification, but you're making exceptions to people. And ever since this bill has started through the House, it has been very challenging to try to make modifications to recognize everything from a small business to different versions, some seasonalities. So members, I would vote that we don't support the amendment today. I mean, I know it lowers it. My point is that we should be careful about making changes in carve-outs. There's carve-outs here, and that's what my concern is. And so I'm very nervous about this conversation and where it's going. So again, if we're making exceptions, maybe this is part of what today will look like, and that's fine. But I'm just concerned that we're preventing some people that have already negotiated things. Employers and employees have negotiated without unions on their handbooks and their policies and those kind of things. So, members, I can't support this amendment today.
Further discussion to the A75 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wondered if Representative Richardson would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Richardson. So following up on Representative Baker's question about collective bargaining, if there is a collective bargaining agreement in place that already includes medical or family leave benefits, would an employee continue to access those benefits and then in addition get the additional 12 weeks under the law that's being proposed here?
The member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would depend upon the terms and conditions of that paid leave program. If the paid leave program was one that was equivalent or better than what's currently within this bill, there would be an opt-out not only for those that are members of a collective bargaining unit, but for any business.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Richardson. So my understanding from the fiscal note is that it assumes no private plan, collective bargaining or not, will meet the standard. So no one will be using a private plan. And therefore, would the collective bargaining agreement, say that already under their collective bargaining agreement, they get 6 weeks of paid leave, would they continue to receive that 6 weeks of paid leave under the collective bargaining agreement and then get the additional leave, 12 weeks that is met under the bill?
Are you asking her to yield to a question, Representative
I
Robbins?
thought I asked her at the beginning. Yes, sir, if Chair Richardson would yield.
Okay, she will. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just, talk about the fiscal note because it was brought up in the last comment by Representative Robbins. And so with the modeling that was done, it was modeled with no one taking an opt-out, but it wasn't making a statement of fact that no one would opt out of the program. The way that this program was modeled out, they used a doubly conservative model. So I just want to make that to make that clarification. And so, again, my response would be it would depend on how the plan is set up. Again, if it is a plan that is equivalent to or better than what is within this bill, they would indeed have the opportunity to opt out.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I've tried twice. I don't have a direct answer, and I think that means that assuming none of the private plans meet the current standard in the bill, which because of the broad definition of family, none of them do, including the state plan, people who already have collectively bargained for benefits would be able to use those and then likely get additional paid leave under the bill. So this is a big problem that I think we need a lot more clarity on. So unfortunately, the amendment doesn't provide the clarity we're looking for, so I'd urge a no vote.
Further discussion to the A75 amendment. I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And arbitrary severability after the fact is a troubling precedence. So what you're saying here is we can sever part of that negotiated agreement after the fact and without consideration of the trade-offs that were made in making that agreement. I think that's poor legislation. I don't think that this bill has taken into consideration a lot of the intricacies of things that will mess up or the precedences it will have.
Further discussion to the A75 amendment. I recognize the author, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for a green vote.
All those in favor of adopting the A75 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails and the A75 amendment is adopted.
That's pleasant.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Richardson moves to amend House File Number 2, the 7th engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A76.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier, to explain the A76 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A76 amendment limits stackability to 18 weeks or to 24 weeks if there is proof of complications with pregnancy. There was lengthy discussion around this stackability issue as we've gone through this process. Again, I'd like to thank Chair Richardson for all the work that she's done on this bill. It's been a lengthy process. There's been many conversations, and this A76 amendment is one of those issues that we've talked about over and over again, and we've come to a compromise. Still provides a good safety net for workers, but also compromises around some of the conversations we've had around the concerns around stackability. I would urge a green vote on this.
Any discussion to the A76 amendment? I recognize the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if Representative Frazier would yield to a question.
Representative Frazier will yield to a question. Representative Baker.
And thank you. I guess I just want to clarify to the body, this is a little bit of a tweak and a change in the numbers of weeks that you want to allow off. Does it still provide 24 weeks off if it's 18 or 12? Have you cut down the number of weeks allowed off in this bill?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the number of weeks are capped at 18 unless there's a situation where there is a complication with pregnancy, and then there is another 6 weeks that could be allowed.
Representative Baker. Is there any further discussion to the A76 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A76 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails and the A76 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
NISCA moves to amend House File Number 2, the 7th engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A78.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Niska, to explain the A78 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's a lot, I think, in this bill that is questionable in terms of how this is going to work out, whether this brand new government bureaucracy is going to work, whether this is the right tax level that we are going to charge our workers for this benefit, and whether this is going to benefit them to do this massive new government bureaucracy better than trying to do it through the private sector. But what I think we all should and hopefully are all able to agree on is that any benefit fraud, especially intentional schemes, especially the potential for massive schemes, any fraud that comes out of the benefits pool here is going to hurt the very workers that we are trying to help with this program. Every dollar that comes fraudulently out of the pool of family medical leave benefits is a dollar that is not going to be paid out to someone who has a legitimate claim, and it's a dollar by which that pool is underfunded that will eventually have to result in potentially increasing the payroll taxes down the road. So I hope we can all agree to take the potential for fraud in this program very seriously. There was an incident in Georgia that I found in my research in which a person faked a pregnancy in order to gain family medical leave benefits, and Minnesota has seen its own massive frauds in government programs, whether we're talking about CCAP or Feeding Our Future. So there's a potential for both individual fraud or even fraudulent schemes involving an employer and an employee. And again, those fraudulent schemes, if they happen, would harm the very workers that this pool is intended to help. And so my amendment is a very simple amendment. I wish that this bill did actually create a separate, specific criminal offense like we do in some other situations like unemployment insurance fraud. But this says that where the deed commissioner does have probable cause that someone has obtained benefits fraudulently or an employer is involved in that they refer that to the county attorney for prosecution. I think that's a common sense amendment. Hopefully it's a friendly amendment, and I ask for your support.
Discussion to the A78 amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to say that Minnesotans are hard workers, and they believe in work, and they're not trying to game the system. And I also want to ensure that we are also understanding that what this program does is partial wage replacement as well, and recognizing it's hard for folks to go with just their partial income. There are several other states that have paid family medical leave programs. There's been no evidence of significant fraud in other PFML cases. And the bill, as it is construed, has consequences for misrepresentation within the bill. There's penalties, there's liens, there's levies, there's civil actions, and it would also result in ineligibility for accessing the program as well. And so I just want to ensure that that is on the record. That said, I would encourage members to report or to vote yes in support of the A78.
Further discussion to the A78 amendment. I recognize the member from Travers, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Madam, Mr. Speaker, excuse me, and members, one of the things I like about this amendment, it supports families. And the reason it does is, I don't disagree. We have a lot of hard workers in Minnesota. But when you don't get the people who are playing bad down to the county and let them know what's going on, letting people know, what we then do is we penalize the good staff members that are working hard. We want reward people who are honest and work hard. So reporting this makes sense. And that's why I support this amendment, because then we're supporting families who want to do the right thing. And that's what we're here today about. Thank you, members.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Richardson, for your support. I appreciate that. I do think it is very important. Yes, as Representative Backer agreed, most Minnesotans are hardworking. Most Minnesotans don't commit all sorts of crimes, and yet we take the potential for crime seriously, and we should. I think we should take the potential for crime seriously in this circumstance, especially because it does hurt the very pool of workers and those who have to pay the payroll taxes into the system that we are trying to help with this system. And so, as I said, I don't think that this amendment actually does the whole job. I hope that there will be some additional research done into how to craft a criminal provision like we have in the unemployment insurance context, where, again, we don't have massive unemployment insurance fraud, but we do have a tailored uninsurance fraud criminal provision in the uninsurance statute. So I hope that's something that, as this bill continues along, will be fixed as well. But I appreciate the support for the amendment. I think it's a good start in making sure that we do take the potential for criminal fraud in this seriously. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the A78 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A78 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House File numbers 2, the 7th engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DE2.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker, to explain the DE2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what we wanted to do today is bring you an alternative that actually replaces House File 2 with something that I really believe is what Minnesotans actually want. 4 or 5 years ago, I have been sitting in committees and seeing the paid family medical leave discussion happen in a number of committees before. And a couple years ago, as the author of the bill, Representative Richardson, has acknowledged, or would acknowledge, is that we have sat down because I have wanted to work on this idea about how can we do this with our employers, because families and employees would love something like this, but how do we get there is what the DE amendment does today. Members, what I'm bringing you today, and you should be getting a handout that has the MN family attached to it. That should be coming out now. If it's not, I know that it's in their hands, so look for that. But members, what we have done is done a lot of listening around the state of Minnesota. Families have told us this is an important offer that we should do. So the concept of what we want to do today is important. And what we want to talk about today is the need for our employees to have some kind of a benefit that is a balance. That's a balance between giving important time off for families, for moms and dads having new children, for folks that need to be home with a sick child or a sick parent, and things just happen in life, right? So what the DE amendment does, members, is it provides a private option that we currently don't allow in the state of Minnesota. Earlier this year, I introduced House File 1479, which was sort of a carryover from last year, which opted to provide a private option with the Department of Commerce. Didn't get a hearing, but in the meantime, I have been, with a number of other members, have been visiting with what else is working around the country. I have said to Chair Richardson on this, I felt that the one-size-fits-all, the 12 plus 12, the no exceptions to the rule was not what would work best for families. And I think what you're getting now is what we consider the MN family option, which is private insurance. Members, if you took this today, we could have a program up and running by the end of this year because it's already being done in other states. What this model reflects, members, is what is happening largely in a few other states. This one particularly kind of mirrors New Hampshire, where a company, a preferred insurance company, came to the state, said, we have a plan, and this is just a rundown of it real quick. But again, you'll see the side-by-sides, members, when it comes to you. Minnesota Family, the MN Family Plan, like I'm presenting today, is available by the end of the year. House File 2, we got to wait till at least July 1st of 2025 before the first parent can take this advantage of this program. We would, with the DE2, we would incentivize small businesses to be a part of this premium program, and the state of Minnesota would help small businesses with premium tax credits. Might be 50% of that tax credit. Might be getting them in the door, let's start this up, but it's a recognition that it's harder for small businesses to participate to these kind of things. Right now, House File 2 only provides 100% mandated payroll tax to everybody. We also offer a flexibility to the plan. If a small business wants to offer 8 weeks, 12 weeks, they can do that because it's what they can afford. And I think that part is really important here, members. They can afford to offer something that is better than they have now. Because what we don't want to forget about is when families work for companies, it's because it fits for that family. They are there for a lot of other reasons. It might be flexibility. It might be their rate of pay. It might be a great 401 program. But what this does is it allows companies with the insurance backing to provide a product that they feel is fit for that business. House File 2 doesn't do that. It's one size fits all. Again, this is backed by private insurance companies that would be approved by the Department of Commerce. The Commissioner of Deed, they would get together and say, here's what this has got to look like. If you want to be a player in Minnesota, this is what you have to have. In the state of New Hampshire, they have one company, MetLife, happens to be their preferred vendor, offers this program in that state. This is a smart way to do that. It's taking the taxpayers and the residents of Minnesota off the hook for future liabilities. If this thing goes upside down, members, we're the only backstop left. We don't get to go to the federal government like unemployment insurance. So this is an important part of this. And let's say a small business like mine, Baker Hospitality, has about 40 employees, and I can't opt in right now, maybe for different reasons. Maybe I'm really struggling. Maybe we're not coming back 100% from COVID yet. I just don't quite have it. If I opt out of this, because this is not a mandatory program, if I opt out of this, my employees can sign up as part of this private option. I, as an employer, would take their premium pay out of their paycheck. I would provide that system of getting the premiums paid to the insurance company that's going to run this. And in New Hampshire, and we can do this here, it's $5 a week for an individual that wants to sign up for this plan, if an employer says no. $20 a month. Now, this isn't for everybody, but it's there if they want to use it. Now, you say, how do I make that work with that number? Here's kind of that secret sauce, members. What we do is we make sure that the family plan, let me get my notes here, but I think I've got it. What we would do is the state health plan with the state of Minnesota. We have tens of thousands of employees in the state of Minnesota. And right now we have paid family medical in our benefit package. This company would take over the state part of that, which then provides the foundation of a plan that we could then offer to others, as I just described. That's how they do that in New Hampshire, because you have to have the economies of scale to make this work. So members, this is a really good deal. And we're not setting up 400 plus employees in an agency. We're not creating a new insurance company in the state of Minnesota. And must I remind members that we haven't done so well in the past with these. MNLARS was a disaster. MNsure, on that front end, was the worst rollout ever, and it has been acknowledged on both sides of the aisle. This isn't something new. We know that it's a problem. So members, I hope that you look at the DE to say, let's take it to conference. Let's bring it along. Let's talk about this. We have 3 weeks left. But the folks that are outside yelling and supporting paid family leave, what they want is it, and I've heard them say, we want it now. We can do that now. They're saying that. But when I ask people at home, do you know how this is going to work when you want paid family leave? When I explain to them about the payroll tax, when I explain to them about the charges and the changes and how it has to work, they didn't realize that. So members, this is a no payroll tax to our citizens that are watching today on this. Employers are not mandated or forced to do this, but we want to give you an incentive to participate. And we have individual options if you can't participate as a small business. Also, the businesses that are already forward-thinking, that are offering this to their employees already, they don't have to opt in because they're already offering a program that works for that company and those employees. They may have a very aggressive and healthy 401k plan. They may do very strong salary ranges, but we don't know what businesses do of what's important to that business philosophy. But this is a great new option that is not now available in Minnesota. And members, I hope that you look at the DE amendment as extremely reasonable. It's not forcing something down someone's throat. We still can walk away from this session offering a paid family medical leave product. That does not exist today. So look at the graphics that I presented today, members, and I hope that we can have a good conversation about why wouldn't this work. So I look forward to some conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, and Mr. Chair, I would like a roll call on this, please.
Representative Baker requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the DE2 amendment. Is there any further discussion to the DE2 amendment? I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Baker, for bringing forth this amendment. We've had several discussions over the years, and just want to thank you for your continued commitment to bringing your ideas to the bill. I think there's a couple of things that I think that it's important to just sort of set a foundation. At the start of the debate, I talked about the uneven safety net that we currently have here in Minnesota. When the folks who are most unlikely to have access to paid family leave are the folks who tend to need it the most. And those who have access to paid family leave are the ones that could float a leave without a program like this. And we know who's being left out disproportionately. It's women, it's communities of color, and it's also low-income folks, and folks from rural communities are the most likely to be left out of the sort of the status quo of what we have with our leave opportunities that are here. And I also just want to point out that when we talk about the insurance industry, there are known disparities within insurance. People of color and low-income individuals pay higher premiums for the same or similar coverage than those with higher incomes. And also, communities of color pay more for premiums, and they are also less likely to, when they need the insurance benefit, to have their claims approved. So there are known disparities within our insurance market, and there's also known lawsuits that are going on right now around those disparities. Representative Baker talked about the New Hampshire, and how the DE2 relates to the approach that New Hampshire has used. After a 2-month open enrollment period in New Hampshire, 149 employers, that's less than a third of 1%, had signed up to participate in the paid family leave program. And as we look at sort of what the premiums are looking like, individuals are paying about $5 per week. And in terms of the leave that they would receive, it's about 6 weeks. So the premium is more expensive than what would be paid under House File 2, and they get considerably less leave at 6 weeks. And just thinking about this from the perspective of an individual giving birth and having a C-section. If everything goes perfectly well within a C-section, the recovery time is anticipated to be 6 to 8 weeks. And so even with a perfectly healthy C-section, you barely have that covered with the way that the New Hampshire plan is set up. My goal since I started working on this bill a number of years ago is to strengthen the safety net. We all get sick. We all at some point are going to need to care for ourselves, or we're going to need to care for another person. And sort of this idea that, well, if you're lucky enough to have an employer who recognizes your humanity, or if you're lucky enough to, live in a state that recognizes the fact that shared humanity among us, that we all are going to have this need one day, is not the way that we should be approaching this. Caring for yourself shouldn't be about luck. Caring for your loved ones shouldn't be about luck. It should be that we are recognizing our shared humanity. And so I have said from the very beginning, I want to have the most inclusive leave that is not leaving people out because of the types of jobs that they are in, or where they live, or what they look like, or who they love. And House File 2 does that. And the approach in the DE2 will continue to leave out a lot of people. And we unfortunately have a history in this country of leaving people out of safety nets. We've done it over and over. I can talk about my grandfather who fought in a war and came back and wasn't allowed to have the same benefits as the other folks who fought in the exact same war. Actually came back to segregated Alabama and was continued to be discriminated against. And it's not okay. And I think that we know better, we should do better, and we should have a safety net that is going to be more inclusive. And so with that, members, I would recommend a no vote on the DE2.
Further discussion to the DE2 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Baker, for bringing this amendment. You know, this is an amendment that's portable, it's accessible, it's affordable, it's stable. It's all those things that House File 2 is not. The author of the bill couldn't even tell you if people in a collective bargaining agreement could aggregate their benefits that they currently have along with what's being proposed. The author of the bill currently, I just heard she seems to know more about the New Hampshire bill than she does about House File 2. This is our job. I'm new to the legislature, but I'm not new to implementing legislative policies. I've done it my whole life. And House File 2 is a mess. There's too many unknowns. We don't know what the impacts are. We don't totally know what the costs are. And if we're trying to target a population that's underserved, I would suggest we do the hard work and create a program that serves that population rather than instituting a mandate across every business in this state that's going to cripple them. I've talked to hundreds of businesses in my district. I'm going to tell one story. And this guy runs a small manufacturing plant, not a huge business. And he said a lot of things. But he said, first and foremost, he said, the families that work in my business always come first. And he told a story about how there was a woman that worked in his HR department, and her husband was struggling with health issues. And he said, you know, she needed money, but she also needed to work. And she said, and he said that employers stood up, and he said there was a groundswell of support with everybody in that business that contributed money and gift cards. And he said, we don't need government, Mr. Speaker, to step in and help our families run the businesses that we've risked everything to build for. Now, I recognize that there's somebody here, and maybe Representative Smith is going to stand up and tell me that this once again is no big deal, that everybody should be doing this. And I think everybody would if they could afford it. We've made the state of Minnesota the refuge for everything but employers. We're going to try to crush every entrepreneur, every business, regardless of size, because we're pitting employees against employers. This amendment is a great amendment because it actually provides the option for people to get into and grow. It grows with families and businesses. And honestly, this is the work that we should have been doing this year. I remember when House File 2 came in front of my committee. The questions that we had then are the same questions that we have today. The bill hasn't changed. The answers aren't there. This bill is not ready. It's an activist bill that doesn't solve problems for families. Yep, it raises a bunch of money. Yep, it creates a new department. Wonderful. If that's what we're trying to do, it should be a deed program. Let's make more state employees. That's great. But it's going to hurt the people that we're trying to help ultimately. Thank you, Representative Baker. I recommend a green vote.
Further discussion to the DE2 amendment. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Baker, for this amendment. I just want to piggyback on about the New Hampshire plan that was discussed earlier. I think the author said that the New Hampshire plan costs more, considerably more, and it provides about 1/4 of the benefits. The fact is that the New Hampshire plan and anything else that's in place has had actuarial studies done and is priced according to the cost, the actual cost of the plan. This plan, we have absolutely no idea what this set of benefits is actually going to cost in the state of Minnesota. And I can bet it's going to be 4 or 5 times the projected dollar amount on here. If you just look at it as compared to what other states are doing or what the private insurance market is doing, it's going to cost 4 or 5 times more. This is absolutely not ready. The Democrats' House File 2 is not ready. And if we move forward and pass something without actuarial studies, without actually, knowing what we're doing, frankly, it will be an absolute train wreck. And we all know that it is much more difficult to pull things back, to make cuts after the fact, than it is to have something and perhaps expand it down the road. The cost of this is unknown, but it's significantly going to be higher than the cost that we have, the payroll tax that we've set out. And it's a disaster. It's a disaster for our small businesses, our large businesses. It's a disaster for our state. It's a disaster for employers, and it's a disaster for families because people would, first of all, their payroll tax is going to be way higher than what's being proposed in the beginning here if this goes into place within just a few years. But they're also going to be looking at cuts in benefits because I believe that it's absolutely unsustainable if you look at it compared to anything else that's out there right now. It's the most generous set of benefits. It's a payroll tax that's absolutely unrealistic. It's untested. And Minnesota should not be doing something like this, especially when we have 2-3% unemployment. We are headed down a really, really, really bad road here. And once you hit a wall, how are you going to come back? So I ask that this body consider the amendment and vote yes on the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the DE2 amendment. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Baker, not Backer, Baker has a really good amendment, and here's why. Just like Representative Baker, I have the pleasure of working with several staff members, including Representative Franson, and so forth. So, and here's what I have found out. Us in job creators know our staff members. For example, I have a grandmother on staff, a minority. Her daughter, one of her grandchildren are blind. She helps out with that granddaughter a whole lot. We understand that. We give that flexibility. I do not need a bureaucrat who does not understand families, who does not understand their individuals' needs, and who sure don't know the name of that granddaughter to tell myself and my twin brother how to help her. I have another staff member just 3 weeks ago gave birth to a boy. You know what? I saw those ultrasound pictures because it was on her desk. I remember the first day it was not the first day it was on the desk, but it was the first day I got back from St. Paul Friday, and she goes, Jeff, look at this. Gave birth 3 weeks ago. She's spending 8 weeks at home. That's what we agreed upon. We worked it through. Again, I do not need someone in St. Paul or all the other small businesses who don't know the needs of those two individuals, which have different, which need something different. This is what the DE2 amendment of Representative Baker does. It gives people families. These people are humans. These are individuals who have needs. Another example, yesterday I get a call from my twin brother, said so-and-so staff member has to take off right away, had a son, unfortunately, needed to attend that situation, an adult son, won't get into details. No problem. Let's help her out. But we still had customers calling, still needing help, because those individuals are buying products to help their families. And I really want the other side listen on this one. We business owners want to help families. This is why we provide the flexibilities. Because quite frankly, if you don't provide flexibility, you're not going to have staff members. Because they can go into South Dakota, they can go into Minnesota. So this DE2 amendment is spot on. Is it perfect? No, it's Representative Baker's amendment, not Backer's. No. It's close. But no, I really appreciate it. Representative Baker, he's spot on. We know, us small business owners know how to help families. We know those three examples I give you, they all have different needs. And no one in St. Paul, no bureaucrat, no regional manager, because we don't know how this is going to be fully implemented, will understand those needs. I do. My twin brother does, because they're individuals and they're families, and that's what we're here to do. So I'm voting green on this amendment. Good amendment, Representative Baker.
Further discussion to the DE2 amendment. I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Baker. Thank you for your amendment and the work that your team has done on this. You have actually kind of caught the Democrats at their own game today. You really have, because yesterday we heard secure choice. And on Mondays in the chamber, when you hear a bill like secure choice, it says, you know, the SBI really doesn't have the resources, the ability to be able to stand up a new government agency to do the administration and the work necessary to have a worker investment program. And what I had clarified, because the bill author wasn't 100% sure on how that program is going to work, is that the SBI and the board and others are going to go out and they're going to do some RFPs and find out who can provide a mutual fund package and an investment package for the people that are going to be covered by this program. And they would then monitor that and make adjustments accordingly. But on Tuesday, House File 2, the private sector is incapable, apparently, of offering a product like this, which means that we have to stand up a brand new agency, incur a lot of administrative costs that will come out of the premiums that folks will pay and the payroll taxes to this program, where we don't have an actuarially sound or evaluated program yet. We're just going to kind of put the car down the street and hope the brakes work. Hope that we're able to make sure that all the gadgets and all the safety devices are in place. But here's the part that's really befuddling to me. We in the state of Minnesota have actually done this in the past through CGEP. We have gone to a national provider for things like long-term care, for health insurance, for life insurance. And because of something in economics known as the economy of scales, we are able to get a better price for the participants in this than if we were to try to do this on our own. And if I were managing risk in the state of Minnesota, which I do believe is part of my role as a legislator, is to manage risk on behalf of the taxpayers here in the state of Minnesota, I would put this as a private plan and ask the Department of Commerce to evaluate and to approve the plans that are going to be offered. Because if we don't do it that way, I'm almost positive the report that is in this bill is something that Commerce isn't going to be able to wrap their head around. They're going to have to go to the private carriers who are already offering this kind of coverage in the marketplace today and ask them for actuarial help on this to be able to tell Minnesota, how would this plan work here? And speaking of that economies of scale, when you talk about the number of people who would be covered by this, I would be willing to bet with the size of marketplace that we are in, the number of customers that we are bringing forward, that we couldn't even get a better price than some of the largest corporations in the United States of America that are looking for this. Because we're asking to cover millions of persons where they're talking about covering tens of thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands of people. It's a no-brainer. If I was sitting in a benefits analysis for my employees, looking out for my livelihood and for their benefit, and I was given two proposals. One, the state of Minnesota's plan, which, number one, we're going to start out at 0.7%. Number two, we don't have an actuarial evaluation on this, and we have no safety net other than either A, having the taxpayers pay more taxes to shore it up, or B, increase the premiums and payroll taxes on the individuals who are mandated to participate in this plan. Or would you go with a plan that has a track record that the state of Minnesota has granted approval, where the premiums are as low as they possibly can be because of that economies of scale? And then what I would do if I was the state of Minnesota, because I would be choosing that private plan for my people, if I was the state of Minnesota, I would be all over saying, and how can we provide tax credits, relief for the people who can't afford this? That's how you equalize things. You don't build a brand new program and say, well, let's start all over and see if we can rebuild the mousetrap, modify the mousetrap. You're going to be hearing some more from me later on this, but Representative Baker, you and your team are absolutely, without question, onto something that will work, that employers would benefit from, and the employee group that we are trying to benefit here in House File number 2, which we cannot do and will not do because of the complexity of this plan. Congratulations to you and your team. And Minnesotans, if you like anything that I've talked about, you're not going to get it. You're going to get House File 2, where there will be delay after delay because they can't figure it out. And once the plan gets up and we run out mid-year for money, here's your IOU, until we can collect some more payroll taxes from people to be able to go forward with this. If we want to help the people in the state of Minnesota, let's cease the discussion right now. Let's take the DE2 amendment, let's adopt it, and let's get to conference committee with the Senate and make this thing work for the people of the state of Minnesota today. Members, Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Baker, for bringing this amendment forward. This, what you have in front of you, members, is just exactly as different as night and day. And this is, you know, we believe in big government and the public sector to solve all problems. Or Representative Baker has offered a solution that is a private sector solution that provides the benefit, that does it efficiently, economically, and meets the need. The underlying bill, however, is super problematic. I mean, when you think about when you think about the record of this state taking on things that we have no business being in you know, providing services or programs that we have no business being in that sector, this state's record is horrific. I'll take you back to MNsure. You know, MNsure was something that was inflicted on us by Democrats, and I remember the promises that were made in this chamber that didn't last 15 minutes before they were broken. And MNsure was an absolute, utter failure in our state. But it's a great example of what government can do to take a problem and make it worse while they're trying to solve it. So you've got, you know, and just look at what we did compared to what other states did. So MNsure was something that was inflicted on us by the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, what we refer to, you know, what slang here as Obamacare. And we were forced to implement our version of that here. Democrats were in complete control of state government. This was 10 years ago, just like today, where Democrats control all of state government. And they put in place, created a new state agency. You know, I don't know how many people work over there. I remember that they literally named the conference rooms after the authors in the House and the Senate in that building. And then they realized, once the pictures of that leaked out into the press, how out of touch that was, and they quickly changed it, right? But it was a great example of how Democrats worship at the house of government and believe that government can just do a better job of solving all these problems. So what we did in Minnesota was created MNsure. Not we did, I didn't, I voted against it, and I warned you what was gonna happen. But we spent in this state $400 million creating a website so that people could purchase insurance on the individual marketplace. By the way, MNsure does not offer or insure, doesn't offer any insurance products and doesn't insure anyone. It simply was a website where people could look at insurance and purchase it, and that insurance was offered by private insurers, private insurance companies. So all they did was build a website, and the state of Minnesota spent $400 million building that. That's how efficient the state is, and I have no idea how many employees work over there. I guarantee you it's 99% too many. Probably 100% too many, because they really don't do anything. The products they sell aren't even their own products. And those insurance companies could just sell directly to the public. And all we could have done in this chamber was say, well, Here's the requirements you have to meet. Here's where you have to post it. And we'll just link our webpage to it. Our minute could have done that in 15 minutes. By the way, the state of Utah solved that same problem for a total cost of $600,000. I don't know what the population of Utah is, if it's similar to Minnesota. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Somebody could probably look that up real quick. But how can the state of Utah solve that problem for $600,000 and this state spent $400 million? And members, what you're doing right now on this program is like deja vu. You're making the same mistake again. You're not looking out for Minnesotans. You don't care about the benefit set that they're getting. And you're going to implement a program that you're being warned right now will not work, and you will not be able to do it for anywhere close to the amount of money you think you're going to be able to. And you broke your promises on MNsure when in this chamber you promised us it was going to be a certain percentage. And I couldn't see any reason why it would go over that percentage. It should never go over that percentage. It wasn't 15 minutes, and you were at the absolute max amount allowed by law. And it's never gone down, and it never will. Government will always take every dime it can get out of Minnesotans' pockets, and what is happening right now in this state with this surplus is a perfect example of what Democrats are going to do with your money. We are in a workforce crisis right now. Employers can't find enough employees to fill the jobs. Do you know why? Do you know what caused that workforce crisis? Little quiz question for you. Do you know? Government has been paying people too much not to work. It's what happened all through COVID, and it's what continues to happen. Government is paying people too much not to work. The solution to the problem isn't for government to pay people more not to work. We have a workforce crisis in this state right now and in this country. Employers can't find enough people. What happens in a free market when there's a workforce shortage? Employers are naturally incentivized to increase benefit sets to employees to get people to come to work. That's a natural force of a free market. And that's what's happening right now. But much like we have seen in this state in the past, Democrats don't believe that a problem is solved until they have solved it. I can point you back to our insulin crisis, where we passed a big bill out of this chamber to provide some new service to Minnesotans that they were already getting. They had access to every single thing that was in that insulin bill already from the manufacturers. The manufacturers had already solved that problem. But it really wasn't solved until we could do a press conference and take credit for it, right? Nope, I'm sorry. Government is not the answer. And look no further than the failures of MNsure to see the best and brightest, most shining example of how bad government is at trying to solve a problem. And by the way, the product available through MNsure and the promises that were made on the number of people that were going to be enrolled in MNsure, which is what they set all of their predictions on, were all catastrophically off. It's going to be the same on this one. So 25% of jobs right now have this benefit set or some version of this. And we are in a workforce crisis right now, which means that if you are in a job that doesn't offer this benefit set, you can pretty easily find a job that does. Or you can go to your employer and say, you know what, I need this benefit set. You need to offer this to me, or I'm going to go and find a job where I can get this. And the employer is going to have to make a free market decision. A, I'll either provide that benefit set, or B, I'm going to lose my employee, and they're going to go somewhere else. That's how the free market solves a problem. So what this solution is going to do is it's going to be a tax on Minnesotans. I don't even know. We're We're doing $9.5 billion of new taxes in the Democrats' budget targets. $9.5 billion of new taxes at a time when we have more than double the highest surplus in the history of this state. That's what Democrats are doing with your money. They've decided that the $17.5 billion surplus isn't enough money for them to solve all of the problems that are facing the state. So they're going to take another $9.5 billion. I'm not even sure if this payroll tax is calculated into that $9.5 billion. I'm going to have to look that up. But this is a tax on Minnesotans. You're going to take more money from Minnesotans at a time when you have more than twice as much money, more than you need, than you've ever had in the history of the state. And you can't find a way to solve this problem without taking more money out of their paychecks. Is somebody at home saying, gosh, does anybody in St. Paul have any common sense anymore? Or do they just not watch what we do here anymore? Because you've turned them off so much with this kind of nonsense. So what we're going to create here, you got an opportunity to vote for the Baker Amendment, which is a good solution, will provide the benefit set, will do it efficiently and effectively. Now it won't create a new department at the state of Minnesota with hundreds of new employees that will join unions and give donations to Democrats. It won't do that. So if you want to reverse engineer this and figure out that that might be the actual problem we're trying to solve here, that won't get solved under the Baker Amendment. But what it will do is it will allow people who might need the benefit access to it at a more efficient way of providing that service. So that's what the Baker Amendment will do. But if you want campaign contributions by a brand new union, by a whole bunch of new employees that are getting hired
Point of order,
at the
Mr.
state,
Speaker.
his
Representative
amendment won't
Long,
do that.
state your point of order.
Representative Doubt knows he's out of order. Mason's 124, avoiding personalities. In debate, a member must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. He's also out of order under motives. Paragraph 3, it is not the person but the measure that is the subject of debate, and it is not allowable to arraign the motives of a member.
Representative Dowd, if you could proceed with your remarks without arraigning the motives of members or the reasons why members are putting forward legislation. If you could please confine your remarks to the DE2 amendment and the substance of that and avoid personalities and motives. Representative Dowd.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would invite members to listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying the Baker Amendment does not do that. I'm not questioning his motives. I'm not saying he's doing that. I'm saying he's not doing that. Those are different things. And if you think I can't give a speech on this floor without questioning your motives, you think I haven't been here long enough, maybe. I could stick around a few more terms just to torment you. But I think we all know what's going on here. This isn't designed to solve the problem that we think it is. This is going to create a whole bunch of new problems. And I'm going to have an amendment coming up in a little bit where you can put your money where your mouth is and guarantee Minnesotans that you're not going to put this rate above a certain amount. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. But I think this is a very good opportunity for us to just have a little wake-up call, open our eyes, and say, are we really going to put this solution in place, untested, untried? I want to ask Representative Anderson, Patty Anderson, I don't know if it's P-E or P-H, to yield for a question. P-E? If she'd yield for a question.
She will yield, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Anderson, you gave a speech here just a few minutes ago where you talked about what they're doing in a state out on the East Coast and how that state has implemented a program like this. I can't remember the state. But that program was multiple times more expensive than what they're predicting here, and that their benefit set was less than what they're predicting here. Can you give us those numbers again? I apologize, there was a little noise and I couldn't hear it. And I'd just like a little, if you could recap those numbers. So how much more is their program costing and how much less is their benefit to the people?
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dowd. The numbers, it was from New Hampshire, and the numbers actually came from Representative Richardson. And it's correct that and so she would have the specifics, but she said that the cost was significantly higher and the benefits were about a quarter of the benefits that are being proposed within this bill. So thank you.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that's what you said, and I did hear you correctly the first time you said it, now that you've said it again, but I think I couldn't believe it when you said it. So my mind was telling me I must have misheard what you said. So thank you for repeating it. So the cost was higher to the people of New Hampshire. New Hampshire was the state. I did miss that part. So the cost was higher. They're taking more out of their payroll, and their benefit is a quarter of what our benefit is here. And somehow we think that this program is going to function off of 0.7% coming out of somebody's paycheck and giving them up to, is it 24 weeks of paid leave? It just doesn't work. But luckily, this Baker amendment is your out. This one actually works. And I'll tell you what, most of the time, for those that are watching at home that don't always pay attention to maybe the in-the-weeds details of what we're doing here, usually the minority will offer some political amendment that doesn't really work, and it's designed to point out some, failure or shortcoming in the other side's proposal. In this case, Representative Baker has put forward and put a ton of work into this. This is actually a real deal. I mean, this is something that would work, will work, can work, should work, and it's not a pipe dream. This is a real amendment, and Representative Baker has put a ton of thought and a ton of work into crafting this as something that really will work and really will help Minnesotans. So if you want to solve the problem, this is actually the way to do it. If you've got other motives, and I'm not suggesting anybody in here wants more employees somewhere to be part of a union that might give their campaign money. I would never suggest that. Don't read into my comments. I would never suggest that. Okay? But if you actually want to help people and you want to do it efficiently and effectively, your Baker Amendment is your place to do it. So you got an opportunity here to actually help people, to do it efficiently, to do it effectively, and not repeat the sins of our past, not repeat and have another MNsure debacle here in Minnesota. What was it? Min-Lars was another one. I mean, I could go on and on and on about where government has tried to outdo the private sector at private sector things. Government is never more efficient, ever more efficient than the private sector. And we can give you example after example after example of why that's the case. So this is a great example. The private sector would run this thing, and this will actually really help people. So please vote green on the Baker Amendment. This is your chance to actually give people something that will help them and that will work. Thank you, Representative Baker.
Further discussion to the DE2 amendment. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm going to be a little bit shorter than my friend Representative Dowd over there. And I'm just going to tell you why it is that we should vote no on this DE. One is that Representative Dowd likes to provide facts that really aren't facts. So we're going to talk about efficient and effective and letting markets be free. Let's talk about how efficient markets are. And what happened in Silicon Valley when 2 banks went under because they did not actually, they're free market banks, right? And yet they went under, and thousands of tech companies were impacted by this. And it put the market in a frenzy for days. Let's talk about how efficient that is. Let's talk about how the economy, why it is that we are losing workers and we don't have workers here. There are many, many reasons for that. If we want to think that it is because government is causing this, then we are actually, my friends across the aisle don't know how economics work then. And I'm not trying to impute motives. I'm just saying the issues are very complex, right? You want to talk about that. Let's talk about who came in and saved those banks at the end. They were federally insured by government. Boy, we sure look at government when we need their help for private companies, but we do not want to look at government when we want to talk about how do we protect people, right? So let's talk about that. Let's talk about why it is that recently some of our largest companies here are laying off people. It's not because government is causing this problem. It is because those people never even once thought about what is government doing. They're thinking, I'm protecting my profits for my shareholders, and thus I am preparing for for a recession that is about to come. And they never once thought, what is government going to be doing? And I know that because I worked in the private sector for 15 years, and I still work with people in the private sector. And my husband is an institutional investor, invests billions of dollars a day. And you know what he never talks about? What is government going to do that impacts me protecting the investments from my bank? Never one time. And so let's talk about that. And if you want to talk about why it is that we don't have enough workers, it's because we don't let enough immigrants and refugees come to our state. And so let's talk about the complexities of the issues that we are looking at right now to fill our workforce shortage. So please vote no on this. Representative Richardson has done an amazing job looking at how government intersects with all of the ways in the public sector and private sector have to work together. Vote no on this DE. It's just common sense. Thank you, members.
Further discussion to the DE2 amendment. I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying desperately to process what was just said. Bless you, Representative Herr. I often talk really fast myself, so I'm just trying to catch up. You know, I want to add to something that Representative Doubt said just a minute ago. He started with Representative Baker's amendment, this solution. It will work, it can work, and I would add it is working right now. It is working. But instead, the Democrats have come up with this insanely complicated, insanely expensive, insanely unworkable solution to a problem that we all understand exists. We all understand that there are times that families need to be able to care for themselves. It may be individuals who need to be able to care for themselves, or families need to be able to care for loved ones. It is no surprise. We all know that I've been in this situation, and certainly more than once. Not just with my husband, but with complicated births as well. But we were just, we were told lots of things a minute ago, but I just want to say I brought some receipts. And in fact, I was just talking to our researcher, and I said, you know, I think we should dig into this. He said, I thought it was kind of in the weeds, so I didn't send it out. But, well, we all know how much I like the weeds. So we're going to go there a little bit because I think it's really important that we all understand what is happening with this underlying bill and what is fixed by voting yes on the Baker amendment. We brought up, Representative Baker brought up right away, MNLARS, MNsure, and I want to talk for a minute about MNsure because it's sort of a similarly sized program. It's probably more comparable even than MNLARS, although the MNLARS disaster was so incredibly well documented and problematic. But interestingly, I went back to the early projections for MNsure. And right off the bat, from the very start, the enrollment projections for MNsure were about 50 to 60% off. They were 50 to 60% lower than the very lowest projection. For MNsure, they gave us a range of projections, and every time they were 50 to 60% lower than the lowest projections. They didn't come anywhere close to what actually played out. It also, this one was frankly the most alarming for Minnesota families, but we were told, and the projections were that MNsure was going to save families, Minnesota families, an average of $500 a month. Instead of that, the opposite happened. And there were many counties across this state where families were paying $500 more per month. $500 more. Frankly, it's why we have the very successful reinsurance program that we do now. It was to save these families. It was to save these families from the miscalculations of government. And then you talk about the premium tax. Well, we were told, frankly, right away from the very, very beginning, in the very first introductory press conference for MNsure, we were looking at a premium tax of 2.5% or less. Do you know that that tax has never been below the 3.5% maximum? Never, until you know what? Right now, because it's actually mandated by statute that it decreased because the account is full. It's the only time. And then, of course, we've got the technology problem, which we absolutely are going to have with this paid family leave debacle. MNsure was supposed to be like the Travelocity of insurance, the Expedia of insurance. So simple. Just go in, plug in your stuff, and get a solution. Just like that. For $90 million is what we were told. Well, $500 million later, and years beyond the target, we had a solution. And even then, is it really? As Representative Doubt said, I mean, if only we looked at other states. The state of Utah, $600,000, they had a solution. But no, we've been told for this paid family leave bill that we're going to build it. We might consult with some experts. We might look at other solutions, but we're going to go ahead and build it. What could possibly go wrong, members? What could possibly go wrong? I was also looking at, in fact, Representative Joy and I last week were doing some sort of back of the napkin math, and we're looking at the 407 employees. This massive bureaucracy that we're creating. We are going to spend tens of millions of dollars on new employees, on this new bureaucracy, before a dime is paid to a single Minnesotan who needs those resources either to care for their own illness or to care for a loved one. And frankly, tens of millions that's obviously generous, right? We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars to pay for a bureaucracy before a single person receives a benefit. And we could do this with the Baker Amendment for not one dime in bureaucracy for the government. Not one dime. We can do this right now in a program that will work, it can work, it is currently working. It is currently working in other states. I want to talk for just a second about the fiscal note and how problematic this fiscal note is. So I'm looking on pages 11 and 12 of the fiscal note. And on page 11, whoops, I turned my pages here. On page 11 of the fiscal note, you'll see the total estimate, the total estimated benefits, the total estimated payments will be about $1.014 billion. But you go to page 12 and you try to figure out exactly where these numbers come from, and it's a little convoluted because we're missing information. And frankly, when you reverse engineer the math here, you find out that, oh wait, their assumptions cannot be right. This math does not work. So the fiscal note assumes total users 204,057, right? And Deed testified, and frankly, this is a low number, so who knows, because they're not telling us what the number is in the fiscal note. But Deed testified that based on modeling, the wage replacement formula, it sort of implies an average weekly payment of $1,003. Now, the maximum is what, $1,200 something? Sorry, I've got $1,287. That's the maximum possible, but according to what Deed suggested, we're probably looking about $1,000, $1,003. Okay, so now it's just basic algebra, and it's been a few years. I'm a little rusty, but it's not complicated math, fortunately. But if we're using 204,057 users and an average payment of $1,003, we come up with that $1.014 billion. Well, we still need to fill in X. We need to fill in how many weeks of leave are we talking about to get to that $1.014 billion. And so when you solve for X, when we do some basic algebra here, the average leave is 4.956 weeks. That's how much leave that the fiscal note accounts for. But the projections are 6.6 weeks. That math does not work. But we don't know for sure because the fiscal note is not clear. I would also add on this idea that this assumption that the average use is going to be 6.6 weeks, that I don't know where they're coming up with that number. It's not in line with any state that's doing this. It's not in line with anyone. And in fact, I mean, Massachusetts, their average is 12 weeks. People use 12 weeks of leave in Massachusetts, and frankly, their maximum weekly benefit is only 64% of their salary, 64%. That's their maximum benefit. And even they are using on average 12 weeks of leave. Well, what do you think is going to happen when employees are getting 90% of their benefit? They're going to use their benefit. This is going to be used. Those weeks of use are going to increase. Washington, same thing. The average number of weeks per user is 9.5 weeks per user. The math just doesn't work. The math does not work. And instead, we're going to plow ahead. We're plowing ahead with this bill that we know doesn't work. We know is giving us, we are using flawed data and flawed assumptions for this underlying bill. And yet, we have a solution today. We have a solution that could come to market very quickly. Open up Minnesota, we've got it done. And families can have the resources that they need to take care of themselves and their own medical needs and for their family members. This can be done. We can literally flip a switch and have this done today with the Baker Amendment. We can flip a switch and have this done without destroying job providers in the state, without driving jobs out of the state, which I believe is not your intention. I am sure that that's not your goal. But frankly, you're doing a lot of things this session with very different goals than the results that you're going to get. And instead of destroying the market, instead of creating a new massive bureaucracy that is incredibly expensive to the taxpayers of Minnesota, with this amendment, we can literally flip a switch. We can flip a switch and provide these benefits to Minnesota families tomorrow. Tomorrow, using a solution that we don't need assumptions for. We don't need to figure out, well, how's this going to work? What's the actual actuarial table on this? We actually don't need to know that as a state because it's done for us. It's already done. The work is done. We don't need the bureaucracy. We have a solution. We have a solution that's going to work for every single Minnesotan. And instead, the underlying bill is going to hurt Minnesotans. And it's going to hurt a lot of people, especially when jobs start to leave. This is an easy yes vote on this amendment. Let's vote yes to rather than creating a massive bureaucracy and years of work, let's vote yes to make sure Minnesota families have this benefit immediately in a way that makes sense for everyone.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've heard a lot about the free market and how it can solve all of our problems, as if they haven't had decades to work on this problem that we know is a problem. They have done nothing. We are lagging behind the rest of the world in paid family and medical leave. If the free market could do that, we wouldn't need a stack of people from the AARP to the SEIU to the Children's Defense Fund to small businesses and the Main Street Alliance asking us, begging us to do this. And let's talk about what this DE amendment would actually do, because I've been over here reading this to see about some of these claims. All this does is make the benefits worse. Max can be 12 weeks. You only get 67% of your paycheck, as opposed to up to 90% in our bill, as well as up to, I think, 24 and 18. And it shifts it to tax incentives, which, by the way, is not the free market. Tax incentives is something that the government is doing. You're just priming the pump for large businesses to be able to get some tax write-offs while they give this benefit that they are already giving. And by the way, the reason that your bill doesn't make a whole new bureaucracy is because it uses insurance companies, so they will gain the profit from the pain of Minnesotans who have to take off work. That is what this DE amendment is doing. What we're doing is saying no, people deserve and should get the benefits for their work. By the way, I think the over 500,000 Minnesotans who are on MNsure are interested to know that you are against them receiving basic health care that they wouldn't otherwise get. This is a bad amendment. Vote no.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members. Well, I don't think I need to have him yield to a question because I don't think he knows the amendment at all. But Representative Smith made a comment that why haven't they offered this product? Where are they? Where have they been? Well, it's not available in the state of Minnesota right now. This DE amendment allows an insurance company to provide paid family and medical leave coverage. They can't do it now. We didn't let them. It's one of the things this amendment does. So know what you're talking about before you talk, please. Mr. Speaker, will Representative Richardson yield to a question?
Representative Richardson will yield to a question. Representative Baker.
Representative Richardson, you made a comment when you were concerned about my amendment, and I understand you had, and I'll go back to some of the numbers you said. But my question is, what is, for a person in HF2 to get any kind of benefit, do they have to have a job?
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker, for the question. And, you know, I want to be clear about some of the concerns that I raised about the DE2. My primary concern is that it leaves people out. And it leaves out people who have historically been left out of paid family medical leave programs. And one of the significant challenges that I am concerned about, too, with this approach is the known data that tells us insurance companies charge low-income individuals more money than they charge those who make higher incomes for their premiums. They also disproportionately charge Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color more money for their premiums than they charge others. And when it comes to the actual ability to use those benefits, they're also more likely to have their claims denied. And that is at the heart of my concern related to this amendment, because we know, as many folks have said in this chamber and in the many different committee stops that this bill has made over the last 8 years, that universal need to be able to care for yourself and to be able to care for others. And my ultimate goal within this is to ensure that we have the most even safety net possible in terms of being able to recognize individuals' humanity related to that. And so knowing that the DE2 would leave people out, that is why I'm recommending a no vote there. And I also just want to take this opportunity to lift up, there's been a lot talked about in terms of the IT needs that relate to this bill. And we've heard a lot of stories about what are things that have gone wrong in Minnesota as it relates to IT. But I want to take a moment to lift up something that went really right related to building out an extensive IT infrastructure under Deed's leadership during the COVID pandemic. Because when there was a need to build out a new system in order to respond to the pandemic unemployment insurance program, Deed was among the first in the nation to stand up that program, to get that started and to successfully pay out benefits. And understanding that we are in this space where we are able to learn from so many others who have set up similar programs to what is in House File 2 today. I know that we're spending a lot of time talking about this is happening in New Hampshire, but House File 2, there are other states that have very similar programs that have been stood up. And I said at the very beginning of this debate, I talked about the fact that the United States was an outlier in terms of not having access to paid family and medical leave. The rest of the world has been doing this. And the rest of the world has been doing this for decades. And that lets us know that this is possible. It is possible for us to do this because not only are high wealth countries doing this, but low wealth nations are doing this too. They're doing this work too. And we have the opportunity to learn from each of them. And, you know, recognizing that House File 2, the way that this bill is written and the safety net that is within this bill, it is looking at those who are employed to be able to pay the premiums to be a part of this program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Baker.
Okay, thank you. I think what I was trying to ask, Mr. Speaker, was, do you have to have a job to have the benefit? And she didn't answer the question, but she went off like she normally does in every committee hearing about how people are going to get left behind, how there's safety nets. Here's the bottom line, members. Nobody is going to get a benefit if they don't have an employer conduit to get to the benefit. Let me say that again. It's paid family leave. If you don't have a job, you can't get the benefit for both of ours. The DE is the same thing as House File 2. But Representative Richardson always likes to go on about how people have been left behind, how the system isn't fair, how communities of color and zip codes, and I understand there have been problems, but this DE does exactly the same thing as her bill does. You have to have a job to be able to get the benefit, to spend time at home with your new baby. It's the same thing. So why don't we build a product, because your safety net is the same as mine, but you can't play that card any longer. It's the same product. I don't want to miss anybody, but this isn't for anybody that doesn't have a job. If you do not have a job, you can't get the benefit. Folks, that's what's important here. That's what her bill does too. If you don't have a job, you don't get that benefit with House File 2. Right? I mean, this is basic math here. And the promoting of this helping workforce, this is going to help our workforce shortage. You're right, if they have a job. If they don't have a job, this all doesn't matter, folks. None of this matters. So I don't think you can use that argument any more than what I've already heard in many committee stops, because we are not recognizing the same conduit as House File 2 is. Your safety net is no different than mine. If you get a job, you can get this. This is how this works. She mentioned very small numbers in New Hampshire. She's right. 149 people individual in New Hampshire. It's only been open a couple months, and they have actually admitted we did kind of a lousy job kind of kick-starting this thing. Part of the DE amendment is we've got a lot of marketing, a lot of ideas about how to really kickstart this program. So don't think that I haven't thought about this and how could they have done it. I've learned from asking questions to the folks with that insurance company, and I've learned from what they could do better, and I brought it to this bill. But if 149 people didn't have it before and now they have it now just 2 months later, that's a plus, right? We're going in the right direction, New Hampshire. They're doing the right thing. But they're the ones who wanted to do it. They weren't forced on the program. They chose to do that. And again, the $20 a month, $5 a week, $20, that is what we would call entry level. 6 weeks of paid family. And if that's what the employee wants, why can't the employee choose that? They don't want, maybe some of them want to have more than 10, 12 weeks. Maybe they just know it's a small company. They don't have a lot of money to put in it. But boy, if I could get six weeks off at 2/3 pay to spend time with my baby, I'll take it. That is nothing wrong with that product if that is what their choice is. But leaving people out is not a fair statement. That either one of these bills does not do that. So, members, again, we worked hard on an option that I know you will not support today. But I wanted to make sure the residents of Minnesota saw that you had it laying right in front of you. The members that don't like House File 2, because I know there are members on your side that will not support your vote today. They won't support the bill. But this option, I was delivering a beautiful product for you to accept today. And if you took this to conference, imagine this for a minute. Let's blow some minds today. Let's take this to conference, because the Senate folks are going to have their version of House File 2, which is going to blow everything up, I know. But it's still, you got to say, let's take the private option to conference. And yeah, I guess you could kill it there and you can wipe it away. But just imagine what kind of a conversation we would have then in conference. Because then we can really dive into this a little bit further. But you're likely going to throw away something that is a beautiful product that is not perfect, but it's well thought out with no payroll tax. It can be customized to the companies and the employees of what they want to do, what they want to choose. We can have it running, members, by January 1st of 2024. That's like in 6-7 months. Think about it. Why are you going to hold back another year and a half just because it's a government-run program? There's a lot of good reasons to offer, to want to support this. I really hope that the members that are having some heartburn about this massive government option, there hasn't been any other options. I hope you take a hard look at this today, because I think the DE is going to be something that's not going to be easy to throw away. I want this to be hard, and I want us to continue to have this conversation, because when the actuary comes out and you decide back in October, I guess this isn't going to work out so good, is it? I'll still be here. This will still be here. Take this with you. Take the flyer with you. Take it to your office. Put Dave Baker on it. Put my number on it if you want to talk to me about this some more, because I'm putting a bill together. It'll be jacketed. We can have more discussion about this, because I still want to work on it. But I wanted to give members today, and all the people up in the balcony and outside that want a family-paid product, this is it. No taxes, no big government, no 400 employees. We can do it quicker. Boy, I'm not sure what is so stinky about that deal. But members, I sure hope you vote green on this no payroll tax option that is voluntary, that will be, I think, brought to market very quickly, and I think employers like me will sign up like very quickly to offer this to my employees, because I think the state can offer us a pretty good incentive to do that. Members, please vote green on this DE amendment, and I really would appreciate your support. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the DE2 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the DE2 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Neill moves to amend House File Number 2, the 7th engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A77.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill, to explain the A77 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Wow, what a bill. I really can't believe this bill. I really can't believe how it was absolutely rushed through committee. I can't believe how many committees it went through without even the fiscal note. This is a really, really humongous change to fiscal notes, fiscal impacts on not only the state of Minnesota, on small businesses, on medium-sized businesses, on school districts, on cities, on counties. I'll keep going. And yet, we did not get a fiscal note, a 72-page fiscal note, 72 pages just for the fiscal note, until April 13th. You want to know how many committees it went through? Fiscal committees it went through without a fiscal impact note. It went through workforce development, which I'll give you credit, it went back. It was referred back to one committee. Congratulations, good job. It went through judiciary, no fiscal note. Does it impact the judiciary? It certainly does. The Minnesota Supreme Court was listed on the impacted agencies. It did not have a fiscal note, a 72-page fiscal note, when it went through judiciary. Children and families, didn't know fiscal note. Then it went through labor and industry. No fiscal note. Oh, Representative Nash is going to love the next one. State and local gov. No fiscal note. You want to know the fiscal impact to that issue area? $53 million and no conversation because he didn't have the fiscal note. Oops. Then it went through human services, $4 million there. Then it went through commerce, no fiscal note. About $1 million of impact to commerce. Then it finally went back to workforce development with the fiscal note. But I'll tell you this, the fiscal note they saw was not the fiscal note that I saw in Ways and Means, right here. And it had a gem in it. When this bill finally came to Ways and Means with a fiscal note, it had a gem. I'm going to tell you what was in there because it really impacts this amendment. Now, I don't know how many people print out their fiscal notes or look at them on your screens, but if you want to pull it up, go to the bill, members. Every single member should be doing this. Pull up the fiscal note, and I'm looking at the 4A one, the one that we had in Ways and Means, because there was a very small amended fiscal note, just a few pages that amended a few small things in Ways and Means. But when you get it up, I want you to turn to page 54. There is the gem on page 54. And again, no other committee had this except for Ways and Means. And then it went straight to rules. And I raised this problem in rules and nobody cared. Nobody cared. Nobody cares in this place about policy and procedure and following the rules and making law according to them. And I'm sick and tired of it, members. This is so egregious, and I'm sick and tired of it. So this is what it says on page 54. Shame on us for doing it this way. It says, for each employer, separate accounts will be created to record premium payments, So money into that separate account and benefit disbursements out of that account. Why is that important? So every single employee, every single business in the state of Minnesota will have their own separate account. And all the money, that premium, goes into that account. Then when they pay employees, it comes out of that account. That's what that line says. You read it with me. And when does this happen? In 2027. Why do we not talk about it? Because it wasn't in the fiscal note until Ways and Means when I found it and I brought it up. And this doesn't happen until 2027. So then what happens? Let's just look at what happens after that. Each employer's premium rate will be adjusted. So each employer's premium rate will be adjusted so that they can maintain at least 1.45 times the amount that was dispersed from the previous year. Do you know what that just said? Do you know what I just said? It says that whatever was dispersed from the previous year, so if you had an employee, God bless them, and they took, let's just do the math on this because Representative Ann New Brindley kind of teed this up. Say if you have a small business of 5 employees and you have one that has a baby. Fantastic, awesome. And they take the first 12 weeks off for maternal leave, and then you get another 12 weeks you can take off for bonding. Yes, that is in the bill. You can bond with your baby, so that's 24 weeks. So let's just say one of your 5 employees takes 24 weeks off. And let's just, for simplicity of math, say that they can take a benefit of $1,000 a week because Ann New Brindley, Representative Ann New Brindley said that the cap is $1,287, and there was an example in another fiscal kind of a research summary that says if you had $40,000 of annual income, it's $662 benefit per week. So let's just make it easy, easy math, $1,000 a week. So if that employee who, God bless them, had a baby, fantastic, and they take 24 weeks off, what's 24 times 1,000? Well, that's $24,000, right? That's what's been taken out of that fund. Now let's look and see what goes into it. Let's do a little debit and credit deal. So let's see what would go into it. So say if you had those 5 employees and they make $1,000 a week, right? That's $20,000 in a month. You times that by the 0.07 or the 0.7%, and you end up with a total in the fund of $1,680. And interestingly enough, when you take that $2,400 out of that, and you have to have a certain amount in there, so you're basically short $18,000. So there's a requirement that you have 1.45 times in that fund, and if you just have 5 employees and just one employee takes off for 24 weeks, you're going to be $18,000 short in your fund the next year. $18,000 short, which means you're going to have the premium will go up, because that's the next thing it says, that the premiums must be adjusted. It says adjusted annual premium rates will be set for each calendar year going forward. That does not sound like a very good deal for employees. How much is your premium going to go up? Well, it'll at least double to cover that. At least double. And, oh, I forgot to tell you this part. So, you know, you also have to backfill the person that's gone and keep that position open. The employees are going to be paying for this, members. The employees are who you are hurting. I could easily see this go on as this could be bankrupt city. You could see small businesses being bankrupted all over Minnesota. So what this amendment does is say, hold on, let's figure out what are we really doing? Because you know what? We didn't bother to wait for the fiscal note. with the gem of what's really going to happen in 2027, we wouldn't wait for that because we're too impatient. So this is your opportunity to say, you know what, I'm going to be a reasonable, sensible, and responsible lawmaker, and I am going to wait until we get the actuarial report before we enact this, because we have no clue what the impact's going to be. Because you know why? Because so few of us actually got to read and study the fiscal note that finally came out for the Ways and Means Committee, the full fiscal note, because there were 3 iterations. Don't even think about telling me that, well, we had fiscal notes in the past, because you know what, if that was true, then we would have had a fiscal note on day 1. We could have just recycled the old one, but that is not what we have in front of us, is it, members? It is not. So let's put a pause on this and do the responsible thing and wait until we actually get real actuarial reports back. I'm going to roll call. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Representative O'Neill has requested a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A77 amendment. Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a couple of things that I just want to clarify for the record. I know that there was an error in a previous fiscal note related to, I think it was page 54, some of the Minnesota state assumptions that were here. But just want to clarify that in terms of the payment of the premiums, that those would be uniform in terms of what that would look like. And I also want to just talk a little bit about the modeling, the cost modeling and financial modeling that has been done over the years in anticipation of this bill. Cost modeling was done by the Institute for Women's Policy Research at the University of Minnesota, and DEED has also used the U.S. Department of Labor worker paid leave usage simulator modeling program, which is an open source, open simulation tool that is being used by other states that have implemented programs, states that are thinking about implementing programs, and it's also used by researchers and policymakers to be able to run various worker leave scenarios to model out the costs. So I want to ensure that members know and understand, and also those who are listening in, recognize that there's been significant cost modeling work that has been done around the program. And we do also have an actuarial study that would need to be completed by October 31st of this year as well. I've talked about that in committee as being a belt and suspenders approach to build on the modeling that has been done previously as well. And with that, actuarial study that came from having communications with various folks who have been working on this bill. And what we don't want to have happen is to have that then have that delay the actual implementation work of this. Because we should be starting on that right away. This is a long overdue program, and we don't want to have it wait, implementation wait any longer when we know that we have a lot of work that would need to be done to stand up this program. be it the IT work, and also recognizing that there will be critical hiring that would be needed as well. And while I have the mic, Mr. Speaker, I do just want to say that I heard it loud and clear when I was told today that I can't talk anymore, I shouldn't talk anymore about people being left out of this program. And I want to say for people who have been left out of this program, I see you and you matter. And there are a couple of folks who are here on the floor today who have been left out of this program and know exactly what it feels like to not be seen and to not feel like their pain matters. And I just want to take an opportunity to thank John and Ashley Kennedy for being here today. They have shown up in committee and shared a heartbreaking story about losing their daughter shortly after birth. And it is because of stories like yours, individuals who have shown up to this Capitol year after year, reliving the worst days of your life, that I will not stop speaking about people being left out of this safety net. I will continue to speak up for you, even if others do not, and I would also recommend a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A77 amendment. I recognize the member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative O'Neill for this amendment. I think it's an extremely responsible amendment. If the author of the bill would yield for a question.
Representative Richardson will yield for a question. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Chair Richardson, I want to get something straight here. Okay, so let's say you have an employer. We'll say his name's John, because his name is John. And he has 3 employees. And we've been using the pregnancy example. So one of his employees is pregnant, takes 24 weeks off. Now remember, there's 3 employees. So the premiums will have to be adjusted next year. Is there a cap on how much they can go up, Chair Richardson?
The member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to clarify that the premiums that would be set, they wouldn't be adjusted based on usage. There was an error in a prior fiscal note, and I want to clarify that if you use the program, it would not result in higher costs related to that. But within the example that you used, having an employer who has 3 employees, there would be an opportunity for that micro business to have some premium relief on the premiums paid, because we do have within this bill a carve out for employers with fewer than 30 employees. They would not be required to pay premiums on the first $50,000 of wages per year for employees, up to a cap of $480,000. So depending upon the salary that those 3 individuals were earning, if they were earning $50,000 a year, the employer would not be required to pay any premium in that regard, and the employees would each contribute their portion of the premiums.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if the chair would yield for a question, please.
Are you asking if Representative Richardson will yield?
I just did.
She will yield. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Richardson, let's go to another scenario. 31 employees, and 5 of them need to use 24 weeks. What would happen to their premiums?
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And everyone has given me a promotion because they keep calling me chair, but I am not chair of any committees. So in terms of the 31 employees, so again, the way that the premiums are set, the premiums are set within statute. So if I'm understanding the answer correctly, that you're asking around, if in that scenario you had 31 employees and folks were using up to what's now within the bill, the 18-week cap, the premiums would remain the 0.7 in terms of thinking about what that would look like. So if someone was making $45,000 a year, that would be a $315 annual premium. And if they're charging 50% of that back to their employees, that would be $157.50 premium for the employer, and then the employees would kick in their portion.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you read the fiscal note, I usually don't, but I did on this one. It says, we assume that the 0.7% premium rate would not change. As noted above, the bill requires the department to recalculate the employer premium rates annually starting July 1st, 2026, based on a ratio of benefits paid to the total covered wages. Members, there could be massive, massive premium increases. And not just the employers getting smoked here, but how about the employees? This really, really hurts the employees, especially with smaller businesses here. So members, again, I thank Representative O'Neill for an amazing amendment. We're going to do this thing flying blind. I can't imagine the irresponsibility of moving forward on a bill without actuarial studies. Just adopt the O'Neill amendment so we know what we're doing before we do it. If I've ever seen a train wreck coming, this is it. This is extremely irresponsible. We don't know what we're doing here. We don't have the numbers. And members, the O'Neill amendment doesn't kill the bill. It just says we know what we're going to do as we go into it. That's all the amendment does from what I can see. And again, I usually don't read amendments. But this one I did. And this is very frightening, that we're going to go into a situation where we have no clue what we're doing to our employers or what we're doing to the employees. And I will never stop speaking up for my employers and my employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A77 amendment. I recognize the member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Mr. Speaker, I will be very quick. And again, I just want to recognize, I know we're on the actuary study and the delay and how important that is, because the modeling that Representative O'Neill so clearly identified was brand new ink on this massive bill that's been here for several years, but they started all over this year when they relooked at the new modeling. So that is an important reason to actually give it a pause. But to Representative Richardson's, again, I would say very nice speech and comment to the beautiful family that's sitting here on the floor. We're doing all of this for you because we know what families need from us. This is a product we want to offer you, but we don't want to charge you a tax for this. We think we really have a plan that we have designed that other states have done that don't need that part of it. And you have been at those committee hearings, and I've seen you at that. So I want to make sure everybody that's watching us today, we're doing it for the families that want to grow. We're doing it for the people that need folks at home. Representative O'Neill's amendment right now just pauses it to make sure we do not let this go out, blow up the numbers. So please support the O'Neill amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm just asking to do the right thing and pause and actually get these actual actuarial numbers back before we do this massive $1.7 billion change to employers and employees. And I'm sure, as Representative Andrew Brindley pointed out, that is a drop in the bucket. Because here's what else is not in this bill. So say grandma is sick, and there are 10 people in her family, in her friend group, and her neighbors that said, hey, I'll take care of her. And they all take off time at the same time. They all apply. You know what doesn't happen? Nobody verifies whether or not 10 different people or 20 different people or 30 different people are taking care of one person, and they're all getting paid family leave. Nobody's verifying that. Listen, if you're going to pattern this after UI, unemployment insurance, there's a lot of verification. There's a lot. In fact, there's so much, there's a process for employees to appeal if they think that they've been wronged, and they get to go to an administrative law judge. I don't see that in here. I don't see any setup for anything like that. I don't see verification. I don't see this whole process that should be there. There's just so much wrong with this bill. Nothing wrong with the concept. Thank you, Representative Dave Baker, for putting forward an option that's not this. Again, this is so complicated and so crazy in the numbers that we didn't get numbers until the middle of April. And then they had to be majorly revised again twice. We didn't get them till Ways and Means. And you know, there's just a handful of us in this room that are on Ways and Means, and not everybody was even at that hearing. And we had just a few minutes to go over the bill. And I would argue not nearly enough to do a bill that is this sweeping and this broad and could hurt so many people. You want to help employees? I know you want to help employees. We all get that. This could turn around and actually hurt them with a very high payroll tax that they cannot afford. With no verification, like I just said, you could have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 people all helping to take care of one person. There's no verification. I'm begging you, please, vote yes on this amendment, put a pause on it. Let's wait until the actuarial studies come back and actually see what we have at hand, because we have no idea. Most of us didn't even see a fiscal note come through our committees because it was not ready. Let's put a pause on this. Thank you, members, and please vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll on the A77 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A77 amendment is not adopted. Members, before we move to the next amendment at the desk, I would like us to take a moment to welcome back former State Representative Lori Halverson to the House floor. Welcome back, former Representative Halverson. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
West moves to amend House File Number 2, the 7th engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A74.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West, to explain the A74 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A74 amendment is for the hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans that already have this benefit. There are a lot of Minnesotans who already have this benefit. And if this bill passes and becomes law, well, they're going to be forced onto a new plan. And not only will they be forced on a new plan, but they'll have to pay for it too. Right now, they worked with their employers. They chose an employer based on their benefits package. And what you're coming in and saying is, well, government is going to provide you this same benefit, but now we're going to tax you for it too. 80% of the businesses in the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce already offer this benefit. There's a litany of choices that a prospective employee has. So if you want this benefit, you can go get it. For a quick example, 3M, Alina, XL, Ameriprise, Best Buy, General Mills, Land O'Lakes, Medtronic, Target, United Health, Cub Foods, US Bank, and Wells Fargo. If you work for any of those companies, this bill puts a tax on you for a benefit you already have. So, my amendment says, okay, I understand, we want to make this the best possible benefit plan. This bill has impossibly high standards. I don't know of a single person who has a benefit plan like this bill suggests. So, this allows the state to encourage these businesses to improve it to 67% of their income, 2/3 of their income. That's a generous plan. And a lot of these companies already do that. And if you passed this bill with this amendment, I guarantee you every company would do this. And they would be able to retain these benefits and not be taxed on them. But as it stands now, people who made the decision, as you mentioned, Gen Zs and millennials, particularly care a lot about this particular benefit. Well, they made the decision on who they work for to have this benefit, and now, to retain it, you're going to tax them. And this tax has no ceiling, so as time goes on, this could be absolutely catastrophically expensive for these employees, for these people who just want to make their own decisions. And they made their own decisions, and now you're taxing them even though they wanted what you want them to want. It's fundamentally unfair for the hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans who already have paid family leave benefits. Now they have to pay a tax. And this tax is only going to go one direction. It's going to climb up and up and up. And we haven't done an actuarial study on this bill, as Representative O'Neill pointed out. So, if you just look at it, it's not going to pay for itself. This tax will have to go up. So, if you adopt my amendment, you save the hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans who already have paid family leave and are not currently paying a tax on it because they were responsible enough to advocate for themselves. They made the right decision for their families. That might not be the right decision for everyone, but they made that decision, and there's no reason you should just tax them for it. So, members, I encourage you to support this amendment. It allows all companies, if they offer a reasonable 67% of your income in paid family benefit, to be exempt from this tax that's being proposed. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
Representative West requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A74 amendment. Further discussion, I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment to lift up some of the businesses from Main Street Alliance who have been working on this bill for a number of years, and those are the small businesses, some of the mom and pop shops. And what we have heard from them pretty consistently, and what I've heard since I've been carrying this bill for the last 3 years, is about how this bill creates a pathway for them to be able to offer this important benefit to their employees. And it is it's the only way that they can get to an affordable option to be able to provide paid family and medical leave. And understanding that an important piece of this is it's pulling the risk that comes with having an insurance program like this. And when you have small businesses, and we've heard examples in here of having 2 or 3 people, it's important to be able to pull the costs of those risks. I think there's a couple of challenges with this amendment. One, we know for so many people who don't currently have access to this leave, when we're talking about oftentimes folks who are living paycheck to paycheck, one of the ways that we really sought to have some equity within this bill is the graduated rate of wage replacement. So the lowest income Minnesotans would have the highest amount of wage replacement, because we understand that people oftentimes don't have that luxury of being able to afford with-going pay. And so there would be definite gaps within that wage replacement piece with this amendment. And it's also not clear within the amendment what the leave requirement would be. And we also understand that right now, here in this state, the vast majority of Minnesotan workers do not have access to this benefit. And so for those reasons, I would recommend a no vote.
Further discussion to the A74 amendment. I recognize the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Representative West, for bringing this to the table. Thank you so much for thinking of the employees and the employers that are cutting this trail for us. They have set the mark. They are offering products to companies that can afford it, number one, have a balanced approach to other benefits they want to offer, whether it's child care assistance, it might be 401ks, it might be parking ramp, parking, free, permits, it might be twins tickets and suites, and who knows what it is. But what companies are doing that are already offering this benefit that we all do want to offer is you're telling them, too bad, so sad, get back in line, there's nothing we can do for you now. I think it's certainly in Minnesota, and the way we're treating our employers, our job creators that are doing everything they can for those employees to love working for them, that want to come to work every single day with all the benefits that they offer. But we got to come in and say, no, we're going to tell you how to offer that benefit. I don't care what the other stuff you're doing, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to balance with your company's plan. We're smarter than you, Company AZ, because you're going to do it our way. This is a splendid amendment. And members that are going to vote not with you, Representative West, are slapping the people that have thought about this ahead of time in the face, and that's so disheartening. So please support the West Amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there isn't a pathway for small businesses because the DE amendment was voted down. Representative Baker's amendment would allow those small businesses to offer this benefit. But hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans already have access to this benefit. And if somebody's living paycheck to paycheck, this additional tax on top of them isn't going to help them. It's going to make living paycheck to paycheck even more difficult. So vote with me on this amendment. This is for the hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans who made the decision and have this existing benefit, and there's no reason that you should put a tax on them. A red vote on this amendment is putting a tax on every Minnesota worker, even the ones who already get this benefit, which is supposed to be the benefit of them paying this tax. Vote green on this amendment.
The clerk will take the roll on the A74 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A74 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House File Number 2, the 7th engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A63.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker, to explain the A63 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Wanted to try an amendment that has been done before in some committees, and we've modified this a little bit to bring it again that actually Representative Liebling, I think, brought it into the commerce question, and it was a good question, so we modified the amendment to recognize what her concerns were. Before I get to that, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if Representative Brand is available for a question.
It does not appear that Representative Brand is in the chamber at this time. Representative Baker.
Okay, I think maybe he'll be here shortly. We'll see how it works out. But members, the A63, excuse me, is an amendment that identifies that small employer level. So I'm asking to kind of follow the FMLA recognition of small employers that federally and every other state in the union has sort of identified as, you know, if you're 50 and under, we're going to call you a small business. And I think most people over the decades, we've sort of gotten to that point that that is a reasonable definition. So in this bill, there is no recognition of a small business, and I want to make sure that the author has the chance one more time to look at this very important part of making sure that the weight and the heaviness on some brand new businesses is recognized, like I think every other state in the nation. I don't think anybody else goes down to employee number 1. I know there are states with 10, maybe 20 and 50. So I think this is an important amendment. But the addition to this amendment, also just recognize the number of employees, was the addition of the component that should that business, let's say you guys pass this recognition of the small business. But boy, what if there was an employee under that small business that wanted to have the coverage? Well, with this amendment, members, an individual whose employer has elected not to provide family paid or medical leave now has the ability to do that. So the amendment allows that business to say, I just can't do it. But if there's a couple of employees in that group, they can still sign up. So we're not denying anybody who wants to have this coverage. And again, I want to again thank the good conversations that are happening in committee, and appreciate that enhancement to this. So what my A63 does is recognize that small employer. Representative Brand is back on the floor. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if you would yield for a question.
Representative Brand will yield to a question. Representative Baker.
And thank you, Representative Brand. I know you're out on the floor talking to some folks out in the area. So thank you for stopping back in. I appreciate that. On April 13th, you and I, you're the vice chair of the Workforce Committee. We were visiting with Deed and the author of the bill about the fiscal note that finally came out, and we all got to sort of really dive into that a little bit, which was important. During our closing session, or closing comments, you made a statement that I was very proud of you making. You asked the author of the bill, hey, we need to talk about employees employees of that 20 number or so. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it was a concern that you had heard in your district, that you wanted to visit about that. So, Representative Brand, I wanted to give you an opportunity to help us, tell us how the conversation has went since then, with the chair or the chief author of this, and how you may want to address that, because again, I supported what you said in committee, and I want to give you a chance to speak to that. So thank you.
I recognize the member from Nicollet, Representative Brand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Representative Baker, for asking the question. So yeah, we had that conversation in the Workforce Committee, and since then I had a chance to work with the author of the bill. And with that, in the Tax Committee, she put forth the A52 amendment in the Tax Committee. I've got the actual paperwork right here. And what it did was it provided a small business wage exclusion. It defined 30 employees or fewer, and it talked about the number of dollars associated with that as well. And so I was satisfied with those changes at the time because I thought that that was something that was needed, and it was added to the bill in the Tax Committee. Thank you.
Representative Baker.
Mr. Speaker, if Representative Brand would yield again, please.
He will yield to another question. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you have, and I might have missed this a little bit, I'm sorry. I was trying to understand, what was it in that next stop then, if it was taxes, I think you said, or another stop? What part of that recognizes employers at a 20 level? Mine only says 50, but help me understand, what does it do to benefit a small employer? I kind of missed the content of what you were trying to say. Thank you.
Representative Brand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Baker, again, it was the A52 amendment. It was adopted on the House on April 18th. April 19th in the Tax Committee hearing. I do have a copy of it right here. It says, an amendment to House File 2, the fifth engrossment is following. Page 53 after line 22, insert small business wage exclusion. It talks about how many employees or fewer, and it talks about the number of dollars multiplied by the number of employees. And it goes from there. So you might want to go back to the actual, if you go to the House Files webpage, you can actually see the amendments that were adopted in committee as well.
Representative Baker.
Thank you for that. Will he yield again, Mr. Speaker?
He will yield again, Representative Baker.
I'm confused with the wage exclusion. So does that mean that, and again, if I'm wasting our time, I don't want to do that, because if you changed it, maybe I missed it in the bill. Are employers with 30 or fewer employees, are they excluded from this bill?
Representative Brand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would refer you to the A52 amendment that was adopted in the Tax Committee. Again, you can go on the website and see all the bills as if they were changed and engrossed. We had a conversation in the House Tax Committee about this bill. I actually spoke to the author of the bill and thanked her for listening to my concerns and addressing that with the amendment to the bill as well. So I guess at risk of being too repetitious here, why don't I make a copy of this and I can just walk it over to you.
Representative Baker.
Well, thank you for that. I guess I thought it was a yes or no question. Are they below 30 and below? Are they excluded? It doesn't sound like it. But, Mr. Speaker, would Representative Richardson yield to a question?
Representative Richardson will yield to a question. Representative Baker.
Representative Richardson, again, I don't have the amendment in front of me. I don't have the ability to do that. I'm asking the author of the bill, what changes came about with that A52 amendment on April 19th? What did that change in your bill?
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the A52 amendment creates some premium relief for the smallest businesses in Minnesota. So employers with 30 or less employees would not have to pay premiums on the first $50,000 of wages for their employee. There is a cap on that premium reduction. The wage exclusion is capped at $480,000 a year. And so if you had an employer who had 10 folks who worked for them, and they were making $40,000 a year, that business would not pay any premium in that scenario, but the employees would still be required to contribute the employee portion of the premium.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Representative Richardson, for that. Again, what a futile attempt to try to recognize a small business. I mean, this is a nothing burger. I did see it on here. Thank you very much for bringing this over to me, Representative Niska. I guess I sort of thought what I heard, and maybe it was my foolish thinking, that Representative Brand wanted to try to find an identity that he could bring back to his district to say, I tried to recognize a small employer. And if this is what it is, this is a horrible attempt to recognize the smallest of our employers in Minnesota that are going to have to carry this burden because some of them are just not set up for this. So again, I'm so disappointed that you're identifying that issue at the meeting, and I'm so glad you did that. Thank you for recognizing we have to talk about businesses of 20 or less, is what I think you said. And I thought that was really helpful. But I thought maybe it was going to develop into more substantive language in this bill to carve it out. So that would have been our best shot. But what that was literally nothing. It's going to be pennies for that, and it's actually more complicated to try to understand what it does than just to carve it out, like other states have done. So, members, I'm just trying to give you a chance to recognize your small employers. So when you go back home, you can say, yep, I voted to help carve out, eliminate some of the extra expenses so that our employees can still have a choice. You're not taking away their choice. Nobody's going to get left out. Nobody is going to get left out. That's not fair to say on this thing. But you can let a business out because they can't do it because they're just getting started. And I'm giving you a chance to say, support the Baker Amendment to try to recognize a small business. This is your shot to put up a green one for this one here, folks. So thank you very much for that. I urge a green vote on the A63. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd just like to say that there isn't a monolith of how small businesses think about this. And to the small business owners that are now here currently sitting in the chambers, sitting up there in the rafters, thank you for supporting this bill. We hear you, and we know that you want to be able to afford to provide this benefit for your workers and also to attract new employees to your business. So when I hear the constant talk of we represent small businesses, no one is recognizing small businesses. And then I hear the conversation that Representative Brand just discussed about how he recognized small businesses in his district, how he worked with with Representative Richardson on this bill, and how she recognized that and how she made modifications to compromise to recognize small businesses. I'm baffled by the fact that you could then turn around and say you don't recognize small businesses. I'm going to urge a no vote on this. This is about providing a uniform safety net for all of our workers in the state of Minnesota. That's what this is about. When you talk about other states that are excluding folks, or you talk about FMLA, the problem with FMLA is that it doesn't apply to everyone. And it's not even for paid days off. It's just to protect your job so you can come back. But it doesn't apply to everyone. Our small business employees, they also require or need benefits to protect their wages and to protect their job when they have to take their time off. And it's when they have to take the time off. These benefits are not at full wages, so when they have to take the time off, they need to take the time off. And we heard time and time again from small business owners that when they are able to provide this benefit and those workers can take the time off, they come back fully engaged, energized, back to do the work. And that is another expense that small business owners don't have to account for to retrain someone, to go through the hiring process. So again, I'm going to urge a no vote on this because, again, there's another amendment. Although we hear constant talk about wanting to protect workers, it's another amendment that seeks to exclude workers. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion to the A63 amendment. I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to take a minute and lift up some of my Main Street employers. Because as Representative Frazier just indicated, we're not talking about a monolith. This is different for everybody or for lots of different employers. And so I want to talk about a few of mine. I'm going to tell you about James, who employs primarily high school students. He has a few folks working for him that are into adulthood, but primarily he employs high school students. Kids who frankly I get it. In the most extreme circumstances, right, they might take advantage of this, but that's not the norm. That's not the average. That's not likely to happen as a mom of somebody whose kids could have done this, right? That is just not something we ask of our kids. So it's not likely. But James has really struggled since the pandemic, since the government shut down his business. He's really struggled to recover fully. And he is still working with decreased staff. He is working with decreased access because it's been really difficult to recover. And now he's really concerned. He's really concerned about the additional taxes and the additional burden that this is going to be on his business, and particularly when he is dealing with an employee base that aren't looking for this, that are not asking for this, that really, for the most part, don't need this. And I would also add, James is really good to his employees. My own kids have worked for James, which is why I know so much about this particular situation. And I've encouraged, in fact, my fifth daughter, my youngest child, is going to start working for him this summer because he's been such a great employer to all four of my other children throughout the years. And what that means is there has never been a question. If they've needed time off, they get their time off. It's not a question. If they want more hours, they get more hours. It's just not a question. He's really good to these kids. In fact, for a while, he even offered, when he could, when he was doing really well, he offered his employees, like I said, mostly high school kids, bonuses for good grades, which was pretty cool. Like, that was above and beyond what an employer needs to do. But frankly, he cares about his employees. And like I said, I'm lucky enough that my kids were able to be among them. So that's James. I'm going to tell you about Deanna, who she took a risk, and it was actually probably within a year of the government closures. She took a risk and opened a family business, and she managed to survive these government shutdowns. But frankly, she is one of my business owners, one of my Main Street employers, who has talked to me and is freaked out about this legislation that largely is not going to apply to her and her employees, but she's going to have to pay for it. And she doesn't know where that's going to come from. Let me tell you about Craig. Craig owns a small construction company, and it's just him and usually his kids that work in his small construction company. And because it's really primarily a family business, they just take care of each other. They just take care of each other because that's actually what most of our employers try to do. It's what they want to do. But now Craig, in his attempts to just take care of each other, is not going to be able to do that the same way. Because instead, we're going to make him do it your way. And I want to talk a little bit about what this looks like for our Main Street employers. for my Main Street employers. Yes, there is the payroll tax. There's this 0.07%, which frankly is nonsense. Like, it's laughable to think that that is what this payroll tax is going to be. As we've discussed already, the fiscal note doesn't work, the math doesn't work, the assumptions don't match the dollars. But so there's the payroll tax. But then in addition to that, for employers to bring on, in this version, employers are required to hold that job open for the employee who is on leave. And therefore, the employer is bringing somebody on a temporary basis. They can't just bring them on permanently, they're bringing somebody on a temporary basis. And if they can even find an employee, which is a big if, I was just reading an article from Reuters about what a problem we are having here in Minnesota. I should find it because everyone frankly should read it. The headline in Reuters, "Perfect storm in Minnesota labor market is a worrying harbinger for the Fed." We have a real problem. We have employers who are literally down hundreds, if not thousands of employees. So if they can even find an employee to fill a position for the very extended leave that we're offering in this bill, our employers are going to have to pay a premium for that, to bring that person on a temporary basis. They're not going to be able to pay regular wages and benefits. We've seen this as a huge problem in healthcare since the pandemic, right? We've got a huge problem because these nursing homes, our hospitals, have had to pay premium to bring in traveling nurses. Well, they're so expensive because they're temporary, and the same thing's going to happen to our small business owners. Now, of course, this has not even touched yet. This bill applies to our school districts. Well, how are our schools going to pay for this? They're going to pay for it either by cutting resources to their schools, which you better believe is going to happen in a lot of our schools. They are going to have to cut other programs to pay for this, or they're going to have to levy. And so Deanna and James and Craig, they're going to pay for those additional, they're going to pay for our school districts to do this through property taxes. So they're going to get a payroll tax, they're going to pay a premium to have temporary employees, now they're going to pay property taxes so our school districts can afford to implement this. But in addition to our school districts, our cities are going to implement this. And how do our cities pay for their expenses? Through a property tax levy. So now our employers, my Main Street employers, James and Deanna and Craig, now they are paying an employment tax. They are paying a premium for a temporary employee. They are paying additional property taxes to cover the expense for school districts. And they are paying an additional property tax to pay for this expense for our cities. But in addition to that, our counties have to cover this. And frankly, it's even a bigger deal for our counties than it is for our cities. Our counties typically have significantly larger payrolls than our cities do. And how do we pay for county expenses? Through property taxes. So now, for James and Deanna and Craig, they're paying a payroll tax. And again, the examples I've given, these small Main Street employers who are all under 50 employees, these small employers are going to pay a payroll tax for their employees that likely will never use this. They are paying a premium to bring in a temporary employee if they can even find one. They are paying additional property taxes to support their school districts to be able to fund this program for our schools. They are paying additional property tax for their cities, which are required to do this. These are not optional. and they are paying additional property taxes so that their counties can pay for their employees. For these Main Street employers, can you even imagine? I know, you can't. You can't even imagine the panic that this is creating for these small businesses. For my Main Street employers, this isn't just a simple payroll tax. They are being taxed 5 times to cover the cost of this bill. Because that Main Street employer is going to bear the brunt of all of it. Of all of it. And frankly, regardless of whether this Baker amendment goes onto the bill or not, this will help with some relief for the payroll tax, and it will help with some relief for the exorbitant cost of bringing in a temporary employee. So it will help relieve a burden for those two things. These Main Street businesses will still be paying the increased property taxes for their schools, for their cities, for their counties, to cover this for their employees. So they're still going to take a hit, but the least we can do is recognize that not all businesses are the same, that this is not a monolith, and that for our small employers, they are going to need relief. And good news, when this bill goes to conference committee, you can also allow for Dave Baker's insurance program to step into the state, so that for those small employers or for those employees who need it, they can have an option too. But let's at least put our employers in a position where they can still provide jobs. They can keep their doors open. Because right now, you combine the different things that are happening in this chamber, the $10 billion in tax increases that have already passed out of this chamber. You combine those things with this paid family leave bill, and our Main Street employers, our small businesses are going to close their doors, and those jobs won't exist at all. And I'm not sure that's a better solution for the employees, for the workers across their state. Vote yes on the Baker Amendment. Vote to protect our small businesses and keep their doors open.
Further discussion to the A63 amendment. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to save this for later, but this felt like the right time. Members, just a reminder that right across the border to the north, paid family leave is 12 months. And that applies to all employers. I was in International Falls in Representative Scraba's district in the fall. There's a sign that says, this way Canada, and you go just across, and then you're in Fort Francis, Ontario. I'm looking at the map. There are plenty of small businesses in Fort Francis, Ontario. There's a car wash I see an IT fix-it shop, a family-run grocery store. There's actually a cute story in the news about them selling to another small business. A variety of small businesses. If you work in one of those places, 12 months leave that you have, 12 months leave. And we're talking about whether, in fact, folks should get 12 weeks, 18 weeks, 24 weeks, and beyond. And I should point out, 15 weeks maternity leave, an additional 35 weeks on top of that. You can actually get extended leave if there's you accept an even lower payout. The point is that applies to all employers. Those small businesses in Fort Francis and throughout Canada, they are operating, they are doing their business, and the thing is, the people who work there have the opportunity that when a family member is sick and they need to provide some caregiving, that they can do that. That's a basic element of dignified employment. And I'll say just really close to my heart, if they have a baby or their partner has a baby, they have the chance to actually bond with that baby and do what they need to do. I would hope that we would all agree that that's a critical element to getting kids off to the great start that we know that they need, and actually has payoffs in the long run. And if we don't do that, we know there's problems as well. Research from California, that when they adopted a mandated paid leave program, About 340 infants were estimated to be living now because of that program being mandated. I'm happy to send you the research study as compared if they hadn't been. Because of complications and the ability of parents to be with them, it's estimated if we did that nationwide, there'd be 1,000 infants that would be living because of that. Members, I think we all know that parents having time with new babies is absolutely critical, and this is something that allows them to do that. If they can exclude, they can have all employers be included in the program, not just in Canada, right across the border, but in every other developed country. Boy, I would sure think that our society could live up to that same standard. I'm grateful for the exclusion that Representative Richardson put in the tax committee. We certainly are taking advantage of that and want to make sure to protect small businesses. But this is so critical that we move forward with this. Thank you, and vote red on this amendment, green on the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A63 amendment. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, thank you, members. And you know, with what Representative Pinto said, I think we agree that families are important. That's why Representative Baker had the DE2 amendment. We agree families are important. And earlier statements talking about implied that a lot of small business owners on this side of the aisle may exclude workers. That's far from the truth. I don't know what Canada's doing, but they have to be doing a heck of a better job than what this bill will do. You know, because 80%, right now, 80% of businesses are already working with their employer, workers, staff members, and so forth. The challenge is, and we heard that earlier, one size does not fit all. I gave an example of 3 different, just in my small business, of the needs that they have. So the argument that, hey, this is needed, we have not disagreed with it. We want to support families. We want to do it the right way. And one size does not fit all. You know, when I ran in 2014, now it's Representative Murphy's district, but Mold Township in Douglas County, I was out there. We were driving from not town to town, house to house to house, and I was amazed with the amount of entrepreneurs in that one township. And what was interesting when I spoke with them is the different needs that they have. At that time, the big issue in 2014 was health care. A lot of folks out there was not happy with Obamacare. That's a whole different issue there. But the issue is the same. In essence, what we're coming down is that government knows best. I can't repeat what a lot of those folks said in Mold Township. Government does not know best. Families know best. Individuals know best. And small businesses like that we have in Minnesota, already 80% are offering this. They know what's best for the employees. And I like this amendment. I would ask to support this amendment because it makes sense. And a lot of people who have not started a small business, when you have 50 people or less, you're still a new kid on the block. And that's why that DE2 amendment would help those businesses, 50 or less. And maybe, Representative Pinto, we can learn something from Canada, because they have to be doing this better than what this bill proposes. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Vote green for this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I heard Representative Pinto talk about Canada, I wanted to look it up really quick, and it's essentially, I think the biggest difference is that the benefit rate is 55% to 33% of pay, and it's essentially for pregnancy. It's for a new baby. It's not for your aunt's cousin's somewhat friend of whatever, like the way that the language is written in this bill. And that's the big difference. So there may be an extended time period for new children that are born, which is, you know, but it's certainly not the extent and the dramatic, you know, eligibility and benefits, huge benefits that is proposed in the bill here. So very different. You know, and Canada is a different place. So to point out that Canada also allows, you know, public dollars go to religious schools in Canada. So maybe we should take that from Canada. So thank you, Mr. Representative.
Further discussion to the A63 amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'm going to do a service for the body today. I heard these comments from the other side of the aisle about the good this is doing, the damage that's not happening, things are great. I actually had staff bring over a computer and a monitor in the retiring room. I've got it set up for you right now, and I will offer this invitation to any House DFLer. You can go back, and I will show you in less than 5 minutes, IRS and census data. It's indisputable that the policies you are promoting are bleeding wealth, investment, and people out of the state of Minnesota. There's no dispute about it. You can look at the data. I have it back there for you. This is directly from the IRS with wealth migration data. It is directly from the Census Bureau. The ideas you are implementing, particularly with this bill today, have been tried in other states. And with one exception, all those states are bleeding population, investment, and wealth. That is what's happening. So my challenge to you, Representative Pinto and others, I'm not going to debate you and ask you to talk on the House floor. I have taken the liberty of bringing it over. I will get you some complimentary candy, compliments of our chief clerk. And sit down and look at the data. Okay? Folks, we are in trouble. Our state is in trouble. Now, granted, we're not at the Illinois level yet. We're not at Illinois. We're not at New York yet. Okay, we're doing better than them. But think of this one statistic. Last year, IRS data, we lost $1.5 billion of adjusted gross income for Minnesota. That's $1.5 billion that left our state than came back. Wisconsin, similar demographics, very similar location. You can't blame the weather, right? You can't do that. You can't blame age. Pretty similar demographics. Wisconsin lost $61 million. We lost over $1.5 billion of adjusted gross income. Wisconsin lost $61 million. Now, when you go through the state-by-state data, you'll find out that the two biggest reasons for that are, number one, the reason why Wisconsin was better off is so much more money left Minnesota to go to Wisconsin, so that papered over their numbers. But Wisconsin has the benefit of being adjacent to one of the most poorly run states in the country, and that's the state of Illinois. Okay? The state of Illinois lost over $10 billion of adjusted gross income last year. Okay, the state, people are fleeing the state. And the ideas you are implementing, including House File 2, what you're doing is you are putting Minnesota on the same trajectory that Illinois is on, the same one that New York is on. These ideas do not work. They have failed. They are failing, and they will continue to fail. So, Representative Baker, I support your amendment because it reduces the damage that this bill is going to do, but more importantly, I would challenge any member of the DFL caucus. If you think you're right, if you think that these ideas are going to promote investment, promote population migration, promote wealth preservation in the state of Minnesota, come back to the retiring room and I will show you why you are dead wrong. And if you don't want to come back there and you want to debate me on the floor right now, do it. Raise your hand right now and let's have the debate. Is there any member of the House DFL who wants to defend the state of Minnesota's record on population, wealth, or investment? Is there any member of the DFL who wants to stand up and say that those numbers are good for our state? That bleeding population, losing money, and losing investment is good? Hold on, I didn't see him. Is anyone in the once mighty House DFL want to raise their hand and debate me? With a member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto yield for a question.
He will yield, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Representative Pinto, presumably on House File 2, tell me a state that has implemented House File 2 that has seen positive population migration, positive investment, and positive wealth preservation. Any one of the states that have mirrored this legislation of a mandatory government-run model.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Garofalo, I guess what I was rising to, and what you were getting at was your sense of gloom and doom for Minnesota. And my thinking was just that for the past 50 years, we've been hearing versions of what you have had to say. We've heard this over and over again. We heard this relating to the Minnesota Miracle. We've heard this over and over and over again. And Minnesota has consistently showed that the doubters are wrong. That in fact investing in people does pay off. So I'm not an expert, and actually I love this policy, but I have never once been close to the development of it, which has actually been something that I've really felt bad about through the years. But it was Representative Halverson, I think before her, Representative Boleen, I think a series of representatives, and led by Representative Richardson. So Representative Garofalo, I'm no expert on the paid leave and House File 2, except for I guess just Fort Francis businesses and what kind of paid leave that they offer in Canada. All I do know is that Minnesota has shown through the years that having a model of the kind that we have, where we invest in people, we do in fact have higher taxes, we do have higher investment, and that absolutely pays off both in terms of our wealth, in terms of our fiscal wealth, and also our wealth in terms of our health and our wellness as a people. That has always paid off in our state, and I will commit to you that that will continue to be the case even after the passage of this bill. Thanks.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. And would Representative Pinto yield for another question?
He will yield, Representative
Thank you.
Garofalo.
And Mr. Speaker, Representative Pinto, just to be clear, you're the one who brought in other jurisdictions into this debate. It wasn't me, okay? So I wanted to just ask a very specific question to see if we're operating with the same level of facts. Are more people leaving the state of Minnesota for other states or coming to Minnesota from other states?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, I certainly wasn't doing the research before we chatted, so I don't have a lot with me. My understanding is that we have a small net outflow when you're looking at the number of people coming and going. The difference, of course, is that there's also births in our state as well. So I think that on balance, it's an increase. But regarding the people moving in and out, I think that the assumption of your question may be correct, that there is, in fact, some kind of an outflow. But I have to say, I don't have that information in front of me. Wasn't prepared to get into this. Thanks.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pinto, if you weren't prepared to get into it, you should have raised your hand. But that's okay. I'll tell you what, Representative Pinto, I will extend this invitation to you. Let's go back into the retiring room. Any member, I have set this up to show you, okay? We are losing accelerating numbers of people. The last year's data, we lost more Minnesotans to other states than at any time in our state's history. Last year, we lost over $1.5 billion of adjusted gross income. This is on top of the previous year of $1.2 billion. This is a long-term trend that is working against our state. And as someone who loves Minnesota and wants to see us succeed, my vote here today does not matter. It is your vote that matters. You're the majority party. I want to show you what other states have done and the effects of it so we can prevent that damage here. So Representative Pinto, let's save everyone a bunch of time and let's go to the retiring room, and I can tell you why you're wrong and I'm right.
The member from Candy, Ohio, the author of the amendment, Representative Baker.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker and members. Very good debate about why it's important to try to recognize the decisions that we're making today and how does Minnesota look to others, not only to our own residents, to our own people that want to maybe come to Minnesota and start their own business. We're trying desperately today to offer a lot of ideas and options for the majority to want to support this bill. Before I forget, Madam Speaker, I do want to ask for a roll call, please.
Representative Baker requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Baker.
So again, I appreciate a green vote, members. Stand up for the smallest employers. You've got a list of chambers and United for Jobs and groups that are coming around. These are a lot of the smallest employers in your business, in your arena, in your district. Do it for them, because I know that they have asked you to do this. Here's your chance to recognize small employers while still giving employees the ability to opt in with this very creative amendment. So appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the Baker A63 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House File Number 2, the 7th engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A55.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Knorr. I will just start on this A55 amendment. It's pretty simple, and frankly, it's Representative Anderson just called attention to the problem with the underlying bill by I forget exactly the familial example you gave, but something along the lines of your daughter's cousin's friend's mom or whatever. The language in the underlying bill about who qualifies as family is incredibly expansive and frankly inappropriate. And so the A55 very simply aligns House File 2 with the FMLA definition of family. So it's literally no more complicated than that. And I would ask for a yes vote on the bill, Madam Speaker.
I think you mean the amendment, right?
That is correct. That is
Discussion
definitely correct.
Discussion on the New Brindley amendment. The member from Olmsted, Representative Hicks.
Thank you so much, Speaker Wortman. I would like to request a no vote on this amendment. We've already changed the definition a little bit with the author's amendment today, but my family's not typical. My family doesn't have pieces of paper for all of our children. When you are a foster parent, sometimes you're a foster mom, sometimes you get to be an adoptive mom, sometimes you're a soft place to land for a quick minute, and sometimes you're the last stop to a launch to adulthood. But those are still my kids. And they have a right to a benefit to help care for me if my cancer comes back, and I have a right to care for them. Family looks different from everyone, and we have made this definition more concise, but caregiving is intimate. When you have a mastectomy and a hysterectomy, you don't want your neighbor's cousin's best friend's next door, whoever, helping you change your bandages. But you might want your great aunt. The idea that Minnesotans would take a pay cut for someone that they didn't have an intimate caregiving relationship for and that they genuinely didn't want to help is insulting to Minnesotans. Today, for my family and all the other blended, complicated, messy, wonderful, embracing families in this state, I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on the New Brindley amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will just clarify very quickly that under the A55 amendment, those relationships would still be covered. Child means biological, adopted, foster child, stepchild, a legal ward, or a child of a person standing in loco parentis. And same thing for a parent, means biological, adopted, step, foster, or any other individual who stood in loco parentis. So it is still applicable, and those relationships are still covered under the A55 amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to correct that. Those relationships only count until the child's 18. Once my foster children become adults, none of those titles carry anymore. Once guardianship ends, when you've been granted guardianship of a child because their parent can no longer parent them, those relationships are no longer legal. They do not count. And I know this because when I got cancer, they didn't count for my kids. So that's not true. Also, that definition doesn't count for my kids to each other. So as they age, as they become adults, who the government sees as their sibling on paper isn't the same. It just isn't. But if you lived in my house for 4 years and you grew up together, you are siblings. And all we are attempting to do is honor all of those relationships. And the bill's author did make adjustments today to clean that up in a way that I think we all can agree to. So today, again, I'm asking for a no vote.
Any further discussion on the A55? Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, for clarification, a child who is either under age 18 or age 18 years or older and incapable of self-care because of a mental or physical disability. And I would also say that the parent has no age restrictions at all. The parent has no age restrictions. A parent is a parent. It's not age restricted in the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House Law Number 2, the 7th engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A65.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before we go on, I'd like to request a roll call.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This next amendment, I actually appreciate some of the discussion about other jurisdictions. Representative Pinto brought up Canada to our north. And I appreciate Representative Anderson very quickly looking up the leave policies in Canada, which actually are significantly less than what's being proposed today. Significantly less. In fact, Canada is an outlier among sort of all the states with paid family leave programs in that they really don't offer much. They don't offer much. However, the House File 2 puts us significantly out of line with other states when we're talking about a cap on how much leave that someone can take. So the A65 amendment suggests that in a single benefit year, the benefit should not exceed 12 weeks total, with an additional 2 weeks of benefits for leave related to pregnancy complications. So there can be additional leave in some circumstances, but this puts us much more in line with all of the other states, frankly, that offer a paid leave benefit across the country. And certainly with those, there are a handful of states who have just recently implemented family leave programs, and this puts us in line with all of these programs. We are going to run into a problem. We really are. I just read another article about our labor participation rate is already very high in the state of Minnesota. And what that means is we don't have extra people to take on jobs. They don't exist. We don't have workers to take on jobs. And so there has to be some balance here. Everyone in this chamber has acknowledged we want something, right? We want to provide something, but we also need balance. And 12 weeks and actually 14 weeks, if there are complications with a pregnancy, is very generous. In fact, my bonus daughter is out on maternity leave still, and this is what she gets, right? She gets 12 weeks, and hers is actually only 60% where she is. But we're going to get ourselves in trouble if we are significantly out of line with every other state. And if our benefits are significantly more than every other state, the assumptions I talked about earlier in the fiscal note is going to become even more complicated. Like I said, the assumption is that folks will only take 6.6 weeks of leave. But as as the payment goes up, meaning as you get closer to 100%, the number of weeks taken in leave also goes up. And when we're not capping that leave, we are creating a significant imbalance. So we're working with two different programs in this underlying bill, and we need to make sure that together we've got some balance, and we've got balance, we've got benefits for the employees, but we've also got some protections to make sure that these jobs just don't go away, and that our employers are able to manage the loss of having that employee. And so I would ask for a yes vote. And I believe, Madam Speaker, did I request a roll call on
You
this?
did.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the A65 New Brindley Amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Herr. The A65.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was so busy looking at Representative Garofalo's challenge that I was looking through all my notes, so my apologies. Yes, members, I am standing up to actually ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. That this is the A65, and what I would say that this is something that actually is really close to my heart. And I have heard my friends on the other side of the aisle talk a lot about government and bureaucrats making decisions as if those are just entities that exist on their own, and those entities actually are made up of people. The people that you all are talking about, saying that they're the ones you're listening to, well, I'm one of those people, and I'm one of those bureaucrats. And I'll tell you right now, when I was pregnant with my second child, I was preeclamptic, and because I had to balance what my leave would be like, I actually didn't take leave when my doctors told me a month before I went into labor that I needed to stop working. And I had already planned out all of my leave and what that was going to look like and how much time I was going to take off afterwards. And so I worked until the day I actually had to go to the emergency room because I was preeclamptic. And it was because my friend who was a doctor said, "You better go in, I think you're going to die." And so I went in that night and I went to the hospital, I got discharged, and then I came back and she said, "How could they have discharged you?" And I kept thinking about like all of my benefits and what was going to happen, and then the next day I went into labor and my child was born a month early. And then when having to balance that, and what we have here, Representative Richardson's bill actually provides the right support for what we need. This amendment does not. And that after I had my child, because I did not have the leave that I needed and the protection I needed, I had to get out of the hospital, start my leave. I had to bring my baby back that night because she was premature. She was 4 pounds. I had to bring her back and because she was having medical issues. And then I had to look at my leave, and I thought, now I was done with being preeclamptic because that's how you solve preeclampsia is you have a baby. But then what ended up happening was that I have a kidney disease. I didn't have any issues with my first pregnancy. With my second one, I became very ill, and the doctors told me I would go into kidney failure within 6 months. And so now I'm thinking of all of my leave and what needs to happen, and I only have a certain number of weeks, and I already used all of my PTO. I tried to use everything to balance out what could be the longest amount of time I could leave with my child. And so what we are doing here is we are saying to people, you should not have the time you need in order not to just care for yourself after having a child, but also what does it mean to have the additional leave that you need in order to protect your family? And so I ended up having to take 6 months off afterwards, but a lot of it was unpaid. And I was very thankful that my husband had a job where he could take care of us. And so when we think about people's medical issues and the complexities of that, we really do need to provide more generous packages. And that thankfully, by the will of God, I did not go into kidney failure, and I was able to go back and be a productive citizen and be able to continue to pay all the taxes that I pay to all the municipalities that I was a part of. But the point of all of this is really to just say that we need to have better leave. And when we try to shorten that leave and we don't give people the space they need to heal, they can't come back. Because truthfully, had I gone into kidney failure, I would have cost the state way more money, all because I didn't get the leave that I needed. And if I hadn't had the resources that I needed, you all would be paying for dialysis and transplants and everything else. And then my child, who would have had medical issues for many, many years to come after that, the state would have paid for all of those as well. So we're going to pay for it now, we're going to pay for it later. So my members, I just ask for a no vote on this amendment. It is not a good amendment. It is not good for families. It is not good for children. And so please vote no on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is interesting. As one of those bureaucrats then, I suspect, because this is how it works, Certainly the state already offers these benefits, and local municipalities offer these benefits. We already get short-term disability, we get long-term disability, we get PTO. We are just limiting one portion here. We are just limiting, this amendment only limits paid family medical leave. That's all it limits. And so it's just saying that to care for yourself or to care for somebody else, in that, we need some guardrails. But in situations like you just described, we're not limiting that. We're not limiting long-term disability. That's what my husband used for an extended period of time. Typically long-term disability, well, he had that through, he worked at a hospital. But this doesn't limit those things. Those things still apply, and certainly the bureaucrats in our state get those things. They get those things. Again, the reality is this amendment is about balance. That's it. This is about balance, and the bill we have before us, the underlying bill, is significantly out of balance, and it is out of whack with the vast majority of these paid family leave programs across the country. And so if we want to talk about other entities and other states and other countries and what they do, well, let's look at Canada. Let's look at Canada. Let's talk about Canada and how great it is. Well, there's a 6 weeks. This amendment, the guardrail I'm offering, is still 14 weeks. It's still 14 weeks, and that is just for paid family leave. That doesn't include PTO. That doesn't include other leave that an employee is entitled to. But we can't look at this and just pretend that our wish list of benefits, we can't just pretend that the math is going to work on that. We can't just pretend that we can do whatever we want in this chamber and that it won't have consequences outside of this chamber. And this is one of the most significant things we can do to ensure that there is balance, to ensure that our employers can manage the time that their employees are taking off. And so again, Madam Speaker and members, I would ask for a yes vote.
The clerk will take the roll. Representative Herr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Brindley, for stating all of the other leaves that we had. And I just want to be very clear with this body. I used up all of that leave. And I don't know, I've never shared this story publicly, but the day that I had to stop breastfeeding my child, the day that I had to stop bonding with her because I was going to go on an enormous amount of medication that would completely alter who I am as a person, I used every bit of leave that I had, and still the day that I did that, I recorded it, and I kept thinking, like, I remembered my daughter was like a sad baby or didn't smile a lot. And I just recently went back to watch that video, and she was smiling and cooing with me that day. My inability to bond with her because I had to rush all the things that I needed to do. And when you are a person that has all of these other barriers around you, whether it is income barrier or whether it is a barrier to language and barrier to so many things that prevent us from getting access, to be able to navigate these systems, that is what prevents us from bonding with our children. That I couldn't even remember that my child was a happy child, that she laughed and she cooed all the time. Because if I were to spend all of my time trying to navigate every little piece of system that I had to cobble together in order to spend time with my child, I do not think that that is what we want as Minnesotans for other people. And you want to know how we balance this? I would have loved to have taken on Representative Garofalo's challenge, but I'm going to state this again because I stated these specific statistics when we talked about the ERA bill. States that show that we take care of people, whether it is giving them equal rights in gender or in sexual orientation or in businesses, how we take care of people, those states actually do better. And I'm just going to give you a couple of really quick statistics to show how we balance this. We keep saying we're not going to be able to pay for this. I'm just going to give you a little quick statistics here that best and worst, and this is all from Forbes, which I think my colleagues from across the aisle respect Forbes, right? Even though it's not an academic place. The best and the worst states for businesses for survival. Washington has the highest year-to-year business survival rate across the nation, 89%. Washington has paid leave. The other important statistic here is that for business to hire, why businesses want to choose certain states. In 3 of the top states where businesses are looking to establish themselves is because there's high degree of workers who are highly educated, who have good benefits, who actually have a good workforce. Massachusetts, Colorado, and Connecticut. All 3 have paid family leave. So if we're talking about how we're going to balance this, be very clear. The states that offer these things actually have environments in which their businesses do better. And so in every measure that we have, and I'd love for you all to go back, and actually, like Representative Garofalo, I challenge you to go back to look at the ERA statistics that I gave around equality and taking care of people and allowing them the benefits that they need. That go back and look at all the states that are best states to do business, best states for people to prosper, best states for us to have education. All of those things show that when states do treat their people right and give them the benefits they need, those states do better. Madam Speaker, vote no against this body, vote no against this amendment.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to point out that not taking this amendment does not change the situation that Representative Hurd just referenced. People are still going to cobble together all of these things. They're still going to spend their time doing that. That doesn't go away without this amendment. That doesn't change anything. I would also just say that I assume that she misspoke when she said, you know, in every measure we have. I would be very clear. There was an article just this morning. This is the headline of the article. It says, these are the 9 most expensive U.S. states to start a business, number 1 isn't New York. Any guesses on what number 1 is? Minnesota. Minnesota is literally the most expensive state in the entire country to start a business. There was just an article, I don't remember if it was today or yesterday, one of our largest employers is laying off over 1,000 employees. And they're doing that because they cannot afford to do business here. They cannot afford the oppressive taxes that you have already put on them. And all this amendment is seeking is some balance. All this amendment is seeking is a recognition that our employers, the people who are providing these jobs, that they don't have unlimited resources. But you know what they do have? They have choices. And they don't need to make the choice to stay in Minnesota. And when we are creating an environment that makes us an outlier, that puts us in a position where we are offering almost double the leave that other states are offering, that puts us at a disadvantage. That puts our workers at a disadvantage when they don't have a job to go to. Please see this amendment for what it is. This amendment is trying desperately to bring balance to this bill, to maintain the jobs that we have in this state while providing this benefit. Please vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll on the A65 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Doubt moves that House File Number 2, the 7th engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A54.
The member from Isanti, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is just a kind of a common sense amendment that provides some flexibility, but also kind of does a few things. Maintains this so that it doesn't just kind of careen out of control, but also at the same time keeps the legislature relevant. So very simply what this amendment does is it says that the annual premium rate shall not exceed 1% of taxable wages paid to each employee. It's my understanding that in the bill right now, the set rate is 0.7, 7/10 of 1%. I might be wrong about that, but I think that's what it says. And so this would allow it, obviously allow some flexibility, but could allow that rate to be increased to 1%. But would not allow it to exceed that without this bill having to come, or this issue having to come back before the legislature to change that. So it keeps us relevant. If for some reason there's some unforeseen cost that will cause this rate to increase beyond that, they will have to come back to the legislature, and we will get an opportunity then to review the program, the performance of the program, and talk about how we might want to fix any problems with the program. So, members, I would ask for your support on this amendment. I think it just makes sense. I'll take you back to the premium security account and the tax that was put in place for MNsure on this House floor. We were told it was 2.5%. That's what the bill said, but the bill left it flexible to go up to 3.5%. We were told on this House floor that there was no scenario where it would have to go to 3.5%. It was at 3.5% within about 15 minutes, and it has been there ever since, and nobody's ever talked about or thought about, other than us, reducing that rate. So, and the legislature has never revisited that. So, members, I think this is just an opportunity to still provides a little flexibility. It's very reasonable, but does set a cap that we can't take more than 1% from an employee's wages or from the employer for this service. So 1% is the most that this is going to cost of somebody's wages, or they'll have to bring it back to the legislature to change that. So I'd ask for your support. Thank you, members.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Richardson moves to amend the Dowd Amendment to House File Number 2, the 7th, and Grossman as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A85.
Representative Richardson.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Dowd, I appreciate the amendment, and I'm just going to tweak it a little bit. I'm going to say that it'll still have the legislator be relevant. I'm going to say that we can't raise the premium payments above the percentage that is needed to ensure that the program will remain viable and sustainable. I think that's a good compromise. It still allows for us to come back as a legislator if we think things are getting out of control and adjust things if necessary. I think that's a good compromise, and I'm all about compromising here. So I would urge to adopt the amendment to the amendment.
Discussion. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate your input. That was some fast talking. That was really fast talking there. This amendment to the amendment doesn't do any of the stuff that you just said, but I appreciate you trying to fool us and fool the public. Those certainly doesn't go unnoticed, and I just want you to know that. So members, this is an amendment that basically says that the commissioner can raise the rate beyond 1% of an employee's wages to any number. It can go to 10%, 20%, 50%. It could go to anything, and it never has to come back here to legislature for approval. There's no limit in this amendment that would say you have to come back to the legislature if you exceed 75% of somebody's wages. That would be okay in the underlying bill. No problem with that. So I just said, let's cap it at 1%. Seems reasonable. We'll give them from 0.7 up to 1%. This amendment takes the 1% away. So rather than just vote against my amendment and say, no, we just rather leave the bill the way it is, this amendment has been offered to basically make my amendment do the same thing that's in the bill. Now, of course, our rules don't allow me to amend this again, or we'd be playing this game all night. But the reality is, this amendment is exactly the opposite of what this will make the legislature irrelevant, to the counselor's point. And this will allow the commissioner to raise the rate to whatever the commissioner wants to administer the program. And there's no limit on that whatsoever. So it certainly flies in the face of the amendment that I offered, which does keep the legislature relevant, and it protects workers, and it protects employers to say that, fine, you want to administer the program, go ahead. It's a very reasonable amendment. Right now in the bill, it's 0.7%. Under my amendment, we'd cap it at 1%. So never are we going to take more than 1% of somebody's wages to administer this program, unless we come back to the legislature and talk about it again. But under this amendment to the amendment, that's out the window. So we could take 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. Would Representative Richardson yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Richardson, what is the amount of money that is needed to administer this program? This amendment says the amount required to administer the program. What is that amount? What can people expect? And what will that not exceed, if she would yield for that question? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as this bill is going to conference, we anticipate that there will definitely be conversations related to caps, as there's currently a cap on the other bill. But in terms of thinking about the costs of this program, one of the things that we are seeking to do here with an upfront appropriation of $668 million, we're working to shore up the program with that. And as the fiscal note talks about, there is a projections around what they are estimating that would be collected annually in terms of premiums as well.
Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Richardson. I didn't hear the answer to my question. This particular amendment deals just with the rate, and it deals with the rate as it relates to the percentage of taxable wages paid to each employee. So in the underlying bill, it's 0.7%, but in the House, we don't have a cap in the bill. My amendment offers a cap at 1%. The Senate actually, the bill moved off the Senate floor with a cap of 1.2%. I just thought 1% was reasonable. We're usually the more fiscally responsible body, not this year, however, with this majority, but I thought a good opportunity for us to have that conversation. I thought also if you wanted to be consistent with the Senate, maybe you'd offer an amendment that said 1.2%, but I didn't think you'd just remove the cap altogether and say, you know what, just whatever, 5%, 10%. But my question is valid, and I do want an answer before we move on. How much is reasonable and how much is it going to cost? We've got a 70-some-odd page fiscal note. How much is it going to cost? What is the number? Is it the 0.7 that's in the bill? Is it the 1.2 cap that the Senate has? Is it my 1%? Or is it something we don't know the answer to? If she would yield for that question, Madam Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'll just lift up again that there's been significant cost modeling that has been done related to this bill, as I had stated previously, in terms of the work that was done at the University of Minnesota with the Institute for Women's Policy and Research, and also related to the actuarial studies that were, the actuarial study is forthcoming, but the U.S. Department of Labor modeling that has been done through DEED as well. And what I can say in terms of what is within the fiscal note that has been distributed related to this, DEED has taken a conservative approach to the cost modeling here, and they talk about it within the fiscal note as being a doubly conservative model, basically taking worst case scenario and doubling it. And so I would encourage members to take a look at that fiscal note. It sets out some of the key parameters. I talked about the front loading of $668 million into this program from the general fund. With the doubly conservative modeling that DEED put forward, they estimate that about $1 billion would be paid out annually as it relates to benefits. And in terms of the cost modeling around the 0.7%, they estimate that that will generate about $1.5 billion in revenue annually.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Still not hearing the answer to my question. I appreciate Representative Richardson all that information, which does not answer my question. But we're debating right now an amendment that would set a cap at 1%. That's what I've offered, versus the counselor has offered an amendment that would just make it unlimited. So, but the underlying bill, your bill is at 0.7. So it's between your 0.7, my 1.0, and the counselor's unlimited amount. And then the Senate stepped in and they've said 1.2. So we're going to have this conversation. I'd like to know before I vote on this amendment to the amendment, I really don't want to give carte blanche to the commissioner to raise it to any number without the legislature ever being consulted on this again. So I do know I feel uncomfortable with that, but I do need an answer. Is the 0.7 going to cover it? Is 1.0 going to cover it? I mean, obviously you have read the fiscal note. This is your bill. You're the chief author. You have considered, and I assume the fiscal note has considered, what the risk is, how many people are going to access these benefits. So you know how much is going to come in. You know how much is going to be accessed, or they've estimated. What is the number that we need? Is 0.7 going to cover it? And I think we need this on the record here. Is 1.0 going to cover it? Is 1.2 going to cover it? Or does it need to be unlimited, as the counselor is suggesting, if she would yield for that question?
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will just state again that this is a conversation that will happen. Just as I mentioned before, as there is a cap within the other body, this is not the last time that we will be talking about this issue.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Richardson. We are passing the bill right now off of the House floor. The answer of that conversation will happen does not ease my mind. That conversation should have already happened, and so I'm forcing it to happen right now here on the House floor, because we need to know this information before we vote for this bill. We can't pass something that we don't know how much it's going to cost, and now we've got an amendment to the bill potentially, which says we can raise taxes on workers in this state an unlimited amount. Unlimited. That's what this amendment is about. This bill is supposed to be about protecting workers and providing benefit. You're about to vote on an amendment that says the commissioner can raise taxes without legislative approval on every worker in the state, an unlimited amount. Unlimited. That's what you're about to vote on. I will still attempt to save you from yourselves and convince you should go with my underlying amendment and that you should vote against the counselor's amendment. But I want you to go in with eyes wide open and know that you're about to allow the commissioner unlimited authority to raise taxes on every worker in the state, every worker, an unlimited amount. So just to put into perspective, that's what we're talking about. Would Representative Richardson yield for another question?
She will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Richardson, I am not I am a business owner, but I don't employ anyone. I do understand that you are the CEO of an organization and you do have employees. If you could tell us your own personal experience with this issue and your organization, how many employees do you have in your organization? And tell us the cost of this benefit that you currently provide to your employees.
Representative Dowd. Mason's rule, or Mason's section 124, paragraph 1, in debate, a member must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. So it is not within the portion of Mason's that we rely upon here in the House for it to be a proper question as to ask a personal question of that nature. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We absolutely can. That question is directly related to the issue that we are debating here. She is a CEO of an organization. She has employees. I'm just wondering what the cost, I assume that as the CEO of that organization, she currently provides this benefit to her employees. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should just start with that question, if she'd yield for that question.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long, please state your point of order.
Madam Speaker, point of order. I
Mason's
think you already ruled on it.
Representative Doubt, you do not have the floor. Representative Long has the floor for the purposes of making a point of order. Representative Long.
Mason's 124, paragraph 1, in debate, a member must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. The subject of the debate is not any member's business. The subject of the debate is the bill before us and the amendment in this particular case.
Representative Doubt, you can ask a hypothetical about a business of a certain size, but you may not ask as to a member's personal experience with the member's personal business. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a departure from the precedents on this House floor, but that's fine if that's what we want to do. We won't talk about that. But I would like an answer to my question. What is it? How much is enough? How much tax dollars is it going to cost to save and solve every problem in the state? How much? How much is enough? This amendment, this one right before you right now, I offered the A54 amendment, and the counselor has offered the A85 amendment. The A85 amendment says that the commissioner, without legislative approval, can raise taxes on every Minnesota worker and every Minnesota business an unlimited amount. No limit. I have a feeling somebody didn't read this or think through this amendment before they offered it. Is that really what you want to offer? An amendment that says the commissioner can raise taxes on every worker an unlimited amount without any legislative approval. And are you really doing your job? You think that's appropriate? And I can't even get an answer how much this is going to cost. Do you know why I can't? Because you have no clue how much this is going to cost. We already heard testimony here on the House floor tonight that New Hampshire does this. It costs their employees via tax. This is a tax on workers. That's what you're doing here. You're taxing workers. It costs them, the testimony tonight on the House floor was multiple times what this bill would cost, and the benefit to the workers is about a quarter of what you're proposing. That is on the record here tonight. I'm trying to get on the record what you think it might cost in Minnesota. You're actually smart not to answer because I remind you all the time about the lies you've told on this House floor in the past. When you promised me it was going to be only 2.5% on the MNsure tax. 15 minutes later, it was 3.5%. Nobody's ever looked back. Good thing there was a 3.5% limit. I hope you didn't learn your lesson and say, oh gosh, we should have never limited it at 3.5%. We should have made it 10% or 0. It could have been unlimited. What would the MNsure tax be if we had an unlimited number on it? What would that go to? What would Minnesotans be paying today on the MNsure tax? Certainly it would be higher than 3.5% if some bureaucrats could raise it without legislative approval. Certainly it would be. We really think this is prudent to put language in this bill that says the commissioner can just raise it an unlimited amount. I would love to know how much the MNsure tax would be today if we didn't have a limit in that bill. Thank God there was a limit of 3.5%. But we've got no answer on how much this is actually going to cost or what the appropriate amount actually is. The bill says 0.7, but there's no breaks. The commissioner can raise it as high as the commissioner wants. So the vote you're about to take is an important one. It says, do we think, as the legislature, we should protect workers by saying we're not going to extract from their paychecks more than 1% from workers and employers? for this service. Or, and this is your choice, you can choose to protect workers and employers, or you could choose to let the commissioner do whatever the commissioner wants to them. Unlimited. An unlimited tax increase. I don't know what I'm going to say on the floor. I've been saying $9.5 billion of additional tax increases. That's how much the Democrats are raising on top of the $17.5 billion surplus we have. This amendment, it could be anything. It could be anything. This literally allows you to raise taxes an unlimited amount. Is that what you want? An unlimited amount. What will I say? I don't know that I can use $9.5 billion anymore. That's $17.5 billion plus $9.5 billion, $27 billion of new resources. And what are we doing here? We're debating whether we should let the commissioner raise taxes an unlimited amount on Minnesota workers. And you think you're protecting workers? I don't need your protection. I don't want it. I'd prefer to let the employers make the decision because they're obviously a lot more prudent with our dollars than you are. You're like a drunk on a spending spree. I'm sorry that I have offended all of the drunks by comparing you to a Democrat. But this is outrageous, members, and I'm glad I've got your attention. I'm glad you're finally paying attention because you're about to vote for an amendment that will allow the commissioner to raise taxes an unlimited amount on Minnesota workers. That's what you're doing. That's what this amendment is. So I'd request a roll call, Madam Speaker, because the counselor wants to raise taxes an unlimited amount on Minnesota workers. And I want to get that on the record. I want to make sure people know how legislators in this chamber voted on this particular amendment. So I'd request a roll call.
Representative Dowd requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So here we are at a crossroads. I still think somebody put this amendment in and didn't really clearly think it through. So you have a choice. We can put a reasonable cap on. I've allowed, a 30% increase. Actually, it's a 50% increase from where the bill currently is, from 0.7 up to 1. That's reasonable before anybody has to come back to the legislature. So it allows almost a 50% increase from that 0.7 up to 1.0, 1%. And that 1% is split, as you know, in the bill evenly between employers and employees. But this bill, this amendment, would allow that to be an unlimited amount. The amount required to administer the program. And they get to administer the program, so they get to decide how much that amount is. And we know that on MNsure, it cost $400 million to administer, just the administrative costs on MNsure, $400 million. And all it was a website that allowed people to buy insurance. Nobody got insurance for $400 million. Nobody was insured for $400 million. Not one person got coverage because of that $400 million. They only could use the website to choose a product that was already commercially available by another insurance company. And that cost $400 million to administer. That has to be one of the biggest failures of state government in the history of our state. And that one, by the way, had guardrails. Because that one said, the bill said 2.5%, and the guardrails in the bill said cannot exceed 3.5%. So this bill, I'm trying to put a guardrail in. The bill says 0.7. I'm trying to put guardrails in that says 1.0. And this amendment removes the guardrails altogether. And that one cost $400 million. And not one person got a benefit from that $400 million. Not $1 of that $400 million went to provide health insurance for anyone in the state. Has to be one of the biggest failures. It has to be one of the biggest failures of state government in the history of this state. And all I'm trying to do is put a little guardrail on to say we won't let that happen again. Do we think that's okay? Do we think it's okay to collect $400 million of tax dollars from Minnesotans to conduct a website that another state, Utah, did for $600,000? Is there some reason that our MNsure should have cost 800 times more than Utah? Is that acceptable? Is that a reasonable thing? And by the way, that one had guardrails. That had a guardrail of 3.5% in the bill. This amendment will remove the guardrails. This one could be any number. This program might look the $400 million that we spent on MNsure look like Girl Scout cookies. This one could be $1 billion or $2 billion in just administrative costs with no one getting any help. And we can't get a single answer on the House floor about how much this is really going to cost and what a reasonable number is. What percent is it okay to take out of a worker's paycheck? That's the question. That's what you're going to vote on. I'm trying to say that that limit should be 0.5%, that it shouldn't exceed that, and 0.5% from the employer. I'm allowing almost a 50% flex in this from what's in the current bill. But I don't know why anybody would want to say, well, let's take the guardrails out completely. Because based on the history of what has happened in the state, our record is horrific on this particular issue. And we have to learn from our past mistakes, or we're doomed to repeat them. And I remember this debate on the House floor when MNsure was in front of us. I remember having this exact conversation. The bill says 2.5%. And not to exceed 3.5%. What's the right number? I was promised by multiple legislators on this House floor that they could see no reason why it would ever go higher than 2.5%. I can't imagine how much cheaper this would have been, MNsure would have been, if it would have been 2.5 instead of 3.5. I guess they'd have been limited to 275 or 300 million instead of 400 million. It's probably higher than that. I've been using that 400 million number for years now. It's probably 500 million or more by now. For what? For nothing. Absolutely nothing. Minnesotans got zero from that money. It's a lot better use of money than the 500 million we're going to spend on the state office building across the street. $3.5 million per member of the legislature, per office. That's what we're going to spend on that, proposed to being spent on the state office building. $3.5 million per member of the House of Representatives for your offices. That might look like a small amount compared to what this bill spends on administrative costs, on hiring employees that we don't need to administer a program that we don't need, and all it's going to do is tax Minnesota workers and take money from their paychecks. That's what this does. So members, I would appreciate a red vote on this this amendment to the amendment. It's the A85, the one that would set the limit to, no limit, so that the commissioner could just raise taxes on Minnesota workers an unlimited amount. I'd appreciate a red vote, and let's actually keep some guardrails on this. Let's send this thing into conference with a 1% limit. The Senate already has a 1.2% limit. Let's show them that we can be a little more fiscally responsible. You know what? Maybe it'll be the only time this session. But let's just send this bill in with a 1% limit, and let's be a little more fiscally prudent than the Senate, and then you all can work it out in conference committee. And if you want, Madam Speaker, I'll volunteer to be on the conference committee for this bill. I'll put that on the record if you want. I'll roll up my sleeves and I will help. Happy to do it. Although I don't want to displace Dave Baker, because his idea on the DE amendment was very good, and he's done a lot of work on this issue. But if you need me, if you want 2 out of the 5, I'll be happy to volunteer. and I'll roll up my sleeves and we'll get to work on this. But members, in all seriousness, I do believe, I am serious about that, Madam Speaker. I will serve on the conference committee. But in all seriousness, seriously, just let's learn from our past mistakes. MNsure was an absolute disaster. $400 million got wasted that didn't help a single Minnesotan, and I'm trying to prevent that from happening again here. So let's set a limit. I'm allowing 50% flex up from the 0.7 up to 1.0. And if they need more than 1.0, they can come back to us, and at the time, then we can review this program, and we can talk about whether it's working or not working, or whether we should, raise it or not raise it, or adjust the benefit set or whatever. But we as a legislature, we're the ones who are elected to do that work, and then we'll have a say in it. So don't fall for the counselors trying to fool you into thinking that somehow his amendment's going to make the legislature more relevant. I think we all know that's not the case. And again, I'm just trying to save you from yourselves here. So please vote red on the amendment to the amendment. Let's put this 1% limit into the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Dowd has it exactly right. We want to vote red on this. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would request a call of the House.
Representative Nash requests a call of the House. Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll on the call. The clerk will close the roll. We are debating the A85 amendment to the A54 amendment. Further discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to the A85, and I appreciate Representative Doubt's clear description of what it would do. This would give the Commissioner of Deed unlimited authority to raise this tax. And that is much more aggressive than what is in the language of the underlying bill. So if you turn to the bill on page 54, what the current bill does is it says that the deed commissioner must annually adjust the premium by a calculation, and that's a 45% increase. So you multiply by 1.45, so 45% increase annually. But at least that's a limit, right? What the amendment to the amendment would do is it would say any amount required to administer the program. So we are really escalating what is in the current bill by going with this amendment. So this is a hard no, even for my friends on the other side of the aisle, because you are incredibly ratcheting up what would be the taxation on Minnesota employees if the amendment to the amendment is adopted. At least just reject the Dowd amendment and stick with it in the underlying bill. But if you adopt the amendment to the amendment, then you are giving the deed commissioner unlimited taxing authority, which I don't think has ever been done, and I might point out is unconstitutional. If you happen to have your copy of the Constitution in your desk, on page 15 in Article 10, it says, the power of taxation shall never be surrendered, suspended, or contracted away. So just by allowing the deed commissioner to raise this tax within the bill, but also unlimited in the amendment to the amendment, we are violating probably this principle of the Constitution, and I would ask my colleagues to take that very seriously. We all swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I feel like there have been a few occasions where we've already violated that oath this session, and I would urge you to carefully consider that as you think about the amendment to the amendment. But secondly, I want to also in this talk, because I don't want to speak twice, also support the Dowd amendment. So hopefully we'll reject the amendment to the amendment, but then let's support the cap that Representative Dowd is trying to put in. It's very reasonable, members. Right now, I don't know, we had long discussions in the tax committee about the assumptions in the bill, and I appreciate that Representative Richardson thinks that it's been good modeling, but in fact it really hasn't, and that's been one of the problems of this bill and why we didn't have the fiscal note till so late, because they couldn't figure out the model. And so when they came to tax committee, we asked them, the fiscal note we got last year, and the bill was very similar, had pretty good modeling, and it was very specific. It recommended, it said what they assumed the average number of weeks of leave would be taken, and also what they assumed the average weekly benefit would be. The current fiscal note does not have that information, so it's really hard to figure out what this thing is going to cost, because they will not tell you what they think the average weekly amount of benefits would be, and also how many weeks people will take. So based on committee testimony, we did do some calculations, and also based on the fiscal note last year, because it hasn't changed that much. So with the current tax of 0.7%, if you assume 6.7 weeks of use and $850 per week, which was said in one committee, that would get you right to the 7%. Members, that's very low. Nobody believes those assumptions, okay? So we already know the 0.7% isn't gonna be enough to fund this program. So then if you go with 6.7 weeks and $1,003 in average weekly benefit, which was testified to in the Senate, that brings the tax up to 0.83%. So already we've blown through the cap, and that's just based on the testimony of using an average of 6.6 weeks. But we know from the experience in other states that the average of 6.6 weeks is really low. Most people take much more than that. So if we bump it up to an average of 9.5 weeks and we stick with the $1,003 in average benefits, we're at 1.15% tax. So we have blown through the 0.7% in the bill, and we've blown through the doubt cap by just very minimal assumptions, because the assumptions in the fiscal note, members, are flawed, deeply flawed. And so we are setting ourselves up for a program that we cannot afford, and we have to put the cap in so that we can at least come back and revisit this and take our responsibility as a legislature to set taxes seriously so that the deed commissioner is not doing it. We have to own this. If you are going to create this program, members, I encourage you to reject the amendment to the amendment, which gives the deed commissioner unlimited taxing authority, and accept the doubt amendment, which would put the 1% cap on it. Members, this program, I will talk more about it in my third reading speech, but this program, the way it's currently structured and built on flawed assumptions, is unsustainable. And this is going to kill small businesses and their employees, who we all care so much about in our state. So please vote no on the amendment to the amendment and yes on the doubt amendment.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to withdraw the A85 amendment.
Representative Richardson withdraws the A85. We are on the underlying doubt amendment. Any further discussion? Representative Doubt.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Representative Richardson. I thought very rare. I like to give passionate speeches on the House floor, and I have to admit and confess that I almost always believe you're not listening to me. So I just very sincerely want to thank you, because I got through to you apparently, and I think you realized what your amendment did and that it probably was not good policy. I'm going to enjoy this moment of having won the debate on that particular issue, and I'm not going to fool myself into thinking you're probably going to take my underlying amendment. But let's have a conversation about that, because the underlying amendment is important for all of the factual reasons that the representative just spoke about, and it is important that we have some guardrails on this. And you know what? Take it into conference committee and then convince, figure out what the number is in conference committee. To repeat your words, have the conversation. But at the end of the day, this isn't a political thing. This is us being responsible legislators and stewards of tax dollars. That we need to have some measure of protection for workers, that we're not going to let this thing kind of careen out of control. So let's put some guardrails in place. I already went through the MNsure debacle and how that bill actually had a guardrail of 3.5%, and they've managed to administer that program at that 3.5%, and it went right to that 3.5%. If I had my druthers, I would say let's stick at 0.7, but I'm trying to be really reasonable. So in a weak moment of me trying to be reasonable, but exploit me. And let's actually put this language into the bill, putting the guardrails at 1%. And I do think it's important. And it will force the commissioner, it will allow some flexibility if the commissioner does need to raise it for whatever reason, but it will put a limit on that and not let them raise it more than that. Just I don't know what that percentage is, but just shy of about a 50% increase. And if they need to raise it beyond that, then they have to come back to the legislature, and it forces us members to review the program, to look at the benefit set, to make sure that this is something that is serving Minnesotans, is serving the purpose that we intended it to serve, and it's doing it efficiently, and that this is the best way. I know we've already dispensed with the Baker amendment, the delete all. That is a solution that actually would work. And the one that's before us, unfortunately, I think there's too many problems. I think there are too many reasons to to vote against this underlying bill. And while I want workers to have protections, voting against my amendment right now will remove the protections and allow workers to be taxed more than they should be without legislative approval. So, members, I would ask for your support of the underlying amendment. And, Madam Speaker, I did not have a roll call on the underlying amendment, so I would request that now.
Representative Dowd requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative, oh, wait a second. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 2, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Long moves that the call of the House be lifted during our 21 third reading speeches. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The call of the House is lifted. I'm not kidding, there are 21. The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Madam Speaker and members, I move to re-refer House File 2 to Judiciary and Civil Law Finance, and I request a roll call.
Representative Scott requests a re-referral of the bill to Judiciary and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the motion. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As has been stated by Representative O'Neill and others today, we did not have a fiscal note on this bill until it reached its final stop before it came to the House floor, which was the Ways and Means Committee. We got a fiscal note finally, and there is a $315,000 cost to the courts from the general fund. And that includes an addition of 3 FTEs that would be required to implement this program and handle all of the expected court costs to the court for implementation of this bill. So for that reason, members, please vote green, re-refer this bill, do the right thing. We have processes here that matter, and we need to re-refer this back to the Judiciary Committee so it can have an appropriate hearing. Please vote green.
Discussion to the motion. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would recommend a no vote on the re-referral request. This bill has been through multiple committees, and we are having a very robust debate here right now as well. And so I would just ask for a no vote.
Discussion. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Scott, for this motion. I strongly support the re-referral to Judiciary because of the fiscal note issue there, but there are still problems with the fiscal note. And members, this is really important. All of our cities and all of our school districts are going to have to fall under this tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I heard today from the head of House Fiscal that they won't have the fiscal note for the local government impact ready until June 2nd, after adjournment. So we have been asking, what is the impact of this on our cities who already have honestly collectively bargained for a lot of these benefits or have good benefit packages? What is the impact of this on our school districts? Because they already have collective bargaining agreements with leave packages, and they're gonna have to pay this regardless. And so, members, not only does this need to go back to Judiciary, but once the local impact comes out, it needs to go back to state government. So please support the amendment to re-refer this. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Scott motion. Representative Scott.
Madam Speaker, I'll go last. I think Representative Becker-Finn was wanting to be recognized. I'd be happy to go last before we vote. Thank you.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm the chair of the Judiciary Committee. I see no reason for this bill to come back. Please vote no.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, golly gosh darn. Why do we have a committee process if we're not going to do our work in committee? And by Representative Richardson's reasons for not wanting to send this back, because she said because we're having a robust discussion here. Well, then let's just don't have committees anymore. Let's just do everything on the House floor, because that's a logic that we would use if you follow that logic that Representative Richardson just said. So, folks, come on, let's do the right thing. There's not a rush on this. We're not going to even have a real fiscal note, a local impact statement till June 2nd after we adjourn. We shouldn't even be passing this bill. We're in a two-year biennium, folks. Leave some money on the bottom line for this thing, and let's take it through the process next year when we have all the information that we need to make a wise decision. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The bill is before us. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Representative Richardson for this excellent bill. And, you know, members, there are few bills that I have received so much interest in the area I represent than this one. And the interest actually extends into people not just writing letters, but sharing very personal stories about how this impacts their lives. So I want to quickly just relay Brian, who visited me in my office, talked about how his wife was diagnosed with leukemia, was in 2 long stints in the hospital, and they fortunately had this benefit. And his message to me was, we need this, here's a direct quote, everyone should have the same chance we did. And finally, I want to point out Emma, who is from the area I represent, the Bryn Mawr neighborhood of Minneapolis, who's joined us here on the House floor because she feels so passionately about this issue. She has worked on it for many, many years, several different organizations, and she comes to this from a very personal place. She also was fortunate to have these benefits in the software company she works with, and had bereavement benefits and 2 paid maternity leaves. And she shared with me how this helped her become successful in her job and gave her family the freedom that they needed to make choices so that she could work and her husband could stay home and take care of their small kids. So these are just 2 of many, many very personal stories that people I represent have shared with me. And of course, there are countless others. And their message to me was, we've had this benefit. It's time that many, many more people that don't have it, have it. So members, please vote green. Representative Richardson, thank you so much for bringing this very, very critical bill to the House floor.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer House File 2 to the Labor and Industry and Policy, and I request a roll call.
Representative McDonald requests to refer the bill to Labor and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the motion. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I made this motion, members, is because there is a fiscal Note to this, to Labor and Industry, Representative Nelson, I'm sure that you'll want to hear this. It is as follows: a $597,000 cost to Dolly directly out of the general fund, $1.86 million back to Dolly from paid family leave, and then 4.7 new full-time employees to Dolly by the year 2027. So since those three issues are pertinent to the labor and industry and policy, finance and policy, I thought it would be very prudent that we re-refer this back to our committee, Representative Nelson, so we can discuss these very important numbers to this bill. And that is my motion, Madam Speaker.
Discussion on the McDonald motion. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would recommend a no vote on the referral. You know, this bill has been around for 8 years now. So this idea that the bill is being rushed through is inaccurate. So I would recommend a no vote.
Further discussion, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, to the comment of Representative Richardson, this idea has been around a long time. This fiscal note is brand new. Let me remind the body, the modeling and the financial fiscal notes that they have been working on for the last 4.5 years went in the garbage. This is all new modeling. We can't even get the kind of answers in the last workforce meeting we went to when the fiscal note was presented. Actually, about an hour before we went to the Workforce Committee hearing, there was an updated fiscal note because something had not gotten added into it. The University of Minnesota, I think, had an addition, came in last minute before I went to Workforce. Not a big deal. Another couple $1 million, whatever. But the thing was, this modeling is all brand new. We can't even get an idea about what the average pay somebody will get when you look at the overall numbers. We've asked the questions with the Department of Economic Development. They're telling us it's baked into the model. But we had these numbers last year. But this year, all that went in the garbage, and they had to start over. And that's one of the reasons why Representative Richardson's not going to deny that. That's why we waited so long for the fiscal note this year, because they used a whole new model. And yet we can't get information about what this is truly going to cost. So the attempts to try to re-refer it back to the committees where they had jurisdiction on these areas is reasonable, members. They're just asking, why can't we do our jobs when we should have had this number back then? So again, there's no reason why this should be called out of order. Not order, you didn't do that, but it's just where Representative Richardson has said, we've heard it enough. We've had it heard throughout all these different stops. Members, this is so important, and now we don't even want to put a cap on it. That was that 45-minute conversation. And the members that voted to not have a cap, that'll be interesting when we talk about that later. But members, this is important stuff. I think folks out there that want to know what's the payroll tax going to be on this thing going forward ought to have an answer. You're not giving them very good information today. So, again, I support the McDonald amendment. Please send it back. Let's just take a look at it. Thanks, members.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative McDonald.
Yeah, quickly, Madam Chair, thank you. Just to reiterate the cost of this, you know, after being here 13 years, I don't think I ever proposed a bill, and I hope it didn't happen to our side, because Republicans are supposed to be conservatives and fiscally conservatives, but I don't think I ever proposed a bill that I asked you to vote for that we didn't know the cost. And I know some of you, I'm looking at some of you now, if you could, I won't point you out, but I know some of you members on that side that care about responsible bills, and to pass a bill off the House floor not even knowing the cost, as my Uncle Flip on the McDonald farm would say, how dumb are you if you did something dumb on the farm and you knew better? This is a very irresponsible thing to do, to pass a bill, but they don't care. Minnesotans, it seems as though you don't care, because you're going to pass another bill that you don't know the cost. I just, if we ever do that, folks, on our side, I'm jumping off the Capitol Dome, because it's very irresponsible to do such a thing, to pass bills, and it's not your first time. So again, almost $600,000 cost to Dolly. Evidently, Representative Nelson, you don't care. $1.86 million to Dolly from paid family leave, and then almost 5 full-time employees to Dolly by the year 2027. But go ahead and pass another bill that you don't know the cost. Again, very, very silly and illogical thing to do, but that's just the way you're running this joint this time. So my sincere apologies for to pass such silliness. Not my apologies, but I'm apologizing for you on behalf of you to Minnesotans. That's all.
The clerk will take the roll on the motion. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is, or the motion just does not prevail. The bill is before us. The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. There we go. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The Minnesota Department of Commerce plays an extremely important role in the preservation of the insurance industry here in the state of Minnesota to make sure that the products that are sold and purchased by consumers are actually actuarially sound and that the premiums actually meet the dollars in and the dollars that have been promised out. In committee, we did not have the opportunity to hear a fiscal note during the committee, and it sounds like that's a pattern that's developing here this afternoon. And today the speaker said, can you believe it? There are 21, yes, 21 people who want to speak on this bill. I'm just wondering if we didn't have the opportunity to have fiscal notes during committee, how many of these speeches might have disappeared this afternoon? And once again, here we are doing committee work on the House floor. Wait for it. Wait for it. Madam Speaker, I would like to re-refer House File Number 2 to the Committee on Commerce and Finance and Policy, and I request a roll call.
Representative O'Driscoll requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if the chair of the Commerce and Finance Committee is available for a question.
He does not appear to be on the floor. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Representative
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Melissa Hortman.
Representative Doubt, please state your point of order.
Representative O'Driscoll moved to re-refer the bill to the Commerce Committee. You didn't recognize that motion, and then he called for a roll call on that motion. And the board still says you didn't call his motion, so I just wanted to make sure that you heard that.
We're all square there, Representative Doubt. Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's unfortunate that the chair is not here because he also in committee said he apologized that we didn't have a fiscal note, that it was still in process. And it sounds like there's a pattern developing here. Rush legislation through, sell no wine before it's time, is an old adage from the 70s TV commercials from Julio and Ernest Gallo, which I can use that metaphor because that's within our jurisdiction in commerce, alcohol, which we didn't have an alcohol bill again this year. That's probably a topic for another day. Nor do we have a conversation about reinsurance, which we're going to need on some other bills that we've talked about. But I'll stay focused on the purpose of this bill. Madam Speaker, I think that it's becoming abundantly clear that we would like to follow the rules, and we just simply look for respect in that process, and therefore we're looking for the re-referral. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and once again, just for clarity, I do have a roll call on the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The bill remains before us. The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to talk a little bit about, you hear a lot about the perspective of small business on this. And before I got involved in politics, I actually ran a small organization for about 5 years, a nonprofit, that had a total of 3 permanent employees, full-time employees, and about 10 to 12 part-time. And when you're running a small organization, you're incredibly close to your employees. And I had one that needed to be out for 2 months for a medical reason. And there's no way you say no to that. And there's also no way, as someone that understood what this person was going through, that I was not going to figure out a way to pay them for those 2 months, because it would have devastated their financial situation. So you figure it out and you do it, even if it puts your organization at risk, and it does. So it would have been so phenomenal to have this program at that time, to be able to help get that organization through this kind of time. And it also helps in terms of putting you on an equal footing with larger organizations that can provide this. So Representative Richardson, thank you for carrying this bill. I think it will really help small organizations like the one that I ran, and I urge folks to vote green.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. This whole bill, we've talked a lot this session about One Minnesota, and this bill is about caring for each other. And, as elected officials, we're called to care. There's no doubt we're called to care. I think that means, though, to me, that we need to care for employees, we need to care for employers, we need to care for the community. And just giving doesn't mean you're caring, because caring, there's intentions, and there's all the intentions of this bill, I understand, are good serving. But there's also unintended consequences that are going to be very real. It reminds me of the television game show, Let's Make a Deal. And behind door number 1, you have paid family medical leave, 24 weeks. And it sounds so good to be true that guess what it is? Too good to be true. Because it gives us everything we want to hear. But then behind door number 2 for Minnesota is the consequences of it. And that's the piece that I'm standing about today, because I think this bill needs more time, and it could be a much better bill. And to Representative Baker, there are other ways that this can be done. What could some of the unintended consequences be? What could that possibly look like? And, it's not just this 0.7% payroll tax, because, if that's $315 a year, everybody can calculate that by 26 pay periods, and you're looking at $12 a pay period. So for the employee or the employer, that's the least of our costs. And I don't think that that's the big picture behind door number 2 that people are talking about. So if your friend takes 12 weeks of family leave to care for their parent, just imagine this, because Minnesota has the most aging population that we've ever had in history, at a time when we're not funding nursing homes. So we have your friend's parent needs knee surgery, a hip surgery, cancer treatment, dementia care. They fell, they got taken to the hospital, they were sepsis, they're now sliding scale insulin dependent diabetic. The list goes on and on. I could rattle them off for the things you're gonna face. But what happens when your friend is done with the 12 weeks and she wants to go back to work? But imagine if there's no nursing home that's going to take their mother or father when they're done with the 12 weeks, and there's another 40 weeks left for the year to get to the 52 calendar year. So now your friend enjoyed a great benefit. That's called door number 1. But door number 2 is she might have to quit her job and lose her income to take care of mom or dad because the providers that we once depended on don't exist. And just look in the paper, I'm not making it up, nursing homes are closing at record rates right now in 2023. What happens when your employer, when your friend's employer doesn't exist anymore? They shut down or they just did massive layoffs. Because it's happening, Minnesota. It's happening at 3M. It happened at Medtronic. It's happening for the trades. They're seeing fewer bids. I talked to them. It happened at Whole Foods, Tyson Foods. It happened at McDonald's, Amazon, and Amazon was thriving in all those places during COVID when we shut down all the businesses that were going to hurt right now. They were all thriving, so they got huge cash reserves, so they're probably not going to hurt right now with this layoffs that they're going through. But they're not even benefiting. Walmart, Amazon, the ones that thrived during COVID, are now in layoffs. So I looked at the statistics on the human factor, because we're talking about the human factor, and I've lived through decades when we were at highs and lows of this economy. And in 2022, from January, February, and March, guess how many people lost their jobs in 2022 in the first trimester? First quarter, 344 Minnesotans lost their jobs last year in the first quarter. Guess how many lost their jobs in 2023? Guess how many? 1,556 Minnesotans lost their job in the first quarter of 2023. What happens when your friend is a nurse and your friend has to work mandatory overtime to assure the staffing ratios that this body sets, or has to be it works in a nursing home or a hospital, and they have to assure 24-hour care? What happens when their life is mandatory overtime every day, and they can't find enough independent contractors to come in to live in a different town so we have 24-hour operations? What happens when the business owner just granted off somebody to be the maid of honor in their sister's wedding for the summer, but now the other 2 employees, one's going out on a medical leave by the state, they're bored, they're going to grant it, and now under this plan, somebody else is going to be granted on the family. And who's going to fill the shift? Because if you've ran a business that works Monday through Friday and no weekends, no holidays, and no shift work, you have a lot of options. But the ones that work in manufacturing and work shift work, the options aren't there. The options aren't there for the hospital, the nursing home. And what else is going to really happen behind door number 2? Because I've talked to them, they've all sent me emails. They're like, Natalie, we're not against caring for people. We already do this as owners. But they said, here's the reality. If you think you have high grocery prices now, these costs, it's not the 0.7%, Minnesota. It's the fact that the employer is going to have to replace. They're going to have to pay twice. So they're going to build in those costs, because guess what? When they have no idea if 10 people from their business are off a month, they got to pay. There's no threshold. And if I meet you, I just met you in session, and you're lovely, and now you mean as much to me as my sister that I don't have. I have brothers, but you do. So you're going to be covered under the family leave. Anybody. It's not just foster parents. It's literally you met somebody at the bar last night that it means as much to you as the brother you have or the sister. We can't define anything anymore. So the state of Minnesota is on the hook for that. You are on the hook for that. So I guess I would say, Houston, we have a problem. I mean, actually, Minnesota, we have a problem. Minnesota nice is who we are, but Minnesota common sense is what we need. And sometimes you need to hear what you need to hear, because taking away the sucker is not like giving out the sucker. And I'll tell you one thing, after living through decades when people actually lost their job and lost their home, we are irresponsibly not truly caring for the people we're saying we care for, because 12 weeks is a snapshot of life. And if you signed on a 30-year mortgage and you're going to lose your house because you don't have a job, that's when we're irresponsibly not caring for the people. And without businesses, there's no job. Without a job, there's no employment. And you lose every contribution of what's going to fund this. And I'm glad you talked about the other countries and how we're lagging behind the rest of the world. And I hope we start following some of the things that they're doing. Because if we're going to talk about all the things that they're doing besides paid family leave, let's talk about the fact that they mine. The fact that they have fossil fuel, increasing it. They have a diversified energy portfolio, natural gas, nuclear, coal. Let's talk about the fact that they have a pretty reasonable abortion. 10 weeks, 12 weeks, 14 weeks, even Sweden's 18 weeks. Not till the end, 40 weeks, till you deliver the baby. Let's talk about how we need to take care of Minnesota. And common sense. And let's join the rest of the world, because they're laughing at us right now. That's what's behind door number 2. Minnesotans, this is not the common sense, middle of the road Minnesota plan. And we care for each other. Families, neighbors, businesses have always been caring for each other. But Minnesota, there's a price tag behind door number 2. Members, I urge a vote no.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This past weekend, as one of the events that I got to attend in my district was the Waconia Lions Wild Game Feed. And if you've never been to one of those and you want to eat some things that you never really thought would be on a menu, I'll have you join me. I'm pretty sure I ate lizard, I think. I'm not sure. We had moose burgers. We had all kinds of venison. As I'm going through the line and making my way back to join my friends and family, I got stopped pretty much every couple of feet, and I'm sure you all do when you're in your district as well. And I had a lot of people who are business owners in main streets in Carver County stop me. One of them was the DeLange family. The DeLange family owns a brewery on Main Street in Waconia. And they said, you know, Jim, if this becomes law, we're going to be hurting pretty badly. That this will adversely impact us as we have to figure out how to staff our growing brewery. And we don't know what we'll do. It's going to cost a lot. I had a conversation with the Schmidt family from my district in Chaska. And they are contractors and remodelers. And they said, Jim, this will cripple us. Cripple us. Those are their words, cripple us. They are not sure how they would fund this. They're not sure how they would survive this. They're not sure how they would meet the demands of the customers that they are seeing and that are being brought in front of. They don't know how it would happen. I also got stopped by a couple of Waconia 110 school board members. And as you know, the school board is opposed to this, School Boards Association. One of them said, Jim, remember that Waconia 110 is already in statutory operating debt to the tune of almost $7 million based on some decisions that were made by some very unwise school board members in the past. If this were to become law, the costs on District 110 and school districts across the state would be crippling, on top of their already insurmountable debt of $7 million that they don't know how to get out from underneath. I also got a call and had another call today with Ridgeview Hospital. For some color, Ridgeview is one of those hospitals that started off as a municipal hospital back in the 1960s, in fact, 1960 to be exact. So the city still owns the land. The hospital is one of the most innovative and strong independent hospitals in the state. And the CEO today said, Jim, I don't know how we will be able to deliver good care for our customers, our patients, who they never know. It's unpredictable how you can staff up and down to handle people who just get sick And he said, I don't know how we're going to do that. And they have hospitals in Le Sueur and Arlington. And, you know, you've heard from our side a lot about people and stories today, and I'm going to share a story with you that is very personal to me. It's about my best friend, Bill. My best friend, Bill, almost died of COVID. And if the staffing ratios get adjusted the way the CEO said that they would likely get adjusted, my buddy Bill may not have had somebody in the Arlington hospital that he could have received care from. And this is from the CEO, that decisions will be made relative to staffing, and they may move people who are supposed to work at the outstate hospitals, move it into the mothership in Waconia to cover, obviously, the larger needs in the Waconia hospital. My buddy Bill would not have gotten the care if this becomes reality. And my buddy Bill, who I fish with as many days as I possibly can, we do life together, our families, and he is an integral part of my family's life. And if this becomes reality, the staffing decisions at Ridgeview and other hospitals are going to be adversely impacted. So these are people who stopped me at the Waconia Wild Game Dinner, and there were a lot more. And they said, Jim, if there's anything that you can appeal to the majority party, please beg them not to do this. Filled with small business owners, there were folks from Main Street, Waconia, Cologne, Chaska, saw some people from Chanhassen, saw people from Representative Harder's district, Watertown, and they said, Jim, this is going to be crippling for us. And I think Representative Baker's passed out a list of chambers who are absolutely opposed to this. I think this is Representative Baker's, and I think there are some notable ones on here. There is the Iron Mining Association in Representative Liz Lagarde's district that is deeply opposed to this. Mine's covered up. I think it's the Laurentian Local Chamber, Liz Lagarde's district as well. Metro North Chamber of Commerce, Representative Norris, Representative Newton. They are deeply opposed to this. Representative Purcell, the Northfield Area Chamber of Commerce. The Shakopee Chamber and Business and Visitors Bureau, Representative Tabke. The St. Cloud Area Chamber of Commerce, Representative Wolgamott. Representative Curran, the White Bear Area Chamber of Commerce. Representative Cha, the Woodbury Area Chamber of Commerce. There are businesses along main streets that will be going out of business and be forced into bankruptcy. Bookstores, coffee shops, movie theaters, chiropractors, breweries, many of them. The Rochester Area Chamber of Commerce, Representative Smith, they are opposed to this bill. They recognize that this would have an outstandingly deleterious effect on small business owners. And the message that I've been getting from Chamber of Commerce is that they are fearful that people will be going out of business and declare bankruptcy because of it. This is a damaging bill, and I want to talk about the IT. I didn't rise, Madam Speaker, earlier to talk about the IT because I think the Chamber can only take so much IT talk from Jim upon occasion, but here's your chance. I'm going to share a little bit more. During the pandemic, Representative Richardson, you were right that the pieces that were stood up very quickly. That is because it was done with a third-party vendor, AWS, and Minute was working with them very quickly to stand up some solutions that had existed in previous iterations. In testimony in committee over these years, the one thing that has always been universally admitted is that the IT backbone for this is not particularly well defined. Now, let's talk about some other IT backbones that were not particularly well defined that all of us have lived through either as legislators or as Minnesotans. You've heard about MNsure, you've heard about MNLARS. Both of those were launched sort of on hopeful thinking, and that doesn't always work. You know, the MNLARS was $193 million. I think MNsure was all in $900 million between a website and some other stuff that they had to get done. Neither of those worked because it was undefined walking in the door. So if you have an undefined IT project, you are pretty much destined for failure or overrun on costs. And I had an amendment earlier, and in some requests from the majority's staff, I didn't offer it, but here's what I would say. Walking in the door with an undefined project, you're going to go into the weeds very quickly, and you're going to experience some problems. I think that this is really misguided, and it's been rushed. I've seen it in a number of committees, and each time we ask difficult questions, and the author always promises, well, I'll work on that, and we're going to move it to the next committee, and we'll work on it there along the way. And the fiscal note has been a persistent issue that has never really been addressed. And in state government finance, we brought that up. And here are some of the costs that are listed in the fiscal note that roll up under the state government finance. $374,000 to the legislature from the general fund, $18.33 million to the Met Council from the general fund, $11.74 million to MMB from the general fund, and $22.183 million from MMB to other funds. And we did not have the benefit of the fiscal note at the time. We were told, oh, it's coming. And you have heard over the course of this debate and debate in committees that, well, it's very similar to the previous fiscal note, and I'm sure it's going to be quite similar. And Representative Baker, I think, put that to sleep when he pointed out that you're using a different model to generate these, the outcome that you're trying to get to today. So that's a problem, because we never actually got to debate it in state government finance. We never got the chance to ask the author difficult questions about the costs of that. And in finance committees, it is wholly predicated on the purview of the committee to talk about the money. But if you don't know what the money is, it's awfully difficult to have a conversation. And we heard on a number of occasions, well, when it gets to Ways and Means, we can have a full conversation there. But that cuts out most of the members in this chamber. There's a very few of us that are on Ways and Means. So the conversation that you get there is not representative of the people who are filling the roster on those committees. And if you haven't noticed, we have, at the very first, I'll compliment our freshman class. They came ready to work. They've asked great questions. They didn't get a chance because not one of them serves on Ways and Means. They didn't get a chance to talk about this. That's a travesty. You know, this is now my 9th year here, and I have seen an occasional time when a bill comes to committee and we don't have the fiscal note. But we have dealt with it at the next committee stop, and sometimes we've made referrals back to the prior committee because it was the right thing to do. But that hasn't been the case at all this session, not really at all. So, Madam Speaker, I would move to re-refer House File 2 to the State and Local Government Finance Policy, and I request a roll call.
Representative Nash moves to refer the bill to the State and Local Government Finance Committee, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, Representative Nash, did you want to do a closing argument? The clerk will take the roll on the re-referral. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. Discussion to the bill, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be brief. I'm almost done. Well, again, members, a wildly impacting bill, and you've all admitted that this is going to be a huge impact on the state of Minnesota, and I think what you've heard from our side is that if it works, it's going to be a miracle. So I will close in a quote from one of my favorite movies, and you know that I love to quote movies. And I will give you this quote from Miracle Max and his wife, Valerie. I'm not sure everybody knew if Valerie was her name. They said, "Bye-bye, have fun storming the castle." They ask, "Do you think it'll work?" And his wife says, "It'll take a miracle." Members vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to try to approach this a little bit differently. We all know that COVID hit everyone hard. We're all still feeling some detrimental effects of what COVID did to us, whether it's the social implications or just getting back to that quote-unquote new norm, the unprecedented times that we were all in. But it hit small businesses in Main Street the hardest. I remember walking downtown and seeing all those closed for now signs, stay safe signs, and we in turn said, we support you. We said, shop local. We said, support small biz. They were on yard signs, bumper stickers. We tried eating out as much as we could or ordering takeout and bringing it home. And over 10,000 of those businesses closed. Since then, these are just a few of the headlines. If you type in small business and then hit news on Google, I'm just going to read off a few. Star Tribune on December 15th of 2022 said, Minneapolis offers accounting help to small businesses trying to comply with worker rules. After that, the Federal Reserve Economic Data Dashboard showed that Minnesota was at its lowest workforce participation rate since 1976. March 30th of 2023, not that long ago, NBC said U.S. credit card debt among small businesses reaches all-time high. CBS News, as of April 4th, 2023, Minnesota is the most expensive state to start a business, new study finds. And May 1st, 2023 as well, we have, hey legislators, don't forget small businesses. That's from the Minnesota Reformer. We're obviously hearing two different things about this bill. And I'm sure that you guys don't mean to do harm. You're probably hearing from a lot of folks who are struggling, who want that paid time off, who want that paid family medical leave, and we had a solution for that. I think Representative Baker offered an awesome alternative. It was a carrot approach and not a stick. But we're hearing something different, because I've been picking up the phone and consoling those small businesses that we said collectively we were going to support not that long ago. I'm going to read off a few of them here for you. Washington County Chamber Coalition. This bill is neither equitable nor sustainable, costing taxpayers billions of dollars and decreasing Minnesota's ability to attract and retain businesses. Cottage Grove Chamber, Forest Lake Area Chamber, Oakdale Chamber, Stillwater Chamber, White Bear, and Woodbury Area Chambers of Commerce. We're trying to humanize small businesses a little bit here, because sometimes I think we throw that out and it doesn't really mean much. It's kind of a broad, sweeping term that we use for something we can't necessarily feel or see. So I'll keep going. Dear Rep. Engen, thank you for requesting our input on this. None of the other representatives in the 6 districts where I own businesses and live asked for such input. The Minnesota state government has been the biggest roadblock to growing this business. Minnesota is quickly becoming a state of excessive tax and regulation, and business owners realize it and are making plans to do business elsewhere. That's from Topher with Do Life, Inc., owns a Pilates studio in downtown White Bear. White Bear Glass, been in the community since 1977. They said, we're trying to remain financially stable during the record-setting inflation or obtain materials during supply scarcity. The last thing my Minnesota business needs is a mandatory one-size-fits-all model. That's from Jeff, president of the White Bear Glass, Inc. We have a new small business. I actually remember when this one popped up. I've been in a couple of times to repair an iPad and a phone screen that I can't stop from cracking. It's Jeff with Techie Dudes. Suggestions would be, and I always hate to bring a complaint without a solution, is to study and review what has and has not worked for other states that have implemented a family leave program. We're not doing that with this because we heard through past amendments that we took the most radical approach to this. Again, stick and not carrot. I could go on. I have more. I had to keep some out because there was some vulgarity in it, and I can see why. We just told them that they were going to be supported, that we were going to help them get through a very, very tough time and support those same businesses that we wear on the back of our hockey jerseys that support our after-school sports projects or whatever it might be. They're always there for us. They're helping us financially, and they also create that community square that we can go and visit. But now we're telling them something else. With 78 pages, we're saying that you guys are the bad guys, and we're creating a culture of oppressor versus oppressed amongst our Main Street businesses. That's not fair. My first job was a Main Street business. I learned a lot there. I was just a dishwasher. But now I might not have that opportunity, or future generations might not have that opportunity because they're going to be closing up their doors. I think it's going to be a hard era in Minnesota watching all of those now hiring signs quickly turn into closed for good signs. That's what this bill does. We can take another approach. I'm begging, I'm pleading on behalf of the folks that I represent that are reaching out to me saying we have to stop this so that I can maintain my business. I'm begging you, it's okay. Hit the no button. Let's go to the table and let's find something that actually is workable. Because this is not it.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I like to spend a little time just thinking about what a business is and why people go into it. It's really quite remarkable that anybody makes that decision. I haven't. I don't have any plan to. I can't contemplate stepping out on the plank and taking that risk. It's a huge risk. It's much safer to just work for somebody else, to be an employee. As an employee, you proceed with all sorts of legal protections and privileges. They have to put up several posters in the cafeteria disclosing all the ways in which you're protected under the law from your employer. You don't get any of that as a small business. You go into it with no protection whatsoever. You go into it with sometimes, oftentimes, ultimate risk. People mortgaging their homes in order to finance a startup. You're risking everything on a hope and a dream to enact a plan to make their lives better for themselves and their families. That's what a business is, especially small businesses, the types of businesses we've been talking about. And it was mentioned earlier that there's some folks in the room, perhaps in the gallery, who are small business owners who support this. I respect that. I also have to respect the fact that I'm sitting here in front of not only the letters that were just mentioned by Representative Engen, but there's a letter that was sent to all of us back in February from the Brainerd Lakes Chamber of Commerce and a couple of neighboring chambers of commerce, signed by 158 Brainerd Lakes businesses and nonprofit organizations. 3 columns of fine print listing off all these organizations, begging, to use Representative Nash's word, begging to not do this to them. Because, again, when we say one size fits all, it becomes kind of cliche, but what we actually mean is there are reasons why people make the arrangements that they make. There are reasons why people aren't offering this benefit, and it's not because they don't care. It's not because they don't wish they could. It's because they can't They can't afford it. They won't exist if they do, and they won't continue to exist if you force them. The Brainerd Lakes community is in panic mode. I didn't take the time to find out who represents them. But they're in panic mode. 158 businesses concerned about their ability to persist, dealing with coming out of the pandemic, which again, I'll spare you my take on that, you know it. Coming out of the pandemic, already struggling with workforce, persistent theme that we all hear from every industry, every constituent group, workforce, 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 can't find people to work. This isn't going to help with that. Increasing the cost of employing people, that's going to help attract employees? No, it's not. And again, in an attempt to humanize this, I want to give you two examples. One is, before coming here, I served on the city council in Albertville for about 7 years. And every year, you get into this rhythm, kind of like you do here, I'm sure, where you just kind of know the times and the seasons of what to expect in terms of business, municipal business. And every year we'd have an audit. And every year the auditors would come in with the same finding. I don't remember exactly how they worded it, but something to the effect of lack of segregation of financial responsibilities. You've heard that one before. And that's a fancy way of saying you don't have a lot of people working for you. And as a result of not having a lot of people working for you, you have people doubling up responsibilities that they probably shouldn't, under best practices, be doubling up, but you don't really have a choice because what are you going to do? We're a small city, 4 square miles, limited tax base. We can't afford to double our staff. So our city administrator is our city engineer. Our director of finance is a one-stop shop. She knows everything, and she's fantastic at her job. If she were to leave us for 8, 12, 24 weeks, the city would be up a creek. And even if we were to hire somebody on a temporary basis who on paper was a better choice, like had a better resume and more experience, we still would have a significant operational impact because that new person walking in the door doesn't know where the bathrooms are, doesn't know the filing system, has to learn the software, right? There's this ramp-up period, this adjustment. No matter how good the employee is, they still have to be oriented to the job. And so they're not going to be able to perform it as effectively. And what we're asking here is not just to endure one of those operational impacts as a city, a school district, a county, a small employer. We're talking about potentially having to have all of your employees go out at the same time because you can't say no. You can't manage it. As it stands right now, my employer, when I'm not here, I work for a small business owned by a woman and her husband who mortgaged their home in order to start it, and they're a contractor for a larger corporation, and that's their only customer is this corporation. And so they're kind of held captive in a lot of ways to the whims of that business partner. And have to deal with shifting expectations and goalposts being moved all the time. And now here comes the state of Minnesota piling on. We're going to say, on top of all the operational difficulties that you have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, people who want to take time off for this and that, now we're going to say you can't say no, and potentially, half your guys could walk out the door at the same time, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Well, just having to deal with it is a lot easier said than done, because that workload has to be lifted every single day. Not getting it done is not an option. And you can't just bring people in off the street and set them to work right away. The nature of this work is you have to be trained, you have to be qualified, you have to check boxes. It takes days to bring somebody on board. And that's after you've already put them through the background check, after you've already put them through the process necessary to qualify them to even be able to start with the on-the-job training. And there isn't going to be a scenario, certainly in the business that I work for, where you're just going to have like this bank of people who you have qualified and trained and ready to go to fill in when needed, whenever somebody decides that they're going to leave. And you're not going to be able to employ everybody that you have. You're not going to be able to have them all working at the same time because you don't have enough work for them. So you're going to go out of business if you do that. These are real problems. And the consequence of imposing these real problems on real businesses is that small businesses like the one that I work for are no longer going to be able to operate, which means the family who put everything on the line in order to start that business under the assumption that they were going to be supported by this state rather than undercut by this state, lose their business, potentially lose their home, certainly lose their livelihood, and guess what? So do the dozens of us who work for them. My kids, who I had in here yesterday, some of you were kind enough to come over and introduce yourselves. Those are the kids who won't get to eat, whose mortgage won't get paid as a result of the business I'm working for going out of business because of this unnecessary burden being imposed upon it. Under the auspices of somehow helping me, right? Like your objective is you're helping me by giving me paid family medical leave. In actuality, you're putting me on the fast track to having to look for a job in order to continue to pay my bills. And not just me, but Minnesotans all across the state. This is a terrible idea. And I don't want to be Pollyannish about it, but I sure would appreciate, and Minnesotans across the state sure would appreciate if you take stock of that human cost before you make your decision tonight. Please vote no.
The member from Stearns, Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got some hecklers behind me here. Today, I would like to talk to the members and let you know that I'm kind of taking a personal opinion and shot at this bill. Yes, I've been a legislator for the last 4 months, but for the last 20 plus years, I have been a business owner. And I've been pivoting and working very hard, not for my success, but for the success of my team and the success for their families. Because if my team's successful, their family's successful, and we can keep growing things, their payroll, their benefits, and we don't need to be told what we have to do. This bill, like I said, I take it personally, is telling Minnesota employers, which I am one, that they don't care about their employees' health and their families' care when they're needed. So the government's going to tell you how to run your business when it comes to family paid sick leave. So again, employers make every decision regarding employees about the quality of life and success. These are our families, their families. I'm not going to talk about the 24 weeks leave, the unfunded mandate tax on payroll, or the definition of family. That's all in the bill. You can read that. I'm going to talk to what unintended consequences could develop and change the good programs that are already offered and affect the employees. Again, I'm about the employees when I read this. My team, their teams, the teams that are out there. So business owners build families and teams with respect, programs, and focus on the needs of the team members. It's about the employees and about talking to them before having a mandate put on us that they may not even care for. It includes many things, and I can call off health care, bonuses, salaries, IRAs, paying for their education, having an employee just excited to get auto mileage or a birthday gift, or even Christmas parties. The little things in life with employees are very important, and I don't want these things to be taken away by the unintended consequences. I've heard from business owners who are concerned what this bill will do to their existing employee programs. Will they have to stop an IRA program that puts money into employees' banks accounts? Will bonuses be changed? Will payroll increases lessen? These are all going to affect the employee financially, and they are going to have to be talks with an unfunded mandated tax on this payroll. And we've already talked that there is no even cap. So we're going to start at 0.7, but man, where could it go? And I think my own employees would think that that's a dangerous, slippery slope. This mandate will stop creative programming for employees. It will tie some of our hands as an employer. Please understand also what business owners truly do for the community besides taking care of their employees and their families. Business owners also invest in their communities, fundraisers, lifting up people in general. So I know that I didn't want to take a long time, and so I have a letter that maybe I'll put out there from Speedy delivery service that covers all of Minnesota. So you probably see Speedy trucks in all of your areas. But what the heck, I'm going to read it. Sorry, Rep. But Speedy owner and management team wrote this letter to me. It's very long, but what it comes out at the end is, we would ask Governor Walz and our legislators to fix what is already on the books before adding more debt, mandates, and intentionally reducing the workforce while increasing costs for both the government and entrepreneurs. The new tax starts at 0.7 of payroll up to the FICA limit, but that's just the start. Other states that implemented the program saw a doubling in the PFML tax in just 3 years. What is the prognosis for Minnesota? If we continue to burden companies with additional taxes, employers may be left with no alternative than to relinquish some of the benefits they offer to compensate for the increased taxes. And a staggering reality is that Minnesota-based companies may have no choice but to pull up their stakes and move to another state that has a proven track record of being pro-employer. Minnesota's anti-business climate is already a factor in whether entrepreneurs set roots in our state and deters employers in other states from expanding in Minnesota. Our state is setting up to become an unattractive place to live or do business, and ultimately a less desirable place for tourists to drop money into our economy based on this new bill. Please, I ask to slow down this bill. Let's take it slow. Let's talk more about it. Let's listen to our businesses. This is going to hit a lot of individuals. And again, that was from Speedy Delivery Service, which if you haven't seen a truck in Minnesota, you really aren't on the roads then. And this will affect those kind of deliveries. Costs will go up to your deliveries to our businesses if they get hit with this. The unintentional consequences are tremendous. Please, slow down. Let's think it through. And again, I think every time I talk, I always say, I'm talking to the ceiling again. I don't know if anybody's listening over there, but this is a real concern for our business environment here in Minnesota. So members, please vote no on the bill, or let's just say, let's wait. Let's table it and wait till next session. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I could certainly spend some time digging into all of the problems with this bill. Many of those have been highlighted this afternoon already. But I'm going to keep this a little higher level than that and just talk about more generally the impact on our businesses and ultimately on our workers, on the folks in this state who depend on those employers. I spoke last week, I suppose it was, that we passed the tax bill out of here. And I spoke that night about choices because there seems to be this assumption in this chamber from our Democrat colleagues that no matter what we do, no matter how hostile of an environment we create, everyone's just going to go along with it. And everyone's just going to suck it up and take it. But that's just not reality. And I was thrilled with Representative Garofalo's, not just his comments, but his offer to show everyone the reality of what is happening in this state. And what we are doing tonight is only going to exacerbate that reality. We've talked a lot about the impact on businesses, but I would just reiterate my earlier comments. You know, this isn't just a payroll tax. This isn't just a payroll tax for employers. This is a payroll tax. It is premium pay for a temporary employee, if you can even find one, and I will get to that in a minute because the likelihood of finding one is not high. It is additional property taxes to pay for the additional costs on our school districts. It's the additional property taxes to pay for the additional costs to our cities. And it is the additional property taxes to pay for the additional costs to our counties. Our businesses, particularly our Main Street businesses, particularly folks like James and Deanna, are going to get hit 5 times over with this bill. Now, I am really glad that my Democrat colleagues figured out that the Richardson A85 amendment to the Dowd amendment was really bad. That was a really bad amendment, and I'm glad that you figured that out. But make no mistake, this underlying bill, House File 2, gives the commissioner unlimited taxing authority. The Dowd amendment just sought to put some guardrails on that, and you chose not to. So just know that when you vote yes on House File 2, you are voting to give a commissioner unlimited taxing authority. I mean, not only is that, as Representative Robbins pointed out, unconstitutional, it is unbelievably irresponsible. And frankly, it's a little bizarre that this body would take that stance. Frankly, Chair Gomez would not even allow local communities to do a local option sales tax that their own people voted for. She didn't even put local option sales taxes in the tax bill. And those taxes require voter approval. And you guys wouldn't even do that. But now we're going to give a commissioner unlimited taxing authority. That is what is happening in House File 2. Now, I would remind you, this bill today is frankly not just about this bill today. This is sort of the final nail in the coffin of what we've been doing to our businesses, to our employers, to our job creators this session. I think, I could be wrong, but I believe that this is the final installment of $10 billion of new taxes. $10 billion of new taxes when we have an $18 billion budget surplus. That's what this bill gives us. It's the final installment of $10 billion in new taxes. And interestingly, the article that I referenced earlier was true before everything we passed, because everything that has been passed this session is not included in that article. But that article shows us that Minnesota is already the most expensive state to start a business. And you know what that means? It's the most expensive state to create a job. It is the most expensive state for an employer to provide a worker a job. And they just don't have to. Employers can make different choices. And like I said, in my county, that means they're just going across the river. They don't have to locate in Minnesota and live under the oppressive business environment that we have created for them. They don't have to, and they're making different choices. It's interesting, Minnesota also increasingly does not have the labor force to keep up with demand, which frankly is a significant part of this bill. And we tried to limit this. I offered an amendment to try to at least put a cap on the number of weeks that could be taken under paid family medical leave. And frankly, try to put it in line with the rest of the country. Because House File 2 makes us a significant outlier across the country. And you know what that means? It means businesses are disincentivized to create jobs in Minnesota. When we are an outlier in how expensive it is to start a business here, and in how difficult it is to run a business here, we disincentivize businesses from creating jobs here. And when it comes to this labor force issue, I want to reference, there was a Reuters article, this is just today, this came out just today from Reuters, and it says the experience of Minnesota, where a strong industrial and corporate base has collided with flatlining population growth, suggests the process of finding a new balance so central to the evolution of the economy, wages and inflation, will be neither fast nor cheap. It's not happening. It says Minnesota has a particularly large imbalance. The 12-month moving average of available positions last year reached 2.75 for every unemployed person. That means there are almost 3 jobs available for every unemployed person. And yet, my Democrat colleagues want no guardrails, no caps, no balance when it comes to protecting the people who create jobs. And I would add, in a dilemma offering a glimpse of the country's future if birth rates and immigration remain low, companies are competing for workers from a labor pool little changed since 2017. This has not changed since 2017 and projected to see, quote, next to no growth over the next decade. Not my words. That's our state demographer. That's Susan Brower, our state demographer. We're not going to see the growth we need. And in fact, as all of these Democrat policies go into place, I suspect we'll see a constriction. I suspect that you will see the job market become more difficult in the state of Minnesota. We are just exacerbating the problem. We're making it worse. And again, businesses can make other choices. They don't have to stay here, and they certainly don't have to create here. And frankly, we've seen that, again, over decades. Minnesota homegrown businesses are not growing in Minnesota. They are choosing to grow elsewhere. And we are only making that worse with House File 2 as it stands. Now, Representative Zalesnikar mentioned this, but let's talk about nursing homes. Let's talk about nursing homes. I want to thank Representative Zalesnikar for bringing up the impact that this is going to have. Interestingly, at one point, the Senate bill actually appropriated money to our nursing homes to deal with the additional costs that they are going to experience. Our bill does not. And because of that, Madam Speaker, I would move to re-refer House File 2 to the Human Services Finance Committee, and I would request a roll call.
Representative New Brindley requests or makes a motion to refer the bill to the which committee?
Human Services Finance.
Human Services Finance Committee, and requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the motion.
Madam Speaker.
Representative New Brindley, you would like to close.
I would, thank you. So we've had this problem throughout the movement of this bill through committees, and that problem is that there is this complete lack of scrutiny to the bill. There is a complete lack of willingness to discuss the merits of the bill, certainly, to discuss the real imminent problems with the bill, but perhaps most importantly, as a legislative body, the financial impacts of the bill. And I want to point out, we have made it abundantly clear that our nursing homes are in deep trouble. Our nursing homes have been closing. Well, maybe that will be mitigated. Maybe this bill will just accelerate that and we won't have to worry about the cost of this bill to our nursing homes. But our nursing homes have been closing at an alarming rate. They are closing now at an alarming rate, and they will continue to close because this body has chosen to not fund our nursing homes. This body has chosen to ignore completely the crisis faced in long-term care in our nursing homes. The most critical, the most necessary care. It is the care that family members cannot give. That's why they're in nursing homes. And this body has chosen to ignore that. This body has chosen to allow nursing homes to close instead of dealing with that impending crisis. So imagine my surprise and disappointment when I did finally see this fiscal note. And the fiscal note acknowledges nursing facility will begin to incur the costs associated with this bill on July 1st, 2025. Nursing homes are going to incur costs from this bill. So not only has this body chosen to not fund them adequately, now we're going to make them pay more money. We are going to make sure that the cost of nursing homes is more than what it is today. And we're already not willing to fund them. Medical assistance and private pay daily nursing facility payment rates will be affected by this bill. They will be affected. There's a 30-day payment delay factor. It lags the provision of services by 1 month. Projected number of people impacted daily by the private pay rate increase associated with this bill. Now, this is the rate increase. This is how much it is going to cost nursing homes. 3,842 people are going to have to pay more for their nursing home care. This bill will impact all employees of nursing facilities in Minnesota, which is estimated at 31,000 people. So when it affects the employees, we're talking about the fact that this payroll tax falls on employers. But of course, employers can choose to offset some of that with their employees. There will be an impact to the Medicaid and private pay nursing facility rates annually if this bill is enacted. This is going to affect rates. This one is a little confusing for me. This bill can be implemented with the existing department resources. I'm looking around for folks who sat on the Human Services Finance Committee. Because I tell you what, every single time we heard from Commissioner Harpstead in committee, we were told that they don't have enough money for administrative costs. But they're going to absorb these costs. They're just going to absorb these costs. Frankly, there are a lot of factors addressed in this fiscal note that have not been addressed by the Human Services Finance Committee, which is the appropriate place for these questions to be addressed. If we're not going to care about our businesses, if we're not going to care about driving businesses out of this state, if we're not going to care about $10 billion of new taxes when we have an $18 billion budget surplus, the least we can do is say we do care about our senior citizens in nursing homes, and we can address the problems in House File 2 that affect those people. And Madam Speaker, did I request a roll call? Thank you. Members, I would request a yes vote.
Seeing no further debate, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The member from Ramsey, Representative Hussein, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm trying to share my own experience and what has happened to me in the past and why this bill is very important. And there's the money Minnesotan who has a problem and cannot spend a time with their loved ones. This bill will take care the people that needs. All Minnesotans deserve a freedom to care for themselves and the people to take care of their loved ones, whether it could be a health, illness, or a sick child. So this bill, it is very important because my mom was dying and I did not have the opportunity to say goodbye. Imagine that. How many Minnesotans are going through this tough time? And we're talking about sales tax. We're talking about that this bill is going to hurt more people. No, it would help. This is not the only state that passed this bill, and the sky hasn't fallen on them. They strength for the employees, healthier, wellness. We're a nation of Minnesota and the U.S. We always take care of one another. And it's a time that we need to take care for our loved ones. It's a time we need to take care for our children, for kids that's sick, that we can't spend and have a time with them. That's sad. So we do have 11 states that has passed this bill and that went through the same way that we are going through Minnesota tonight. We're passing this bill and we're making a history. We're taking care of our loved ones that's needed. I have been getting a lot of calls, the business owner from my district, and they are supporting them. They are supporting this bill because they want to make sure that fairness happen. They want to make sure that their loved ones need to be taken care of. We went through COVID, and we've seen what we went through. We brought us people together. We checked one another's. So thank you, Representative Richardson, for bringing this great bill forward. This is, as a legislator, we make law. Sometimes someone come to us, or we seen each other's, what happened to you in the past. And we need to address that. This country's been like that always. and we need to take care for our loved ones. We need to take care for our Minnesotans. Thank you, and please reconsider and vote green. Thank you.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So I too am going to share some things here. Personally, I'm in agreement. People should have paid time off, which is why I believe in personal responsibility. So if somebody, a business, an employer offers benefits that does not fit the individual looking for a job, that is where the free market comes in, and one can use the power of the computer or whatever, the phone call, to find out what employers offer what benefits when applying for a job. Okay. Everything is going up these days. Recently, I just, about a month ago, probably about a month ago, I opened up my property taxes. And they went up a few $100s. And then I did a comparison because my escrow balance, my escrow account, I got that annual notice of where your escrow balance is, and if you want that monthly payment to be such and such amount, then you need to put in X dollars more into your escrow account. Otherwise, your mortgage payment is going to go up. So my escrow payment said my payment would go up, my mortgage, about $80 more a month. That is if I put in additional $400 more into my escrow account. So if I put in $400 into my escrow account, my mortgage payment would only go up roughly $80 more a month. So I'm thinking to myself, gosh, now I gotta come up with $400 more, and I've got to figure out like another $80 more toward my mortgage, or put more money into my escrow account to get my payment down to where it is today. And that's a lot of individuals that are going through that same situation right now. Property taxes are going up. Escrow is going up. Cost of food is going up. Gas is going up. Energy bills is going up. Everything is going up. And if they get a pay raise increase, that increase is going to the cost of living that has increased. Nobody, middle class, and those that are in lower income levels, we are not getting ahead. We are not getting ahead. And so when bills like this come forward, and there is a 7% new payroll tax, of which some of that is going to be borne by the employee, that's just less money that I'm going to have and my constituents are going to have and residents of the state of Minnesota are going to have in their paycheck. And so I look at bills like this as wage theft. The government is coming in and they're saying, we got this program, you're now going to have to fund it. And oh, by the way, if there is not enough money in the paid family leave account, we're just going to go back to you, employee and employer, and we're going to take more and garnish more from your paycheck. I thought we were against wage theft. I'm pretty sure we passed some bills addressing wage theft here. But yet, House File 2 legalizes wage theft. Just recently, I think I read in the Star Tribune that tourism, people just don't want to come to Minnesota for some reason. People are leaving Minnesota, moving elsewhere to places like Colorado, Arizona, Florida. and we're trying to come up with creative ways to lure people into Minnesota. Well, this bill on top of your other bills are not it. Friends, this bill will crush our Main Street businesses, businesses that I work for. Do you think where I fill in part-time at Herbie's Bar and Grill in Carlos, Minnesota, where I bartend, I got to work this weekend, Friday and Saturday. Oh yes, Representative McDonald has been there a few times. Do you really think that after being hit with COVID closings, COVID regulations, that they can endure yet another slap in the face from this government? I don't think so. I want Minnesota to succeed. I want employees to succeed. I want employers to succeed. Without employers, there will be no employees, and there will be deficits in this state. Members, employees are hurt with this bill. As I said, I consider it a wage theft bill. And the bureaucratic hurdles that have to be put in place for this bill to even function is asinine. 2 years of development. So all of you who are super excited, like, yay, it's gonna pass, or once it passed, you're probably gonna be doing some more selfies, that's what you like to do. It's gonna take 2 years, maybe even more, for this program to get off the ground. 400 more full-time employees. 400 more employees. Where Representative Baker offered a different approach, one that would not have more government employees, one that was an opt-in and would not steal hard-earned dollars from our employees and our employers to fund it. But it was voted down. For some reason, I don't know why. But this bill, this House File 2, is going to make Minlars and Minsure a walk in the park. I do not look forward to those days when you're going to be fielding all kinds of crazy phone calls, because it's going to be a hot mess. And I want to thank Representative Ann New Brindley for highlighting the nursing home issue. Those folks are scared. We only funded them at $3.9 million in the House of Representatives. But yet, with redesigning the state flag, we gave that committee $5 million. Think about that, where the priorities are of this body. So members, I ask you and I plead you on behalf of Minnesota, on behalf of the employees and the employers, to vote no on House File 2.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thought it might be good to actually hear from a small business owner. I'm glad that you guys think I'm quite remarkable and have so many good things to say about small business owners. So I opened a coffee shop in my community last July. I didn't do it to get rich. I did it to build a space for community in my neighborhood. We in Roseville have chain everything. Perhaps you've been to the mall or one of the many chain restaurants, but we don't necessarily have a main street. But if we did, it would not be by the mall. It might be on Hamlin Avenue, where my business is located. I share a strip mall location with a little Chinese restaurant, a guy who sells windows, and an optometrist office. She's been selling glasses there for over 30 years. So I also don't think we should forget about small business. And a couple things I wanted to share. when this bill first came forward, obviously I'm supportive of wanting to make sure folks, when they need help, that they are supported and still able to support their families. But to be really honest, I had some questions, and I look at my bottom line. I honestly, while I sit here on my non-government issued computer, often I'm sitting here doing my reports, to my UI reports, making sure my schedules are posted, running my small business often from my phone, wherever I happen to be as I juggle it all. And I did have questions about how this was gonna work for a business like mine. I have 10 employees. None of them want to be full-time. They range in age from 16-year-olds to someone in their 60s who's a grandma but needs the extra income. And the fact that this bill has been through this many committees, that doesn't happen very much. I know the cannabis team was really proud of how many stops they made, but Representative Richardson has really done a lot of work, and I think the bill has gotten better as it's moved forward. And I do thank Representative Richardson for really listening and wanting to do better by our small businesses. And when I say small business, I mean little micro businesses like mine. I haven't paid myself anything. I've been able to earn sick and safe time for my employees, but something like offering paid family medical leave is just something I'm not able to do. And with this bill, I'm gonna be able to do it, and it's not gonna cost me very much at all other than the time to onboard my employees. So as one of those little businesses that's competing with the big chains and the folks who don't necessarily need the help and can definitely get by, I think Howard Schultz makes plenty of money. He can probably afford to offer things to his employees, but this is going to be a mechanism for small businesses like mine so that when my employees need it, they will have access to this. And I'm really excited about it. I actually got kind of emotional thinking about it when this gets signed by the governor, that I'm going to be able to share with my employees that this is a thing that they're going to be able to have. Because the reality is, we've in all of these bills, you sort of talk about, well, what are you going to do when you don't have that employee there? Well, either way, if my employee breaks her leg, she can't stand there and do her job as a barista. Either way, she's not going to be there, and I'm going to be covering for her. If Becky is at home taking care of her husband with COVID, either way, I'm still going to be the one covering her shift until we can find someone else. And I would rather have them all taken care of, and I would rather have them be able to pay their bills and pay their mortgages and pay their rent during that time when they need it most. I don't want them to have to come to work when they've got a 2-week-old baby. I want them to be with their baby. And so that's what this bill does. That's what it means to a small business like mine. And I am really excited about how far we've come, and I'm excited to vote green on this. Thank you to everyone who's put the work into this.
The member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So I'm actually a little bit happy. I was very upset that I didn't think this body as a whole was taking the fiscal note absence in nearly every committee that this bill went through seriously. And I'm happy to report that after this debate, Representative Scott re-referred this bill to Judiciary. Unfortunately, the whole body as a whole said no. Then Representative McDonald got up and he re-referred this bill back to Labor and Industry. But unfortunately, the whole body voted no. If you watch the board, you know who voted what. Then Representative Nash got up and tried to re-refer this bill back to state and local government, which has a $53 million cost that they didn't get to talk about, and they didn't get to review the 73-page fiscal note that, yes, was amended and revised after Ways and Means. After Ways and Means. So this bill has been rushed through so quickly that we didn't even have a correct and accurate fiscal note in Ways and Means. That is the last stop before it hits this floor. I'm appalled. I'm disgusted. But that isn't it. Because then O'Driscoll got up and said, I want to re-refer it back to Commerce. That's a $1 million cost, and we said no. Then Representative New Brindley got up and said, I want to re-refer it back to Human Services. with a $4 million cost and a huge impact, thank you, Representative Brintley, for pointing this out, to nursing homes yet again. A huge impact to nursing homes. And you know, when we look at fiscal notes, the reason they're important for fiscal committees is because we can look the full impact, not just at the general fund, not just to state government, but to local government impacts, which we don't even have and won't have till June, to businesses, to nursing homes. But we didn't have that information available to us, and that is abhorrent. That is absolutely abhorrent. And then to find out that there was a revised fiscal note after Ways and Means. This bill should not be passing today. It is not ready. It has not been vetted by the proper committees. We haven't even had, oh, get this. It didn't even go to higher ed. It didn't. And it was nearly a $4 million cost to higher ed. It didn't even go there. And it impacts Min State and the University of Minnesota system. And think about this. When I started looking at the revised fiscal note, think about this. They're going to have to replace faculty and staff. And how are you going to find a history professor with expertise in XYZ? How are you going to find a genomics professor for the University of Minnesota to replace them for 12 weeks or 24 weeks? You just name the professor, the issue area, the expertise that they have to replace. That was in the fiscal note. We didn't even get to discuss it in higher ed. What are we doing in this body today? We have been violating this, we'll just call it concept, because I don't know if you want to call it rules, customs, or usage, of skipping committees and not having fiscal notes ready for fiscal committees this whole session, and nobody seems to care. Except for today, we finally are talking about it on this floor. And we just re-referred 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'm about to do a 6th time. And it should really go back to Ways and Means, because apparently there was errors in that fiscal note. But I'm not going to send it back to Ways and Means. I'm going to send it, and I'm going to make a motion to re-refer this bill back to the Higher Ed Committee, and I request a roll call.
Representative O'Neill moves that the bill be sent back to the Higher Education Committee, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the motion. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I don't know what we're doing. Like, we have been doing this sort of thing all session. We have been skipping committees, and if you're on the Rules Committee or watch Rules Committee, which you probably aren't on it or watch it, but I have made multiple motions to amend bills coming to this floor that skipped committees and did not have fiscal notes in fiscal committees. And I'm blue in the face from saying it over and over and over and over, and here we are with a sweeping change to every single business that employs even one person in the state of Minnesota. And we don't even have an accurate fiscal note in Ways and Means. What are we doing? What are we doing, members? This body has already refused to refer it back to Judiciary, Labor and Industry, State and Local Government, Commerce, and Human Services. At least the bill went there. The bill did not even go to higher ed. So I'm asking you to support me today to send it back to higher ed. We should really send it back to Ways and Means and have a thorough vetting there too, but I'm not going to do that motion today. But please join me in the motion to send it back to higher education to at least talk about this. You know what happens? You know, members, but maybe the public doesn't know that we actually get to have public testimony. We can't have public testimony here on the House floor, can we? This is not the place to do committee work. We should not be doing committee work on this floor because the public cannot weigh in, and we should not do this today. I cannot say it more strongly. Shame on us for doing committee work here on this floor. We should not have a revised fiscal note after it leaves the fiscal committee, the Ways and Means Committee. We should not be doing that. On the 25th, we had a revised fiscal note. So members, please join me today. At least do one thing. At least send it back to a committee that didn't even hear it at all, the Higher Ed Committee. Thank you, members.
Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The bill remains before us. The member from Olmsted, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, as a small business owner, as someone who is going to pay the premium on these benefits that we're going to give our part-time employees, I am exceedingly excited that we are doing this. And we made a great case, actually, during the course of these amendments and during the course of the debate tonight of why small businesses need this. We heard in our discussion when we were talking about the free market that if employees want this benefit, they should go work for other companies. We've also heard that small businesses can't afford to offer these benefits. And Rep. West was nice enough to list off the businesses that give these benefits. They're all large Fortune 500 companies. We are putting small businesses at a massive disadvantage by not allowing them to give this program. And that's why we're offering this for all workers in Minnesota, including those who are working for small businesses. We've talked about how there's a worker shortage. And we heard in the many, many committees that this went through before coming here, that this will actually help solve that. It's not a single thing that's going to solve that. That's happening all over the world and all over the country. But it will make Minnesota competitive for workers, especially in the younger sphere. Our own Commissioner Steve Grove said very specifically that especially young mothers who currently are not entering the workforce will, knowing that they have this benefit available to them. We have heard a whole lot about the cost, so I thought it would be helpful to break down what that cost is. We're talking about for the businesses themselves, they're going to pay 0.035% on the money that they pay their employees. That's 35 cents for every $100 that they pay an employee. I did the math. If you have a full-time minimum wage worker, works 40 hours a week, every week, never misses for any reason, they're superhuman, you will have to pay, over the course of the year, $62.83 on that premium for that single full-time minimum wage employee. That's what you're going to have to pay. I thought it'd be helpful to put this in consideration of all the costs that a small business incurs. So I picked one out at random. My first year membership fee for the local Minnesota Chamber of Commerce was $377. That's equal to 6 minimum wage workers working 40 hours a week that I would have to pay for this premium. If the chamber is so concerned about small businesses closing because of this, I could recommend something that they could lower. I would also say that small business owners can also use this benefit. So often, small business owners are the last line of defense, so to speak, when things go wrong at the business. But they also have family members that pass away, or they get sick themselves, or they have a child. Now they can actually receive pay when they can't go to their businesses. Small business owners want this. And I'm going to close something that's going to sound a little corny, but it's the heart of what this matter is. This bill is not about most of what we've talked about tonight. This bill is about love. And yeah, that sounds very corny, but the bottom line is that Minnesota workers love their family members and their friends who get sick, who get hurt. They love their parents who are aging and need someone to care for them. We love our children, whether they're adopted, whether we get them from foster care, whether they're newborns. Minnesota workers deserve the chance to bond with those children. We love people who have experienced, unfortunately, found themselves in the unfathomable position of being victims of domestic violence and abuse or stalking, and they need time away from work. And we recognize that Minnesota workers themselves are loved by others. They have family members who want them to take care of themselves if they get sick, if they have mental health issues. And this bill recognizes that. And it recognizes that all of those considerations, all of that love, all of those moments in Minnesota's lives are more important than money. It's more important than them having to think about where their next paycheck is going to come from, and it's more important, even yes, than employers having to think about the bottom line. And so it is our job as the representatives of the people to recognize that. That's what this bill does. I'm so proud to be part of the caucus that is pushing this through. I'm so proud to serve with Rep. Richardson, who's done an amazing job on this. And Minnesota workers, we are saying to you loud and clear, and I talk to the Minnesota workers of the future who are going to move here because we protect them. You can love here in Minnesota, and you can work.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the debate we've had today, and I just wanted to try and bring it together a little bit. So this bill has so many problems, as we have articulated. So there is no cap on the 7% tax, and I have multiple runs of showing how it's going to blow through the cap probably in the first year. And the bill has language in it, as you will pass tonight, that says the Commissioner of Deed can increase the tax annually. Annually, he or she must reevaluate the tax annually. There's no wiggle room. And it raises by 1.45%. You multiply by 1.45. So in the first year, if it is at 0.7% and we blow through it, the next year it will automatically go to 1.015. The next year, 1.47. The next year, 2.13, and so on. And since there is no cap, and it's not going to come back to the legislature, this will just continue to happen to try and create the program to be solvent. And that's going to be a challenge, members, as we have seen in other states. So that's the first problem. There's no cap. Secondly, as we tried through our amendments, there's no carve-outs for small businesses. And we've talked a lot about small businesses recently, but this is a problem, and it's recognized at the federal level and by many states, where they realize that small businesses can do a lot of things, but they can't do everything that large businesses can. And to recognize that, there's usually given a carve-out or some consideration. And that really puts Minnesota's business community, the small businesses. This is not the big companies who are already, by the way, providing these benefits. The big companies, all you're doing there, so there's like three categories of people. There's the people who work for the big companies who already have substantial benefits packages, and they're currently getting them without being taxed for it. Now, their employer could choose to bear the brunt of the tax, or all of a sudden employees will be paying a tax for benefits they already receive. Then there's the small businesses, some of whom are able to provide some sort of leave package and some who are not. But regardless of where they're at on that, they're doing the best they can, and they understand that they need to do this to be competitive. And there's nothing stopping those who want to do that from doing it already in current law, or especially under the Baker Amendment, which would have created a voluntary pool and created the framework, but it was voluntary, and businesses could have done it, or individuals whose employer didn't do it, they could have signed up. And that members would have been the simplest, most elegant solution for employers and employees, and it wouldn't have created an enormous growth in state bureaucracy. This bill is creating 407 new FTEs at the department. Just the setup of it, just the office space setup, they're asking for $2.2 million. The total setup in the first year is going to be $122 million. Members, that's such an inefficient way to spend money. We have a private sector solution that could be voluntary, that would be ready to go in January. Instead, we're taking 2 years and spending untold amounts of money to create a bureaucracy that's not needed. This is foolishness, members. And then secondly, going back to our small businesses, this is really important, members. I know people say they can do it, they won't do it, so we need to force them to do it. But small businesses operate on incredibly small margins, and these are our neighbors. They may own the business, they may work for a small business. There are 397,000 small businesses in Minnesota. That's 99.4% of the businesses in our state. Members, we are hurting the vast majority of the businesses in our state. And of those small businesses, they employ 1.3 million Minnesotans. More than a third of the workforce works for these small businesses. And they want members to be able to have a job first. And if their business cannot afford this, or they can't cost share it with their employees, as Representative Smith said, he said it's only 0.35%, but that's for a business who chooses to share it with their employees. If they think that's a competitive disadvantage, they might have to bear the whole 0.7 themselves. And these businesses are on incredibly small margins. I'm looking at the 2022 small business profile from the Small Business Administration. And last year, we had 15,000 businesses open in Minnesota, and we had 13,000 close. We created 3,305 jobs in small businesses in Minnesota, but we lost 40,000. They're on razor-thin margins, members. They cannot afford this. And so I'm just asking you to vote no, and then let's go back and do the Baker Amendment. Let's go back and make it voluntary, create a framework, and let's do it in a way that works for businesses and works for employees and doesn't cost the state millions and billions in overhead that we cannot afford and that is a waste of taxpayer money. And let's take care of our employees and our small businesses by enabling them to figure out what works for them. These one-size-fits-all mandates do not work. We've seen it time and time again. This bill is financially not sustainable, it's unsound, and we should not be doing this to our state's economy. Vote no, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to be a co-author on House File 2. The ability to take time off from work to care for a new child, a sick family member, or oneself is a basic human right that should be available to all workers regardless of their income level, job title, or zip code. Unfortunately, many workers in our state do not have access to paid family leave. According to recent data, only 24% of workers in Minnesota have access to paid family leave, and 40% have access to medical leave through their employer. This means that tens of thousands of workers are forced to choose between taking care of their loved ones and keeping their job or risking financial hardship. Paid family medical leave is not only a matter of fairness and compassion, it also makes good economic sense. Studies have shown that paid family and medical leave improves worker productivity, reduces turnover, and helps employers attract and retain talented workers, which is what we should all be striving for here in our state. It also has significant benefits for families, including improved health outcomes, increased bonding between parents and children, and greater gender equity among groups that have historically been marginalized. We need to ensure that all workers in Minnesota have access to paid family leave. This means passing House File 2, which will provide paid family medical leave to all Minnesota workers, regardless of their job or income levels. But most importantly, it means investing in workers and creating a culture in which workers feel supported and empowered to take time off when they need it. These are Minnesota values, and I am happy to invest in our values and our workers. Please join me in investing by pressing green. And to my Republican colleagues and Representative Dowd, the councilor urges you to press green.
The member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. As we kind of wrap this up, I do want to thank you also for a great debate tonight. Again, I'm happy that the folks that are still sitting here upstairs that have been waiting for this, and even many of them around Minnesota that want this kind of a benefit. This is coming to in a way that I think we could have done a lot better job with. I think the amendment we offered today was extremely well thought out, well crafted to fit what Minnesotans are asking us to do. I just want to make a few comments here. I don't have to go into the money thing because, again, our members really covered it well, how this was not fully processed out from a financial standpoint. I want to mention to some of the folks here that who doesn't want this to pass in the way that it's written. And some of you have already gotten this letter. This is from the League of Minnesota Cities, our Association of Minnesota Counties. This letter is in your packet if you've looked at it. One of the things I wanted to bring up to you, because again, your decision tonight makes a big difference on what they do locally, which affects our local taxpayers. Again, on the behalf of those organizations, they are proud of the benefit packages that they offer their employees. They are proud of the health, retirement, ancillary benefits, including education, sick and paid leave banks, professional training, and so on and so on. They have estimated this. Again, I think Representative Richard has used words like triple conservative numbers, so we'll stick with that. This is going to cost our counties, cities, this does not include the school boards, $22 million of total property tax levies. We'll have to fund this property, this new payroll tax. Whether they pass it on or not, total cost is going to be $22 million. The other issue with this, members, that you sometimes forget about is many local governments, as in the letter stated, allow storage of sick time. And that can be over 1,000 hours, which provides 25 weeks of leave. The current bill does not acknowledge the history and intent of that collective bargaining robust sick leave pay. And the part of that is that that's what they were intending to do with those benefits, was to allow county and city employees to utilize those for times like this. And so now what's going to happen is, because we're forcing everybody in that same bucket, they're going to offer those on top of what has been agreed to with collective bargaining. So this is a problem. They were allowed to bank it for that exact reason. So take a look at the stuff that's in your packets. The people, there's folks out here that have concerns about this. We talked about a lot of them. There's citizens who don't want a payroll tax. I'm just going to say that. They don't want to pay a payroll tax on something that they really don't look for and aren't asking for. There are some out there. Get through that. There's some people out there that don't want it. Others that don't want it are some families and some businesses. City and county governments, I just talked about that. Unions, do you know unions don't want this? Now listen, this is your people. Let me give you a quote. There's a YouTube video that I'm happy to share with anybody because I'm going to quote it. And if you want it, I will send it to you so you can legitimize my words here, because I'm not giving you a bunch of bad information here. And if you want it, I'll send it to you. I didn't want to send it out to everybody. But I quote, this is from a 49er union leader. I wanted to get a sense at where everybody was at. So I thought we had a very good discussion recently. And at the end of it, it was very clear. The membership was very clear with me about where they're at. and I think this is going to be a representative of where most people are at on this House File 2, is that we prefer to be exempt from this new law and allowed to negotiate this on our own if we want, meaning we don't want a government solution to paid time off. If members want paid time off, we'll go to the table and try to get a system that works for us. Very similar to what we do with our health care, our pension, all the benefits that we have, we design and manage ourselves, unquote. If you want that video, I'm happy to send it to you. So just know there's people out there that are not excited about getting this. So I hope it doesn't come back from conference committee with carve-outs for them, for anybody, because you're being told we don't want to be a part of that, and they're your friends, and they're our friends too. We just think it needs to be something that we don't need to do. My final comment really, and again, you know, I hope that when House File 2 passes, which it's going to pass with 68 votes, you're going to barely pass it off the House floor because there's members that don't want to vote for this, so you're going to pass it with the minimum amount of votes tonight. And that's what we've seen all day. However, I hope that the decorum on the House floor when it passes is kept in check like we haven't seen on some other bills. I hope it's reasonable because it's a challenging discussion here, and I just hope that works with the Speaker and her plan on that. She's been working on that. But again, I also want to just say this to the last stop on the road, which is always the case. And this is my appeal to Governor Walz. Governor Walz is going to have a chance to look at this bill when it's done with conference. He is going to examine what works and what doesn't. I know that he has been hearing from a lot of people around the state of Minnesota who both support and don't support the bill. And I want to give him an opportunity to look at what we proposed here with our DE amendment, with the MN family bill. It was a product, Governor Walz, that I'm happy to share with you. Earlier I sent you an email and copied the Speaker and copied others to say that this is an option that you might want to consider. This is not a secret. This is something that I genuinely want to work with you on, a plan that doesn't need to take payroll tax from everyone in Minnesota. It's a plan that you can feel good about to say that it should be part of the conversation. And I hope I see a governor that I saw in the first month when he took over. It was the 30 days into it, Representative Hornstein, Representative Torkelson, and I met with Governor Walz and we talked about MNLARS. And he inherited this huge problem. And he asked us what we thought about it. And we told him, because we were closely working with MNLARS and how bad it got, and how we kept telling the commissioners at DPS and everything, they were just delay after delay after delay. Finally, Governor Walz asked the question, and I think he heard us. He listened to us. And Governor Walz, I'm asking you to listen to more than just one side of the aisle on this issue. Listen to the businesses. Listen to the employees that don't want a tax. Listen to flexibility. Listen to reason. And if you'll do that again, you might make the right decision to veto a bill, but also to say, let's work on it some more, or take this into deeper conversations. We still have 3 weeks left. I don't want to give up on this idea that we can do something different without creating a large government agency. So, you know, members, leadership is hard. It takes a lot of backbone to actually stop the momentum of what seems like the greatest thing in the world when you can offer something as beautiful as, and it's called paid family leave. That's a beautiful thing to want to offer to people. We have tried, everybody on this floor has tried to offer some different versions of that. And we're going to pass something today but it's going to backfire on us. I will tell you this is going to be another MNLARS because it's going to get delayed, because they will not be able to set up this huge IT system in the amount of time that is being proposed. It will cost much more than 0.7. Now, it might not go up right away because you know what? You're throwing $1.5 billion in the checkbook on the front end. So it's got some time to kind of suck down, but it's not going to work long term. And we could have done better with this. And I appreciated the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to allow us to really have the conversation about the DE today. I appreciate that. I know that others want to talk about it. I hope folks around the state of Minnesota send all of us, all of you who voted for the passing House File 2, gets a lot of notices from people to say, gosh, I don't know what was wrong with this. You should relook at this, and I hope you get a lot of pressure. I know when some of you members go home to your districts right now after voting along party lines the whole time, you have a lot of things to answer to. Your businesses might be disappointed. People are getting tired of the taxes, so it's going to be an issue. But again, my last appeal is to Governor Walz. You need to be the adult in the room on this one. You need to be a leader. You need to be able to bring some balance to this thing, because right now I'm fearful that there hasn't been good conversations about what another idea or another private model might look like. Nobody will get missed out on it. So let's see what let's see what leadership looks like. So members, again, thank you for the conversation. Please vote red. This bill is not ready. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members and guests in the gallery, I will remind the chamber that after the bill passes, you may want to celebrate or mourn, and you should do that in the rotunda, not in the chamber. And we will be probably taking a recess after this bill is concluded to wait for the Senate to finish so we can get the tax message. So you will have an opportunity to go to the rotunda and make whatever kind of joyful or sad noises you would like to make at that point in time. The member from Dakota, the author of the bill, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start with some quick thank yous, particularly to our staff who have helped to usher us through to this point. Jean Stewart, Travis Reese, Marta James, Chris McCall, Sam O'Neill. Thank you for your support. And I also want to thank Representative Frazier for his help and supporting me with commerce as well, and also to you, Speaker Hortman, for your trust in me as it relates to this bill. Members, we're talking about paid family medical leave today, and we're talking about something that the rest of the world provides. We're talking about something that everyone else has figured out. And I know that we can too. There's been suggestions that this bill hasn't changed, but we're on the 7th engrossment. So there's been many changes. And I think it's also important that we talk about the small business relief that is in this bill, because it is important to lift up that there is in fact premium relief for small businesses, particularly our micro businesses. Those small businesses, especially our emerging businesses, will not have to pay premiums. They won't have to pay premiums. And I think it's important to lift that up, because I've heard a number of times today that there's no carve-outs for small businesses, and we are in fact supporting small businesses within this bill. I've also heard some really cynical views of Minnesotans today about how they will act and about what they will do, and this idea that people are just going to disappear and not work. And I'm standing before you today sick, presenting this bill, because that's what Minnesotans do. We show up. And in the same vein, this idea that everyone's just going to disappear, I've also heard, well, there's all these people who have thousands of hours of leave, which indicates that people are not oftentimes taking the leave that is available to them. And I think it's important that we spend a little bit of time talking about the cost of not doing this bill, because there are costs. There are real monetary costs, and there are also human costs as well. States with paid family medical leave programs have lower maternal mortality rates. They have lower infant mortality rates. The rates of preterm births decrease. The number of low birth weight babies born decrease, and that is a critical factor that comes into infant mortality, because when a baby is born early, there's higher risks that they will not make it through that first year. And understanding that paid family and medical leave decreases that risk factor is important. It reduces infant hospitalizations. It reduces long-term care costs, reliance on social services. And one of the most important things that it does is it keeps people in the labor force. Between 2016 and 2020, 74% of the pregnant people within Minnesota worked while they were pregnant. And the majority of them had to take some form of unpaid leave. And when you give birth, and when you recognize after giving birth that you often can't get a child into a child care center until they are 6 weeks old, that forces people to make decisions that they wouldn't otherwise make. After I gave birth, I ended up quitting my job, because there was no childcare option that was available. And if we want to keep people in the labor force, we have to ensure that there's actual pathways that are available in order for them to do that. I know that we've had a really long debate here, and I don't want to prolong this, but I also recognize that there are a number of people who have sat this out with us today. And I just want to call out some of the stories, because these are the people that I'm going to be pressing green for today. One is Mary Jo Melika from New Brighton. Mary Jo had an emergency C-section after experiencing some severe pregnancy complications. She received information from her provider that she should not go back to work. And what she got when she talked with her employer was fired. She wasn't able to, and she was fired from unpaid leave, not even paid leave. I want to talk about Margaret Sita, who is a counselor and who was actually my son's counselor when he was in high school. And she testified with me recently, 9 months pregnant. She sat and shared her family's story with us. And sadly, that I learned that Margaret's paid time off has run out, and her family can't float a leave. So Margaret is going to have to cut the bonding with her infant short in order to return to her school counselor's position, and it should not have to be that way. I want to share a little bit of the story of Joey McAfee, who is a small business owner who is doing amazing work to disrupt the maternal health crisis that we see, particularly affecting Black mothers, and the work that she does around maternal mental health as a doula. She has a small business, and she's excited for this bill because she knows that it's going to give her a pathway in order to ensure that she can live out her dreams of having her small business thrive and not be forced to choose between a paycheck. There's Liz Harris of Cottage Grove, who is an owner of a family child care business, had an emergency C-section, and Liz, after that, had to have unpaid leave 4 weeks after that. And that was a planned leave. And she also told the heartbreaking story of her sister-in-law being killed on 94 West, and that was not something that was foreseen. but she became an important caregiver as the aunt to her niece and nephews. And understanding when we talk about families, that families look different for each of us. And I want to close with a story that I think is really important to hear, and it's one that really moved me. It's the story of Duncan Roper. And Duncan writes, "When I was 9 years old, my father was diagnosed with cancer. It was the single worst time of my life. The short amount of childhood I had left was ripped from me, and I was left to deal with the fallout almost entirely by myself. Instead of being with friends, I was Googling cancer survival rates. Instead of worrying about homework, I was worried if the cancer had spread. It was lonely, and as someone with anxiety, absolutely terrifying. Both my parents worked full-time. We couldn't have supported ourselves with only my dad's income, so my mom was left to pick up the slack. During the year where we battled cancer, my mom did it all. Even with help from families and friends, she would still go to work for 10 hours, come back to take care of my dad and my 6-year-old brother, make appointments for school for us, and deal with anything that was going on from the hospitals with insurance. She was amazing, but she was also at a breaking point. My mother should not have had to work herself to death. My father should not have had to work through chemotherapy. I shouldn't have had to look after myself at the age of 10. I'm still in therapy for it. I can't stand the thought of another family being ruined by my situation. So in honor of Duncan, I ask everyone to vote green.
The member from Stearns, Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, we have had a long debate and we have heard many different sides of paid family leave. And what I have gained from the conversation today is there's one thing that we can agree on in this chamber is that we care about people, we care about families, and we care about when there are difficult circumstances that move us forward and we're looking for solutions. That is something that we agree upon in this chamber. As you've heard the concerns over the current bill as presented, what I have hope for is that as this moves forward, we know that there are the votes in this chamber that will pass this tonight. But I am hopeful that with what you heard and even the amendment that was taken, that was removed, the amendment to the amendment on Representative Doubt's amendment, that there is still room for conversation on this important issue. Representative Baker offered a very practical and reasonable solution as we are looking at the topic of paid family leave. So I'm hopeful that in conference committee, more discussion will happen and that we can come up for a solution that will work for all Minnesotans. That is, the people that need the leave, the employers that are employing those people, the taxpayers, and everyone included. What we don't need is we do not need to grow government. Our government is large enough. We don't need to add a new IT system that will be difficult to both create, maintain, and we have no idea, based on our past experience, how that will actually solve the issue. What I can tell you is with the tax in the proposed bill, that there are no carve-outs, that this is going to hit our cities, our counties, large businesses, small businesses, and every one of those areas will have to shift that cost back onto every Minnesotan. But what I want to focus on in these few minutes that I have is how it is going to affect our school districts. And I have heard from many of my school districts. I have a district, a school in my district
that has an enrollment of just over 900 students, so a small school district. I've sat down with that superintendent multiple times. With what was proposed in the education bill earlier that we heard just a week ago, with the mandates that are pressured on our schools, even with the increase, the historic funding that is promised to our schools, this particular school district would receive $311,580 in additional revenue. Now that sounds really great, but what I can tell you is with the additional mandates put on the school district, there's going to be $1,950,000 in mandates. So that puts this district at a negative of $1,638,000. That includes on the paid family leave employer portion, almost $28,000 per year. That does not include our teacher shortage and how these districts are going to be able to try to maintain and educate our students when the employee needs to take the leave. We heard from Majority Leader Long on his closing speech on the tax bill that we don't need to wait until a school district goes bankrupt. Well, I can tell you with what is proposed right now in the current bill, it is going to damage our school districts, how they sit financially. It sounds like a great thing. It is not affordable at this point in time. So again, what we can agree on is that we want to come up with something that will work for Minnesotans, but it has to be workable for employees, employers, all Minnesotans, and it cannot increase government. Tonight, members, I'm encouraging a no vote.
The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No one should be forced to choose between earning a paycheck and taking care of themselves or a family member, but that's exactly the reality that far too many Minnesotans currently face. 80% or more of the public supports paid family medical leave, and today we're finally doing what Minnesotans have been asking for 4 years. I give the other side credit, though. You fought pretty hard today for the 20%. We heard today how generous our colleagues are with their own employees, and I don't doubt that you are. We also heard how generous U.S. Bank and 3M and Best Buy are. But not every employee is lucky enough to work for a GOP legislator or for a Fortune 500 company. And small employers want to offer benefits but can't. Sarah Piepenberg owns Vinaigrette Oil and Vinegar in my district. And she was here earlier in the gallery, but it's her birthday, so she got to go out and celebrate. She has 5 employees and has shared how hard it is for her and as a small employer to cover their needed medical leave. She chose to cover an employee's medical leave out of pocket and wound up falling behind on their commercial lease and their mortgage. Now they go case by case and out of pocket, but it's unsustainable and puts her at a big competitive disadvantage. Sarah said, a high-quality family and medical leave insurance plan will help my small business keep its valued employees and continue to grow and serve our community. These are small businesses asking for this bill. In my life, I've had to take leave to deal with both personal joy and personal tragedy. I've taken time off to care for the birth of my kids. I was fortunate that I had an employer who offered paid family medical leave. I was fortunate, too, that they were willing to let me take 2 leaves in a year when I had the sad occurrence of my father-in-law passing away just months after my son was born. We don't know what life will throw at us. And as Minnesotans, we value family. We value taking care of each other. We all know that this is a problem. We all know individuals who can't take paid leave. And it's not large employers. It's not high-income workers who have a lot of bargaining power. All the law firms in the state are competing to offer higher and higher paid leave to their employees, but low-income workers and disproportionately people of color are being left out, often with severe health consequences. So leaving it to the private sector hasn't worked and won't work, nor will the amendment offered by the GOP today, which is basically the New Hampshire approach. After the open enrollment period in New Hampshire this year, only 149 employers, less than 1/3 of 1%, and 644 individuals have signed up. Voluntary approaches will leave out far too many Minnesotans. House File 2 is an approach that has worked in 11 other states. It's the approach that works around the world. We heard who has opposed this bill. Well, here's who supports it: the AARP, the Carpenters, LIUNA, Cancer Society, Heart Association, Academy of Pediatrics, AFL-CIO, Alzheimer's Association, Minnesota Council of Nonprofits, Violence Free Minnesota, Minnesota Public Health Association, and more than 70 organizations. This is one of the most thoroughly vetted bills I've ever seen, with more than a dozen legislative committee hearings this year alone and dozens in previous years. And I want to thank Representative Richardson for her tireless dedication to putting this incredible bill together and all of the thought and care that went into all of those engrossments to get it to this stage. Democrats are putting children and families first, and enacting a paid family medical leave program is critical to that goal. We are saying to Minnesotans, if you're injured, you deserve care. If you're welcoming a child to your home, you deserve care. If you're looking after an aging parent, you deserve care. And yes, if you work in a school, you too deserve care. All Minnesotans, all, deserve time to care for themselves and their loved ones. We are providing a bright contrast to GOP-controlled states around the country that put politicians in charge of private health care decisions and tell people they don't belong. Minnesota is reducing the cost of health care, providing free school meals, helping people stay in their homes, and enshrining reproductive freedom into law. And today, we are taking perhaps our most important step yet to affirm our values of care and community, providing paid family and medical leave to all our citizens. Members, vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. All right. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who's voting remotely?
Cha.
Here you go.
Cha votes aye. Cha votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 64 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.